I have a disciple simulator. Lu Changshen's soul crossed into the world of cultivation, and he became an Elder of Mount Shu, acquiring the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. He simulated the lives of disciples, returned teachings, and received rewards for the disciples' realm advancements. Chapter 1, The Grand Disciple Induction Ceremony. Elder Lu, tomorrow marks our Mount Shu's once-in-a-decade disciple selection ceremony. The sect leader has decreed that all elders not in seclusion must attend. Elder Lu. I am aware. What a strange man! From within his cave abode came the voice of Elder Lu, the Mount Shu disciple who had come to relay the message muttered dejectedly. Lu Changsheng was one of the elders of Mount Shu. 100 years ago, he stepped into the nascent soul realm and had been in closed-door cultivation ever since. Most disciples who joined Mount Shu in the last 100 years had never seen this elder. If it wasn't for the disciple selection ceremony, even the inner sect disciples would have forgotten that Mount Shu had such an elder. Then, Junior takes his leave. The Mount Shu disciple summoned his flying sword and sped off into the sky, standing atop the sword. Sword flight is an essential skill for inner sect disciples of Mount Shu, signifying at least the cultivation level of the Qi transformation realm. Disciple selection ceremony. Within his cave abode, Lu Changsheng murmured to himself. Lu Changshen's soul had transmigrated to this world of cultivation and it took him 3 days to assimilate all the memories of this body. This elder of Mount Shu, also named Lu Changsheng, perished 3 days ago from his soul entering deviance while attempting to break through to the Dao Palace realm. Mount Shu, one of the 6 great orthodox sects of Xia state, was established hundreds of thousands of years ago. Despite countless dynastic changes in the mundane world, it stood unyielding, taking it upon itself to slay demons, eliminate evil, and uphold the heavenly order. Mount Shu was an unprecedentedly massive floating mountain with hundreds of peaks both large and small. Each peak had an elder, at least a nascent soul realm intersect disciple who had made significant contributions to Mount Shu, and only then could one qualify to become an elder. Lu Changsheng was one such elder who did not have much of a presence. Confirmation successful. Loading Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. Loading complete. Detecting the number of hosts disciples. Current number of disciples, 0. A cold voice echoed through Lu Changshen's sea of consciousness. Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. Lu Changsheng was thrilled, it seemed this was the golden finger he had obtained after crossing over. Lu Changsheng carefully studied the system. The Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator could reveal a disciple's talent, simulate the disciple's life, and even trigger rewards for the mentor as the disciple's cultivation improved. The higher the disciple's cultivation, the richer the mentoring rewards. Because Lu Changsheng was a cultivation fanatic, solely focused on his own advancement, he presently did not have a single disciple. It wasn't that the more disciples you have, the better. In fact, having too many disciples could hinder one's own cultivation. Therefore, most Mount Shu elders abide by the principle of quality over quantity, taking on disciples only if they encounter someone with exceptional talent and character. To become stronger by taking disciples. Lu Changsheng, now clear on the function of the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator, patiently awaited the next day's Mount Shu disciple selection ceremony. From the memories of this body, Lu Changsheng knew that the Mount Shu disciple selection ceremony was an event of Xia state held once every 10 years, a grand occasion. Families and commoners within 100,000 li of Xia state did everything they could to get their progeny into Mount Shu for cultivation. After all, Mount Shu was one of the 6 great orthodox sects of Xia state, with a high reputation for slaying demons and eliminating evil. In Great Xia, many households worshipped clay figures of ancestor deists taking of Mount Shu, the devotion enduring for hundreds of thousands of years. Due to his closed-door cultivation and hermit-like existence, Lu Changsheng had missed the previous 9 disciple selection ceremonies. Now that he had acquired the disciple apprenticeship system, he could perhaps find a disciple with impressive talent during this ceremony. The next day, Lu Changsheng, with a long sword on his back, left his cave dwelling which he hadn't left for 100 years. With a thought, the long sword flew out from behind him, and Lu Changsheng used his qi to control the sword, transforming into a streak of light that broke through the sea of clouds. The clouds flowed like the wind as he flew towards the Great Hall of Mount Shu. Among the clouds, Lu Changshen's streak of light was not the only one, other elders of Mount Shu were also on their way. Multicolored streaks of light shuttled through the cloud sea, a sight of grandeur. This was the foundation of Mount Shu. The main peak of Mount Shu stood 10,000 feet tall, piercing the heavens, with an aura as grand as fighting bulls. In the plaza of the Great Hall of Mount Shu, thousands of young men and women from the 100 counties of Xia State had gathered, the number no less than 10,000. These young men and women had already gone through preliminary rounds of selection, or else their numbers would have been countless. One by one, the elders of Mount Shu flew in on their swords, entering the main hall of Mount Shu. Their imposing presences were awe-inspiring, and the people in the plaza of the main hall looked up at these elders passing overhead as if they were ants gazing up at the towering trees of the sky. The elders of Mount Shu, with the lowest among them being cultivators of the nascent soul realm, made the millennial families seem insignificant in their presence. Mount Shu truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient sect with a heritage of several 100,000 years, with a deep foundation. There are hundreds of elders at the nascent soul realm. It is said that before the current sect leader of Mount Shu took charge, he had already broken through to the Dao Palace realm 3,000 years ago. After 3,000 years, his cultivation must have reached an unimaginable level. Among the 6 great orthodox sects, Mount Shu ranks first. If you, young sect leader, could be taken as a disciple by an elder of Mount Shu, or even by the sect leader himself, our family's prospects would be promising. Your Highness, joining Mount Shu is a matter that concerns the millennial heritage of our great Xia dynasty. Success or failure hinges on this moment. People in the plaza of the main hall of Mount Shu were filled with longing as they watched the elders pass by. Inside the main hall of Mount Shu, hundreds of Mount Shu elders had congregated, each one looking distinguished and exuding righteousness. Mount Shu is an orthodox sect, and the current disciple recruitment ceremony is primarily to admit a new batch of Mount Shu disciples, but also to showcase their foundation to the nefarious factions and deter the demons. Brother Lu, you've finally come out of seclusion. It has been 100 years since our last meeting. Back then, you were one of the few disciples the sect leader valued the most, reaching the nascent soul realm after just 50 years of cultivation. Time flies, and your cultivation must have significantly improved. A familiar voice rang out. A middle-aged man with a square-shaped face wearing a green robe smiled warmly as he greeted Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng quickly searched his memory and soon identified the man, his senior apprentice brother, Li Changjai, a mighty cultivator with great accomplishment in the Dao Palace realm, the foremost disciple of the current sect leader of Mount Shu. 300 years ago, Li Changjai fought 1 against 3, slaying 3 cultivators of the demonic Dao, all in the Dao Palace realm, and struck awe among the 6 orthodox sects and 4 demon sects. Li Changjai was regarded by the other 5 orthodox sects as the elder most likely to succeed as sect leader of Mount Shu. Other reclusive elders of Mount Shu, who practiced from the previous generation, might not necessarily be inferior to Li Changjai in terms of cultivation, but these old peculiar beings were of the same generation as the sect leader and would no longer vie for the position of sect leader. Nascent soul realm with great accomplishment. It seems, Brother Lu, you'll soon break through to the Dao Palace realm. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Li Changjai saw through Lu Changsheng's cultivation. Lu Changsheng was at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, just a step away from the Dao Palace realm. One could become an elder of Mount Shu at the nascent soul realm, but the Dao Palace realm is where Mount Shu's true pillars of strength lay. Lu Changsheng's cultivation over 150 years, advancing successively through the Foundation Establishment realm, the Qi Transformation realm, and the Golden Core realm to reach the nascent soul realm, then closing himself off for 100 years, was on the verge of stepping into the Dao Palace realm. Such speed of cultivation was notable even among the ranks of Mount Shu. Lu Changsheng had decent aptitude to begin with, or else he would not have stood out during the discipleship ceremony and been chosen as a disciple by the sect leader of Mount Shu. However, what Li Changjai didn't know was that the original Lu Changsheng, due to his excessive dedication to cultivation, had become extreme and ultimately perished from cultivation deviation. And the Lu Changsheng before him had come from a distant place called Earth. Thank you, senior brother. This time, I've ended my seclusion for 2 reasons, to clear my mind, and to see if there are any promising youths. I intend to take on 1 or 2 disciples. Ha ha ha, who would have thought the solitary brother Lu would have a day when he wanted to take on disciples, truly remarkable. Li Changjai was chatting with Lu Changsheng when his expression suddenly turned solemn. The sect leader has arrived. Chapter 2. Heart of the Innocent. Boom. A vast and oppressive force descended upon the main peak of Mount Shu, silencing the incessantly noisy crowd in front of the hall as well as the Mount Shu elders and disciples within. The entire main peak of Mount Shu trembled slightly, as clouds churned and a purple aura swept in from 3,000 miles away. Some outsiders who had never witnessed such a sight were trembling in their souls. A figure appeared out of thin air at the main seat of the Grand Hall of Mount Shu, with hair and beard flecked with grey, an aura of a sage about him, clothed in a daoist robe adorned with the Taiji yin-yang symbols, and his profound eyes reminiscent of the vast starry sky. The elder waved his sleeve, and the terrifying pressure that enveloped Mount Shu's main peak was swallowed up like by a whale, vanishing in an instant. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. Mount Shu's many highly cultivated elders were all respectful and reverent, performing salutations to the elder seated in the main seat. He was the 27th sect leader of Mount Shu, the Taiyuan true person, the overtly strongest fighter of Mount Shu, who, 3,000 years ago, had already reached the Dao Palace realm. Changsheng, during my seclusion, has there been any disturbance in Xia state? Reporting to the sect leader, all is calm in Xia state. However, there seems to be some unrest in Huang state, which has had a slight impact on us. I will report the details to the sect leader afterward. Changsheng, it's been 100 years since we last met. Your cultivation has improved a great deal, but cultivators should be wary of isolated cultivation, it is a grave taboo. It's good that you've managed to overcome your inner demons and emerge from seclusion. Taiyuan true person's piercing gaze swept over him, completely perceiving Liu Changshen's level of cultivation. However, even with Taiyuan true person's level of cultivation, he didn't know that his disciple's soul had already been replaced by someone else. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the elders, Taiyuan true person slowly said, since all the elders, except those in seclusion, are present, let's begin the disciple apprenticeship ceremony. Yes. By the sect leader's command, the disciple apprenticeship ceremony begins. Li Changsheng's voice, loud as thunder, echoed throughout the main peak of Mount Shu, and the myriad mortals waiting to have their talents tested were all solemn. A cultivator with great accomplishment in the Dao Palace realm is someone they would look up to for their entire lives. A large mirror flew out from the grand hall, growing larger in the wind and floating above the square, emitting an astonishing spiritual energy. This is Mount Shu's low-grade immortal artifact, the gallbladder mirror. This object can assess physique, comprehension, and chi destiny, it's truly marvelous. The reason why each generation of Mount Shu is brimming with talent is due to the gallbladder mirror's merit. Mount Shu's foundations are indeed unfathomably deep. Some old servants who had followed their young masters to Mount Shu, worldly and well-informed, cried out in amazement. A low-grade immortal artifact is not something that mortals, let alone cultivators, could see even once in their lifetimes. Mount Shu's outer sect disciples maintained order, dividing the crowd into groups of 10, who went in turn to stand in front of the gallbladder mirror to test their qualifications. Every one of them was nervous. Becoming a disciple of Mount Shu, especially an inner sect disciple, would set them on the path of cultivation, changing their encounters in life, no longer remaining as mere mortals. Among the crowd were the children of prestigious families, princes, princesses, and loose cultivators. Cai Zion, root bone mediocre, comprehension poor, chi destiny poor, cultivation at the third layer of foundation establishment realm, unqualified. Lin Chunping, root bone high grade, comprehension mediocre, chi destiny mediocre, cultivation at the fifth layer of foundation establishment realm, qualified. Chen Rui, root bone low grade, comprehension high grade, chi destiny high grade, cultivation at sixth layer of foundation establishment realm, qualified. The gallbladder mirror displayed everyone's qualifications, and anyone with too low-grade aspects was deemed unworthy of the way of the immortals. Those who were qualified could become the outer sect disciples of Mount Shu, whilst only those taken as disciples by the sect leader or elders could become inner sect disciples. Liu Changsheng activated the search function of the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. His invisible divine sense covered the whole of Mount Shu's main peak, revealing the qualifications of everyone except for the sect leader, Taiyuan true person. It was not only root bone, comprehension, and chi destiny that Liu Changsheng could see, but also things that even the gallbladder mirror couldn't. Looking towards his senior brother, Li Changsheng, a brilliant golden light burst from the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator in his sea of consciousness, and Li Changsheng's information appeared in Liu Changshen's mind. Li Changsheng. Talent, eternal wilderness body, fire spirit root, cursed with gambling. Cultivation, 9th layer of Dao Palace realm. Dao bone, 500 years. As expected of the most valued direct disciple of the sect leader of Mount Shu, Taiyuan Zhenren, with just 500 years of cultivation, he has reached the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, only half a step away from the void refinement realm. Senior brother actually has a special physique, the eternal wilderness body. But such a person who possesses such cultivation always loses in gambling. It seems his qi destiny is lacking. Lu Changsheng secretly scrutinized his senior brother Li Changjai's talents. Li Changjai was extraordinarily gifted, but it was impossible for Lu Changsheng to accept him as a disciple. Lu Changsheng shook his head, his divine sense scanning over the mortals below being tested, looking for a suitable candidate for discipleship. The higher a disciple's cultivation rises, the more generous the rewards from the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. Training a disciple in the nascent soul realm is far more valuable than training 100 disciples in the Qi transformation realm. The higher the disciple's talents, the faster the cultivation speed, which is why quality should not be sacrificed for quantity. Bamboo Shuangshu, root bone of medium grade, comprehension of lower grade, Qi destiny of lower grade, no special physique. Not good, not good. Chu Fiyan, root bone of high grade, comprehension of high grade, Qi destiny of high grade, no special physique, definitely can become an outer sect disciple, even with elders willing to take them as inner sect disciples. Li Gang, Dam, Heavenly Slaughter Lone Star. Lu Changsheng saw a mortal named Li Gang whose talent was actually Heavenly Slaughter Lone Star. The fate of the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Star doesn't affect the person themselves but is extremely harmful to those around them. Having such a disciple might mean not living to see next year. Xiao Xiangdao, root bone of supreme grade, comprehension of supreme grade, Qi destiny of high grade, cultivation in the third layer of the Qi transformation realm, possesses a special physique, the spirit sword physique. The Mount Shu elders who were selecting disciples suddenly burst into excitement. The gallbladder mirror shook violently, displaying 3 golden ancient seal characters, spirit sword physique. Even Tai Yuan Zhenren was moved by this. A special physique indicates extremely high talent. The eldest senior brother, Li Changjai, was almost unmatched within the same realm thanks to the eternal wilderness body. This is the third prince of Liang Kingdom, Xiao Xiangdao. Who would have thought that the royal family of Liang Kingdom would produce someone with the spirit sword physique? Indeed, Mount Shu's fortune is waxing strong. With a disciple having the spirit sword physique, in 1,000 years, this person will surely become a pillar of Mount Shu. The crowd waiting for the talent test was in an uproar. A special physique, 1 in a million. Without a sword in hand but one in the heart, the comprehension of the sword Dao by someone with the spirit sword physique is as simple as eating and drinking water for a mortal. Li Changjai, hands behind his back, looked towards Xiao Xiangdao with apparent appreciation for this youth. Many Mount Shu elders had eager eyes, they all wanted to take Xiao Xiangdao as a disciple, a rare gem that could be encountered only once in a millennium. Yet, no one dared to openly accept Xiao Xiangdao as a disciple. The reason was simple: with the rough jade, an unskilled craftsman dare not carve, lest it becomes a waste of heaven-sent talents. Everyone turned their gazes unanimously towards Tai Yuan Zhenren, for here, the only one capable of nurturing the spirit sword physique seemed to be Tai Yuan Zhenren himself. I have fortuitously attained some insight recently and must go into seclusion for some time. The affairs of Mount Shu will be handled by you, the eldest senior brother, in my stead. As for this Xiao Xiangdao, Changjai, you may accept him as your disciple. Me. The eldest senior brother is indeed the most suitable. Yes, yes. The many Mount Shu elders were all convinced by the eldest senior brother Li Changjai's abilities, so they had no objections to Tai Yuan Zhenren's decision. Other than Tai Yuan Zhenren and the reclusive old monsters on the back mountain, here, only the eldest senior brother Li Changjai was qualified to take the spirit sword physique as a disciple. While everyone's attention was drawn to the rare spirit sword physique that appeared once in 1,000 years, Lu Changshen's Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator had found a plain and unremarkable youth in the crowd. Talent, Heart of the Innocent. Chapter 3. Are you sure you want to take him as a disciple? Lu Changshen's gaze fell upon a young attendant of Xiao Xiangdao, the third prince of Liang Kingdom. With his spirit sword physique, Xiao Xiangdao had alarmed the people of Mount Shu, so much so that even the eldest senior brother, Li Changjai, decided to personally take him as a disciple. However, the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator showed that Xiao Xiangdao's attendant possessed the heart of the innocent, with potential even above Xiao Xiangdao himself. With virtue as profound as that of an innocent child. Those with the heart of the innocent, although seemingly mediocre, with slow progress in the early stages of immortal cultivation, might just reach enlightenment upon embarking on the path of immortality, possibly in just one day. According to ancient Mount Shu records, 80,000 years ago, there was an outer sect disciple who spent 50 years advancing from the foundation establishment realm to the Qi transformation realm, but in a single day, he gained path comprehension, leaping directly from the Qi transformation realm over the Golden Core realm and the Nascent Soul realm to the Dao Palace realm. The sect leader at the time, believing he had the heart of the innocent, made an exception to accept him as a disciple. Such a disciple is a rare find. Xiao Xiangdao, I intend to take you as my disciple, do you wish to accept? Li Changjai extended the offer of discipleship, and mortals awaiting their trials below all cast envious glances at the third prince of Liang Kingdom. Li Changjai was regarded as the foremost among the young elders of Mount Shu and was a candidate to be the next sect leader. To become Li Changjai's chief disciple meant a boundless future. Liang Kingdom is one of the vassal states of the Great Xia dynasty, and with Mount Shu as its backer, the stature of Liang Kingdom will rise. The third prince of Liang Kingdom possesses the spirit sword physique, and in the future, he is at least guaranteed to be an elder of Mount Shu. I wonder if the third prince is already married? If we could form a marital alliance with him, our family could soar to great heights. Dream on, the third prince is not only of the Liang royal family but also a Mount Shu disciple. Why would he take an interest in a daughter from an ordinary prestigious family? Many prestigious families and loose cultivators whispered among themselves. This disciple is willing. Xiao Xiangdao's eyes blazed with fervor, and he immediately agreed. With the true person of Taiyuan in constant seclusion, Li Changjai effectively oversaw Mount Shu on his behalf. Being taken as Li Changjai's chief disciple meant that ascending to the position of sect leader of Mount Shu was not an impossible dream. Congratulations, Your Highness, for achieving your wish and being accepted into Mount Shu. From now on, our Liang Kingdom doesn't need to look to other feudal states any longer. This joyful news must be reported to His Majesty immediately. The Liang Kingdom military generals escorting Xiao Xiangdao and his entourage congratulated him and then prepared to make their journey back home. Mount Shu disciples are not permitted to bring servants, even if they are princes from the mortal kingdoms. Before the colossal presence of Mount Shu, the mortal kingdoms seem insignificant. Hold on! The voice of Lu Changsheng rang out, causing the Liang Kingdom's people to startle. What important matter brings the elder here? The Liang Kingdom's people were apprehensive. Had they inadvertently offended this Mount Shu elder? I see that this person has the fate of an immortal, and I intend to take him as a disciple. Lu Changsheng pointed to a youth dressed in green. This young man had a very ordinary appearance, and at first glance, looked somewhat honest and simple, hardly the sort that would be described as having the fate of an immortal. King Z, the elder wants to take you as a disciple. You really are lucky. Aren't you going to bow and thank the elder quickly? The leading Liang Kingdom military general, a high-level expert in the Qi transformation realm, knew that for a mortal, having a Mount Shu elder willing to take him as a disciple was a tremendous fortune, so he hurriedly urged the youth to pay respects. The youth was somewhat puzzled as he scratched his head, but I didn't sign up to join Mount Shu. You single-minded fellow, I really don't understand how the elder sees potential in you. The Liang Kingdom military general held his forehead in frustration. It was a chance of a lifetime that ordinary people could not even dream of. Mount Shu's recruitment of disciples is not limited to the grand ceremony of accepting disciples. As long as you are willing to take me as your master, you can embark on the path of immortal cultivation, and Liang Kingdom will benefit as well, said Lu Changsheng, whispering like a devil. Disciple is willing. After a serious consideration, the youth accepted the offer, to the urgent dismay of those around. This was an opportunity to become an intersect disciple of Mount Shu. Very well. Lu Changsheng satisfactorily accepted his first disciple. Lu has actually taken a disciple. Could it be that this person possesses some unique traits? Why not use the gallbladder mirror to see his aptitude? The other Mount Shu elders, finding the usually solitary Lu Changsheng willing to take a young boy as a disciple, began to chatter with excitement, eager for gossip. Taiyuan, also somewhat puzzled, activated the immortal artifact gallbladder mirror, directing it towards the boy. The gallbladder mirror revealed the boy's aptitude: Lin King Z, lower grade root bone, lower grade comprehension, lower grade Qi destiny, no special physique. A group of Mount Shu elders were stunned speechless. Initially, they had assumed Lu Changsheng's apprentice to be a genius, but they hadn't expected such mediocrity. With such aptitude, without the favor of Mount Shu's elders, he wouldn't even qualify to be an outer sect disciple. Brother Lu, this person's aptitude is too mediocre, are you sure you want to take him as a disciple? Many Mount Shu elders sent over looks of doubt. You understand nothing. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself. A disciple with the heart of the innocent is a rare find in 10,000 years. Ahem, aptitude is one thing, but character is more important. Lu Changsheng forcibly explained. Taiyuan and Li Changjai nodded in approval. This had been one of Mount Shu's founding principles. Let the disciple recruitment ceremony continue. After Lu Changsheng took his disciple, the recruitment ceremony proceeded, with more candidates being taken as disciples by Mount Shu elders, while those not favored by elders could only become outer sect disciples of Mount Shu. Should they make significant progress in their cultivation or contributions to Mount Shu, outer sect disciples could become inner sect disciples, or even elders. Apart from Xiao Xiangdao, several disciples with special physiques stood out and were taken as disciples by several senior elders. The strengths of special physiques varied, and even though these disciples' special physiques were more formidable than those of ordinary cultivators, they still couldn't compare to the eternal wilderness body or the spirit sword physique. This child was picked up from the battlefield by the naval commander of Liang country, and he also serves as a chess attendant for the third prince. Aside from his skill in chess, he usually seems rather slow-witted. Should he cause any offense in the future, I ask for your understanding, Taoist priest. King Z, you must cultivate diligently and not miss this opportunity for immortality. Before leaving, the Liang Kingdom's military general entrusted Lin King Z to Lu Changsheng. Xiao Xiangdao glanced at his follower, also not expecting that an orphan would be taken as a disciple by a Mount Shu elder. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng was just an ordinary elder of Mount Shu, not as prominent as Li Changjai. Otherwise, where would he, the third prince, place his face if his own retainer were to surpass him in cultivation? Xiao Xiangdao clenched his fists. With his aptitude, becoming a Mount Shu elder in the future was not difficult, and he would certainly not be surpassed by an orphan. Lu Changsheng paid no attention to Xiao Xiangdao's thoughts but turned to check the panel of his newly accepted disciple on the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. Lin King Z. Talents: Heart of the Innocent, Innate Spirit Vein, Wood Spirit Root. Cultivation: Foundation Establishment Realm, First Layer. Dao Bone, 15 years. Merits: 0. Mind Technique: none. Magic Treasure: none. Generosity Opportunities Today: 1/1. Blessing Opportunities Today: 1/1. Simulation Opportunities Today: 1/1. Chapter 4, Power Infusing Initiation. Qingyun Peak, shrouded in clouds and mist, was abundant with spiritual energy. Birds sang and flowers bloomed, and from time to time, immortal cranes soared high with rainbows hanging across the sky and the clear sound of streams flowing. The spiritual energy in Mount Shu was denser than in ordinary places. To call it a cave heaven-blessed land wouldn't be an exaggeration. Qingyun Peak was one of Mount Shu's peaks and also the cave abode of Lu Changsheng. This is Qingyun Peak. It has a formation that confines the spiritual energy, preventing it from leaking out of Mount Shu. From now on, this will be the place where you and I cultivate and reside. The cave abode at the peak is where I go into seclusion for meditation. Halfway up the mountain is reserved for the disciples to cultivate, and at the foot of the mountain is where the miscellaneous workers of Mount Shu reside. Currently, I only have you as a disciple, so you are the only one living halfway up the mountain. But in the future, you will have junior brothers and sisters. As the eldest senior brother, you must cultivate diligently to avoid being surpassed by your junior fellow disciples. Lu Changsheng, eager to try the return function of the disciple apprenticeship system, brought Lin King Z back to his own cave abode. Sit on this meditation cushion. Lu Changsheng pointed to a meditation cushion inside the cave abode. Once Lin King Z sat down, Lu Changsheng placed his palm on Lin King Z's head. Master, what are you going to do? Your cultivation level is too low. I'm going to transfer some of my cultivation to you. Relax your entire body. Lu Changsheng saw that Lin King Z's root bone was too poor and that his cultivation was only at the first layer of the foundation establishment realm. If Lin King Z were to cultivate step by step, who knows how long it would take to elevate his cultivation. Therefore, Lu Changsheng decided to directly consume his own cultivation to help Lin King Z advance in his realms. Master, you mustn't, this will consume your own cultivation. Lin King Z became anxious. He had heard that cultivators could improve their cultivation levels by undergoing a power-infusing initiation, but such a method greatly exhausts the cultivator who imparts the cultivation, often not worth the loss, and may even result in a fall in cultivation level. He had just become a disciple, and yet Lu Changsheng was willing to sacrifice his own cultivation to help him advance his levels. Such a master was too generous. Enough talk, remember, a master's order must not be disobeyed. Lu Changsheng began transferring cultivation, the spiritual energy from his palm poured into Lin King Z's heavenly spirit, then merged into his zodiac meridians, circulated and flowed, and finally settled in the Danshan, helping Lin King Z to establish his Danshan and solidify his foundation. Being at the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, a strand of spiritual energy was immensely overwhelming for Lin King Z, who was only at the 1st layer of the foundation establishment realm. Lin King Z clenched his teeth, his face flushed red, as the cultivation transferred by Lu Changsheng nearly burst him open. This was Lu Changshen's first time transferring cultivation to his disciple, and he hadn't grasped the right amount of spiritual energy to infuse, pouring just a tiny bit too much. But Lin King Z was notably stubborn. When Lu Changsheng told him to keep quiet, he restrained himself from speaking. Besides, Lin King Z was deeply moved by Lu Changshen's willingness to damage his own cultivation for him and dared not say more. Fortunately, Lin King Z had an innate spirit vein, allowing him to withstand more spiritual energy, otherwise, if he were immortal, he would have already exploded and died. 1 day's cultivation, 2 days cultivation, 3 days cultivation. Time trickled by, and Lin King Z's cultivation level was rapidly increasing. True to the innate spirit vein, Lin King Z's meridians quickly adapted to the spiritual energy transmitted by Lu Changsheng. So, Lu Changsheng continued to pour spiritual energy, a tiny bit more yet again. 48 days cultivation, 49 days cultivation, 50 days cultivation. Ugh! Lin King Z's forehead bulged with veins, and he let out a pained groan. Lu Changsheng had slightly overestimated the strength of his meridians. If this continued, he would explode. Stop! Realizing Lin King Z had reached his limit, Lu Changsheng quickly ended the power-infusing initiation. All in all, Lu Changsheng had poured 50 days of cultivation into Lin King Z. 50 days of Lu Changsheng's cultivation was a massive windfall for Lin King Z, who was at the foundation establishment realm. Ding! You've transmitted 50 days of heavenly cultivation to your disciple Lin King Z. Lin King Z actually received 10 days of heavenly cultivation. Lin King Z's current realm is the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm. After refining all the spiritual energy, he can be promoted to the 5th level of the foundation establishment realm. Before refining all the spiritual energy, you may not transmit power again or it will damage the meridians. Ding! You have received a 100-fold return reward for discipling, 1000 days of heavenly cultivation. Ding! The number of times you can transmit power today has decreased by 1. Becoming a mentor actually yields rewards. Lu Changshen's heart surged with excitement. The efficiency of power-infusing initiation wasn't high. Lu Changsheng spent 50 days of his cultivation, but Lin King Z only received 10 days. It was originally a losing deal, which is why so few cultivators are willing to perform the power-infusing initiation. However, Lu Changsheng had the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. By transmitting 50 days of cultivation, he could receive 1000 days as compensation, effectively saving nearly 3 years of cultivation time. Lu Changsheng felt a massive surge of pure spiritual energy suddenly emerge in his Danshan, and the nascent soul within his sea of consciousness grew in size, bringing him one step closer to opening his Dao Palace. Thump, thump, thump. Lin King Z kowtowed solemnly to Lu Changsheng, deeply moved. Disciple understands that the power-infusing initiation can damage master's cultivation. Your great kindness and virtue, King Z will never forget for all eternity. Please, Master, do not do this again. Not do this again? Lu Changsheng actually wished he could perform the power-infusing initiation for Lin King Z every day, to take advantage of the system's loophole. After you return and refine all the spiritual energy, come back to the cave dwelling to find me, and I will transmit power to you again. Lu Changsheng felt some regret. It will take Lin King Z some time to refine the spiritual energy he transmitted and solidify his foundation. During this period, he could not transmit power again, as it would be the equivalent of trying to help a shoot grow by pulling it upward. At this rate, Lin King Z will soon reach the Qi transformation realm. According to the introduction of the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator, every time a disciple advances to a higher major realm, a reward can be collected. The further you go, the more substantial the rewards become. Moreover, rewarding disciples with treasures, cultivation techniques, and elixir pills can also result in rewards, but the rewarded items must not exceed the disciple's current major realm. What? From what Master said, he will often perform power-infusing initiation for me. Lin King Z's eyes widened, and he became unable to think. In his memory, even the state preceptor of Liang Kingdom wouldn't sacrifice his own cultivation to enhance the realm of a prince, let alone do it frequently. This was practically tantamount to self-harm. Absolutely not, disciple must cultivate on his own and not drag Master down. Lin King Z was overwhelmed with gratitude and hurriedly refused. This disciple really was somewhat naive. Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes. If he didn't transmit power to you, how could he exploit the system's loophole? Master has his own considerations, you need not worry. Simply focus on your cultivation. Lu Changsheng couldn't wait to perform the power-infusing initiation multiple times. For Master's rebirth-like kindness, disciple is willing to go through fire and water for Master without hesitation. Lin King Z was utterly moved. In this world, was there a better master than this? Not even the bond between father and son could compare, right? This Takshuan skills cultivation technique is a profound rank high-quality technique, divided into 6 levels. It's the best technique that your current realm can practice. This is Master's reward to you. You must cultivate it well. Lu Changsheng flipped his palm, and a green scroll appeared in his hand. Profound rank high-quality cultivation technique. Lin King Z's hands trembled as he received the scroll. This single scroll alone could be exchanged for 10 cities in the secular kingdom, and yet Lu Changsheng had simply rewarded it to him. Master was really too good to him. Chapter 5, Rewarding the Disciple, Taking Wuji Technique. Ding! You have gifted your disciple Lin King Z with a high-grade profound rank cultivation technique and received an 80,000-fold reward, a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique taking Wuji technique. Ding! The number of times you can gift today has decreased by 1. Inside Lu Changsheng's daist robe, a scroll of a cultivation technique appeared. It was a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques are divided into 4 major ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Each rank is further divided into high-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade. The taking Wuji technique, being a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique, was 6 ranks higher than the high-grade profound rank technique Takshuan skills that Lu Changsheng had been cultivating before. Disciple is grateful for Master's profound kindness, but such a technique is invaluable, I dare not. Lin King Z held the scroll of the Takshuan skills, still somewhat hesitant. Take it, cultivate according to the technique, and if you encounter anything you don't understand, come back and seek guidance from your master. Lu Changsheng, eager to cultivate the taking Wuji technique and having used up all of today's gifting and power-infusing initiation opportunities, waved his hand to indicate that Lin King Z should go back and cultivate. With the taking Wuji technique in hand, Lu Changsheng truly didn't care about the Takshuan skills anymore. What is that rubbish to him? Seeing Lu Changsheng disdainfully toss the Takshuan skills to him, Lin King Z thought to himself, the depth of Mount Shu's foundation is truly unfathomable. A mere elder dismisses a high-grade profound rank technique as nothing. It seems my own experience is far too little. How embarrassing! Disciple will never forget Master's deep kindness and will cultivate diligently, aiming to enter the Qi transformation realm as soon as possible. Lin King Z respectfully put away the Takshuan skills, kowtowed again, and then left Lu Changsheng's cave dwelling to head to the mid-mountain area where disciples lived to cultivate. After Lin King Z had left, Lu Changsheng flipped his palm, and the scroll of the taking Wuji technique appeared. To know the white, yet hold to the black, is the model for the world. To be the model for the world, the constant virtue remains unerring, returning to the infinite. Muttering the mnemonic verse, Lu Changsheng followed the diagrams of the taking Wuji technique to circulate spiritual energy through his zodiac meridians. Lu Changsheng's nascent soul entered a wondrous state. All around was chaos, boundless and indistinct, with no up or down, left or right, nor directions of east, south, west, and north. Lu Changsheng's nascent soul practiced sword flight within the chaos, but he could never depart from it. Lu Changsheng reached out and faintly touched the laws of the universe, gaining a deeper understanding of the Dao. An undifferentiated mass of chaos was born before heaven and earth. Silent and vast, standing alone unchanged, circling endlessly. I do not know its name, and so I call it Dao. With a thunderous boom as if enlightenment was being poured into him, akin to the ringing of bells and gongs. Lu Changsheng's nascent soul returned to his sea of consciousness, his eyes flashing open, his daist robe soaked with sweat. The Dao existed before heaven and earth were born. Lu Changsheng was greatly shaken by the profound state of the taking Wuji technique. Just brushing against the edge of the Dao, his nascent soul realm was already struggling to bear it. According to the taking Wuji technique, the Dao existed before heaven and earth. Wu. Lu Changsheng exhaled a breath of stale air, then took a deep breath as nature's spiritual energy from around King Yin Peak rushed frantically towards him. The taking Wuji technique is actually so astonishing. Lu Changshen's inhalation and exhalation had become 10 times stronger than before, meaning his cultivation speed was now also 10 times faster. Such is the preciousness of a high-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique. Even with a foundation as robust as Mount Shu, heaven-rank techniques are limited and only available to the sect leader of Mount Shu or elders and disciples who have made significant contributions to the sect. Not to mention that the taking Wuji technique is among the elite of heaven-rank techniques. In this way, I'll soon be able to break through the nascent soul realm and step into the Dao Palace realm. Then I can join the core circle of Mount Shu. No, that's wrong, a cultivator should keep a low profile, stay low-key. Lu Changsheng was a cautious man, always striving to keep a low profile. This great continent is not as peaceful as one would imagine. From the sect leader to the disciples of Mount Shu, all adhere to the rules and uphold the righteous Dao, trustworthy indeed. But in Xia state, there are also 5 other orthodox sects and 4 demon sects. The 5 orthodox sects are dissatisfied with Mount Shu's position as the foremost, as Mount Shu's reputation is so great that many cultivators with exceptional talents choose to join them. Consequently, the number of cultivators that join the other 5 orthodox sects is naturally fewer. Therefore, the 5 orthodox sects subtly show a tendency to vie with Mount Shu for the status of the first orthodox sect. The 4 demon sects, even more, share a feud with the 6 orthodox sects so deep that each year sees the fall of disciples from both sides. Some elders of Mount Shu even meet their demise at the hands of the 4 demon sects. The number of demon sect elders who fell to the sword of the eldest senior brother, Li Changzhi, is countless. The 4 demon sects are quite wary of Mount Shu and even send disciples to infiltrate, attempting to probe the cultivation levels of the Mount Shu elders. To pretend weakness to hide one's strength is truly the superior way to survive. With the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator at my disposal, I can quietly improve my cultivation and live until I achieve sainthood. Lu Changsheng slightly sorted out his thoughts and then continued to practice the taking Wuji technique. The taking Wuji technique is divided into 9 levels. As the unnamed sage who created it described in the preface, reaching the 9th level is merely the beginning of comprehending the great Dao. This sage is indeed modest, truly a role model for our kind. After circulating the true Qi through the zodiac meridians 12 times, Lu Changsheng finally achieved comprehension of the first layer of the taking Wuji technique. However, starting from the second layer, it became even more arcane and difficult to understand. If the first layer of the taking Wuji technique is like basic addition and subtraction, then the second layer is calculus. Fortunately, I have the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. As long as I perform the power-infusing initiation, I can regain my cultivation and should swiftly come to fully grasp the essence of the second layer of the taking Wuji technique. What? 3 days have already passed. Lu Changsheng had only been guiding his true Qi through the taking Wuji technique within his body for 12 zodiac meridians, and upon counting, he realized 3 days had gone by. No wonder the ancients said that 7 days in the mountains are 1,000 years in the world. That means I can perform the power-infusing initiation for my disciple and reward them again. Lu Changsheng smiled slightly, looking forward to the feeling of exploiting the system's loopholes. Wait, I haven't used the function that simulates a disciple's life. Lu Changsheng discovered he had overlooked a feature of the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. The Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator can simulate a disciple's future to enable a master to better guide the disciple and alter the disciple's life. The reason it's a simulation is that such forecasts are not necessarily set in stone. Obviously, if Lu Changsheng does not intervene, the simulation might become reality. I wonder to what realm my disciple will eventually reach. Lu Changsheng cared quite a bit about his first recruited disciple, so he decided to use this function of the simulator. Ding! You have begun simulating your disciple Lin King Z's life. Ding! Number of simulations available to day 1. Simulation begins. At 15, Lin King Z became your disciple. Under your perfunctory guidance, he broke through to the Qi transformation realm in 1 month. Soon, the first line appeared. I performed the power-infusing initiation for him, and he broke through to the Qi transformation realm in a month. How can that be called perfunctory? Lu Changsheng could not help but murmur to himself, then continued to read further. At 16, Lin King Z, under your perfunctory guidance, broke through to the Golden Core realm within a year. Chapter 6, Simulating a Disciple's Life. At the age of 18, among the young disciples of the Shu Mountain sect embarking on their journey of cultivation experience, Lin King Z reached the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. At the age of 19, the Shu Mountain team that Lin King Z was part of completed their training mission, and on their way back to Mount Shu, they were ambushed by disciples of the demon sects. Most of the Shu Mountain disciples were killed, and Lin King Z revealed his true strength. After a bitter fight, he managed to rescue 2 Shu Mountain disciples. Subsequently, an elder of the demon sects arrived, tracking them by the scent of blood. Lin King Z was no match and died under the hands of the demon sect elder. Lin King Z, deceased. Simulation ends. Lu Changsheng saw that his chief disciple, only 19 years old, had been killed by a demon sect elder. The path of cultivation was indeed perilous. Although Lin King Z had the heart of the innocent, an innate spirit vein, and limitless potential, his chi destiny was not favorable, as he encountered a demon sect elder on his very first journey out. The elders of the 4 great demon sects were at least practitioners in the nascent soul realm, not to mention the old monsters in the Dao Palace realm. 19-year-old Lin King Z was only in the Golden Core realm, and he was definitely no match for a demon sect elder. Hold on, how did the demon sects know the route taken by the Shu Mountain disciples on their cultivation experience? And even had a demon sect elder make a move? Which one of the 4 great demon sects ambushed the Shu Mountain disciples, or did all 4 have a hand in it? Lu Changsheng knew that Mount Shu was always on guard against the 4 great demon sects. The first experiential task for every generation of Mount Shu disciples was kept secret. The disciples would disguise themselves as mortals or loose cultivators, dividing into several teams to undergo their training. Each team had at least an inner sect disciple with great accomplishment in the Golden Core realm, or even an elder in the nascent soul realm leading the team, with the training lasting 1 year. However, according to the simulator's results, the team Lin King Z was in was completely annihilated. A disciple with the heart of the innocent is a rare find. We can't let him die just like that. There are 3 methods to break this outcome. Firstly, raise Lin King Z's cultivation to the nascent soul realm within 4 years, by which time he might not fear a demon sect elder. Secondly, I could secretly protect the disciple. As soon as a demon sect elder appears, I would immediately strike to kill. Thirdly, inform the sect leader or my senior apprentice brother of this issue, either to cancel the training mission or to send an elder to secretly protect them. After a moment of thought, Lu Changsheng saw at least 3 solutions. The first solution was somewhat difficult. It was somewhat fanciful to expect a disciple with little foundation to reach the nascent soul realm within 4 years and match the combat capabilities of a demon sect elder. The third solution might arouse the suspicion of the sect leader and senior apprentice brother. In that case, it would be most straightforward for him to take action himself, and he might even unravel the mysteries behind this. 4 years was enough time for Lu Changsheng to step into the Dao Palace realm and advance further in the taking Wuji technique. As long as he didn't encounter the sect leaders of the 4 great demon sects or some old monsters, Lu Changsheng truly wasn't afraid of a typical demon sect elder. Thinking this, Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator could simulate the life of the disciple and help them avoid misfortune. Master, I have refined the spiritual energy, and now my cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The honest voice of Lin King Z sounded from outside the cave abode. As expected of one with an innate spirit vein, the speed of refining spiritual energy was extremely fast, very suitable for the method of power infusing initiation. If it were a mortal, not to mention they would explode and die during power infusing initiation, their speed of refining spiritual energy would also be far behind that of one with an innate spirit vein. The heart of the innocent, coupled with the innate spirit vein, meant that this disciple's potential was truly amazing. Come in. Yes. How is your practice of the Takshuan skills going? I am incompetent, Master, I have only cultivated the Takshuan skills to the 2nd level. It's already good that you've reached the 2nd level in 3 days. What? You've reached the 2nd level? Lu Changsheng was taken aback. His disciple looked somewhat simple-minded, but he was truly a cultivation prodigy. Very well, your master will transfer more power to you now. Lu Changsheng was very satisfied with this disciple, a fine choice for reaping benefits. This time, Lin King Z did not speak further, but quietly waited for Liu Changshen's power-infusing initiation. His master indeed kept no secrets from him, even transferring his cultivation to his disciple. Where else could one find such a master? After Lin King Z's cultivation level had improved, his danshan could accommodate more spiritual energy, so Liu Changsheng infused even more spiritual energy into him. Ooh! Lin King Z still felt discomfort, his face flushed red as his zodiac meridians were filled with the vast spiritual energy. The innate spirit vein was almost burst by the spiritual energy. Liu Changsheng noticed that Lin King Z had reached his limit, so he withdrew part of the spiritual energy, reducing the pressure on Lin King Z. With the experience from last time, the subsequent power-infusing initiation went smoothly. Ding! You have transferred 100 days of cultivation to your disciple Lin King Z. Lin King Z has actually gained 20 days of cultivation. Lin King Z's current realm is the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. After refining all the spiritual energy, he can be promoted to the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Ding! You have received a 200-fold return award for teaching your disciple, 4,000 days of cultivation. Ding! The number of power infusions you can perform today 1. Phew! Liu Changsheng stopped, elated in his heart. His danshan was now brimming with a majestic surge of spiritual energy, equivalent to suddenly gaining 10 years of cultivation. Liu Changshen's danshan was overflowing, ready to open up a Dao Palace and step into the Dao Palace realm. Disciple thanks Master for the power-infusing initiation. Lin King Z still harbored gratitude. In his view, Liu Changsheng had been sacrificing his own cultivation to help him improve every time. When you return, besides refining spiritual energy, you must continue to practice the Takshuan skills. Once the Takshuan skills are perfected, your master will teach you even more profound cultivation techniques. The Taking Wuji technique is a heaven-rank cultivation technique, and with Lin King Z's current realm, he cannot comprehend it. Teaching it to Lin King Z would also not yield a teaching reward. Disciple will keep this in mind. Here is a superior grade spiritual artifact called the Green Abyss Sword. Your master bestows it upon you for protection, and it shall be your first flying sword. With your realm, activating a superior grade spiritual artifact is already at the limit. With a thought from Liu Changsheng, a precious sword flew out from within the cave dwelling, clad in an ancient-looking greenwood sheath. Thank you, Master. Lin King Z had grown numb to this. His master never hid anything from him, not only providing power-infusing initiations but also giving him various treasures continuously. If he were to refuse his master's kindness, he would even be scolded by his master. Could this all be a dream? In 4 years, you will be facing a life-threatening challenge. You must train diligently to overcome it. Liu Changsheng, having simulated Lin King Z's life, foresaw Lin King Z's upcoming tribulation and thus warned him. Yes. Lin King Z's eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Liu Changsheng. His master could predict the future, and his power-infusing initiations were as simple as eating and drinking. Could it be that Liu Changsheng was already a saint? You may go and cultivate now. Disciple takes his leave. Ding! You have bestowed the superior grade spiritual artifact Green Abyss Sword to your disciple Lin King Z, and received a 1000-fold return award, a low-grade innate spirit treasure 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword. Ding! The number of rewards you can bestow today 1. Chapter 7. Innate Spirit Treasure. A precious sword emitting a piercing cold light appeared within Liu Changshen's cave dwelling, enveloped by ghastly thunder, exuding a terrifying pressure that made King Yun Peak tremble. The menial workers at the foot of King Yun Peak couldn't help but look towards the summit, where dark clouds gathered densely, casting a shadow over the city. The one who could cause such a disturbance at King Yun Peak could only be King Yun Peak's elder Liu. Indeed, an innate spirit treasure. Liu Changsheng held the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword. With a slight swing, lightning flashed and thunder roared, startling the entire King Yun Peak. Spiritual artifacts can be categorized into spiritual artifacts, acquired spirit treasures, innate spirit treasures, and immortal artifacts. Immortal artifacts are the treasures that uphold the 6 major orthodox sects and the 4 major demon sects. With their hundreds of thousands of years of heritage, they might possess only 1 or 2 immortal artifacts. The majority of Mount Shu disciples wield spiritual artifacts, while Mount Shu elders may have 1 or 2 acquired spirit treasures. But an innate spirit treasure? These are the magical treasures only possessed by the sect leader of Mount Shu or some of the old oddities of Mount Shu. Lu Changsheng had only casually tested the might of the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword. He hadn't even unleashed its sword chi, otherwise, King Yun Peak would have suffered greatly. King Yun Peak was Lu Changshen's cave dwelling. He certainly didn't want to harm the flowers and plants there with a trial of his sword. Besides, if the news of his acquiring an innate spirit treasure were to spread, he might attract the attention of the major demon sects. Lu Changsheng sheathed the sword, and the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword returned to calm. With this innate spirit treasure, Lu Changsheng believed he was virtually invincible in the nascent soul realm. With my current cultivation, I could step into the Dao Palace realm at any moment, but for the sake of cautious progression, I should continue to solidify my realm before opening the Dao Palace. The original owner of the body that Lu Changshen's soul had transmigrated into had perished from demonic possession during the opening of the Dao Palace. Lu Changsheng didn't wish to repeat the same mistake. The next day, Lu Changsheng summoned Lin King Z and rewarded him with a foundation establishment pill. This is a third-rank elixir, which can be used only in the foundation establishment realm. It helps cultivators solidify their foundation and slightly enhance their root bone, with a value that is worth a fortune. Ding! You have gifted your disciple Lin King Z with a third-rank elixir pill, obtaining a 500-fold return reward, a 6th-rank elixir soul-nourishing pill. Ding! Your gifting attempts for today have decreased by 1. The soul-nourishing pill can be used only in the nascent soul realm. It nourishes the soul, strengthens the nascent soul, and lowers the risks when breaking through to the Dao Palace realm. Lu Changsheng had lacked just this pill. With this superior elixir, he could now confidently start to open the Dao Palace. However, Lu Changsheng was so cautious it was infuriating, and he still didn't break through. In the following month, Lu Changsheng provided Lin King Z with power-infusing initiation 4 times, receiving 2,000 days, 1,500 days, 3,500 days, and 5,000 days of cultivation, respectively. In addition, every day Lu Changsheng would find a way to reward Lin King Z with treasures that were useful in the foundation establishment realm. Rewarding a first-rank elixir, Qi returning pill, in return he received a 4th-rank elixir Earth Spirit pill. Rewarding a first-rank elixir, Blood Qi pill, in return he received a 3rd-rank elixir Scarlet Blood pill. Rewarding a 3rd-rank elixir, Scarlet Blood pill, in return he received a 5th-rank elixir Scarlet Blood Consolidating Essence pill. Rewarding a high-quality spiritual artifact Soft Hedgehog armor, in return he received a high-quality acquired spirit treasure Tei Daist robe. Rewarding a high-quality spiritual artifact Quality Alchemy Furnace, in return he received a low-quality innate spirit treasure True Fire Alchemy Furnace. Rewarding an ordinary stone, in return he received a spirit stone. Rewarding a spirit stone, in return he received a 5th-rank refining material, the Sky Crystal Stone. Bestowed the profound rank mid-grade swordsmanship Soaring Cloud Sword Technique, and returned the earth rank superior swordsmanship Myriad Swords Return to Origin. Lu Changsheng tried bestowing Lin King Z with various items, from elixir pills to treasures, cultivation techniques, and even ordinary stones, in an attempt to exploit the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. When Lin King Z received the ordinary stone awarded by Lu Changsheng, he pondered seriously whether his master had some deeper intention. Unable to figure it out, he enshrined the stone and offered incense to it every day. Besides his daily exploitation of the system, Lu Changsheng practiced the Taking Wuji technique and the newly acquired Earth rank superior swordsmanship Myriad Swords Return to Origin, deepening his understanding of the Taking Wuji technique and the Sword Dao. On the mountainside of King Yun Peak, Lin King Z was meditating, meticulously circulating spiritual energy according to the Takshuan skills, breathing deeply and rhythmically. Occasionally, immortal deer, spirit birds, and spirit squirrels appeared around Lin King Z, feeling a closeness to his heart of the innocent and innate spirit vein. The spiritual energy of Mount Shu was richer than any other place in Xia State. Even if Lin King Z's talent was not high, he dedicated himself with single-minded focus, and with Lu Changsheng continuously performing power-infusing initiation, his cultivation progressed at a rapid pace. The third layer of the Takshuan skills. Lin King Z achieved a comprehensive understanding, practicing the Takshuan skills to the third layer, when suddenly the spiritual energy in his danshan started boiling. Just 1 month's time, and I'm about to step into the Qi transformation realm. Lin King Z had heard from his master that this was a sign of danshan expansion and the formation of a Qi Si. Lin King Z found his own cultivation progress hard to believe. In the Liang Kingdom where Lin King Z lived, masters of the Qi transformation realm were either esteemed military generals or widely respected loose cultivators in the martial world. However, merely 1 month after joining Mount Shu, Lin King Z was already making a sprint towards the Qi transformation realm. Since Lin King Z would face a tribulation in 4 years, Lu Changsheng did not teach casually during the apprenticeship and earnestly instructed Lin King Z on how to form a Qi Si during his breakthrough. Lin King Z's greatest advantage was his unwavering focus, committing all of Lu Changshen's instructions to memory. "I've done it." Following his master's instructions, Lin King Z broke through smoothly and formed his Qi Si, elevating his cultivation to the first level of the Qi transformation realm. Without any surprises, it was as if everything fell naturally into place. Inside Lu Changshen's cave dwelling, his divine sense swept over King Yun Peak and sensed his disciple Lin King Z's aura greatly increase, and the speed at which he absorbed nature's spiritual energy also sharply rose. Lu Changsheng revealed a look of satisfaction. Indeed, this disciple's potential was astonishing, like a rough jade. If it were not for Lu Changsheng discovering this disciple, Lin King Z might have simply vanished into the crowd. Only when there is a bull can there be a 1,000-mile horse. Ding! Your first disciple Lin King Z has advanced from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Qi Transformation realm. You receive a reward for your disciple's realm advancement. Since this is the first time the realm advance reward has been given, you receive a special constitution, innate Taoist body. Ding! The Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator is cleansing your marrow and transforming your physique. Lu Changshen's body grew hot, as all meridians and root bones underwent earth-shaking changes. Lu Changsheng didn't possess an eternal wilderness body like his senior fellow disciple Li Changjai, having only an ordinary physique, but now he had obtained the innate Taoist body. Although Lu Changsheng was still unaware of what exactly made the innate Taoist body special, judging solely by the name, it was definitely not simple. Lu Changsheng showed an expression of agony as the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator performed marrow cleansing and rebirth on him. The pain penetrated deep into his bones, and his sea of consciousness, nascent soul, Danshan, and Qi Si nearly collapsed. Previously, only Lu Changshen's spirit had undergone a transformation, but now his body was also reborn. What's happening to Master? Within the cave dwelling, Lin King Z noticed that Lu Changshen's aura was fluctuating erratically, and he couldn't help but worry. Chapter 8, Entering the Dao Palace Realm. Huff. After enduring the grueling process of marrow cleansing and rebirth for quite some time, Lu Changsheng finally managed to persevere. He emerged as if crawling out of a muddy pit, gasping for breath, with all the impurities within him expelled. The innate Taoist body contained not a speck of impurity and merged seamlessly with heaven and earth. Even without conscious breathing, the spiritual energy around him would flow into his innate Taoist body, making Lu Changshen's practice advance at an incredible pace. Following his rebirth, Lu Changsheng also gained a special physique. The second layer of the Taking Wuji technique, I've fully comprehended it. The cultivation technique that had once puzzled Lu Changsheng was now completely understood. This is the power of the innate Taoist body. This innate Taoist body might not be inferior to the Elder Brother's eternal wilderness body. Lu Changsheng was thrilled. The innate Taoist body rewarded by the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator was exceptionally suited for cultivating the way of immortality. With ease, Lu Changsheng comprehended the second layer of the Taking Wuji technique and began practicing the third layer. With the innate Taoist body, understanding came naturally to Lu Changsheng, who soon grasped the third and fourth layers of the Taking Wuji technique. It was at the fifth layer that Lu Changsheng encountered resistance. The fourth layer of the Taking Wuji technique would suffice even at the Dao Palace realm. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, his hearing and vision clearer than ever, and his divine sense stronger. The grass and trees of King Yun Peak were all within the reach of Lu Changshen's perception. The innate Taoist body, a special physique pre-existing the heaven and earth, was close to the Dao itself. With the innate Taoist body, coupled with the fourth layer of the Taking Wuji technique, the 9 heavens imperial thunder sword, and the myriad swords returned to origin swordsmanship, Lu Changsheng was invincible within his realm and could even battle beyond his tier. It's time to break through the nascent soul and step into the Dao Palace realm. Lu Changsheng solidified his foundations and, with the transformation of rebirth, was almost certain to break through the nascent soul realm. However, before the breakthrough, Lu Changsheng noticed his disciple, Lin King Z, standing outside the cave residence like a wooden stake, apparently having waited for a long time. King Z, you may come in now. Yes. How many days have you been waiting outside the cave residence? Master, your disciple has been waiting for 7 days and 7 nights. I was afraid something might happen to you, but also worried that entering the cave residence midway would cause you to go berserk. Truly the heart of the innocent. This disciple, although a bit naive, has a simple and pure nature with impeccable character. I need to retreat for some time and won't be able to perform the power-infusing initiation for you. Continue your practice on your own, and once I leave seclusion, I will transmit my cultivation to you. Yes. Lin King Z respectfully bowed and then left the cave residence. Lin King Z, brought onto the path of cultivation by Lu Changsheng, was already on the right track. Even without Lu Changshen's power-infusing initiation, Lin King Z's cultivation would continue to progress daily, but naturally, not as quickly as with Lu Changshen's initiation. Before making his breakthrough, Lu Changsheng took out a 6th grade elixir pill known as the Soul Nourishing Pill. This pill exuded astonishing spiritual energy. Even for the 6 orthodox sects and the 4 demon sects, a 6th grade elixir pill was a heavenly material and earthly treasure. Lu Changsheng consumed the Soul Nourishing Pill and began refining the medicinal power within his body. Boom! As the medicinal power entered his body, it surged into the sea of consciousness, causing upheaval. The golden nascent soul within the sea of consciousness absorbed the medicinal power, its aura grew immensely, and it visibly expanded and solidified. Lu Changsheng, while solidifying his realm in the nascent soul realm, took advantage of the nascent soul's growth and with great momentum, he opened the Dao Palace. Within the Qi Sea of the Denshin, a small world was created, as if carving out heaven and earth, a Dao Palace materialized faintly within. In the Dao Palace realm, one could create a small world within their body. The spiritual energy of King Yun Peak rushed wildly into the cave dwelling, pouring into Lu Changshen's body. To establish the Dao Palace realm, an immense amount of spiritual energy is needed, and Lu Changshen's Danshan swallowed it greedily like a whale, to the extent that the sea of clouds surrounding King Yun Peak turned into a huge vortex, with purple aura coming from the east, manifesting an extraordinary phenomenon of heaven and earth. Boom, rumble. Lu Changshen's Danshan Qi Sea underwent an earth-shattering transformation, with flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, and the turbulent Qi Sea was filled with rolling purple clouds. The Dao Palace realm simulates the initial evolution of heaven and earth, equivalent to opening up a small world of one's own. Although this small world was insignificant compared to the vast universe, being less than an ant, it was nonetheless a world of his own making. The Dao Palace realm is not on the same level as the nascent soul realm. Elders of the Dao Palace realm are the true pillars of Mount Shu, while those in the nascent soul realm are only considered ordinary elders. On the main peak of Mount Shu, the first senior brother Li Changjai was meditating when he suddenly sensed a great disturbance from King Yun Peak. It wasn't just King Yun Peak, the nature's spiritual energy from the surrounding peaks was also converging towards King Yun Peak. Sword, come! At the thought of Li Changjai, the long sword was unsheathed, and in the next moment, Li Changjai had arrived near King Yun Peak, witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon of heaven and earth there. Indeed, it is junior brother Lu breaking through to the Dao Palace realm. Junior brother Lu has cultivated for 250 years, stepping into the Dao Palace realm, that's indeed rapid progress. However, why is the disturbance caused by junior brother Lu's breakthrough so immense? Li Changjai was shocked by the disturbance Lu Changsheng caused during his breakthrough. Normally, when a Mount Shu elder made a breakthrough, it would at most consume the nature's spiritual energy of one peak, but Lu Changshen's breakthrough attracted the spiritual energy of the surrounding peaks as well. Even Li Changjai, who possessed the eternal wilderness body, did not cause such a disturbance when he broke through. What Li Changjai didn't know was that Lu Changsheng had solidified his foundation at the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, having accumulated a wealth of cultivation that burst forth upon breaking through, and with his innate Taoist body, the breakthrough inevitably caused an extraordinary phenomenon. As long as he successfully broke through the nascent soul realm, Lu Changsheng would be much stronger than other cultivators of the Dao Palace realm at the same level. If junior brother Lu successfully enters the Dao Palace realm, our Mount Shu will have another Dao Palace realm powerhouse, which is excellent news. Order someone to seal off the area around King Yun Peak, not letting anyone disturb junior brother Lu. I will protect him personally. Li Changjai, with Mount Shu in his heart, felt not the slightest bit of jealousy towards Lu Changsheng, who caused the extraordinary event, but instead felt reassured. With one more Dao Palace realm elder, Mount Shu's strength was further enhanced. Moreover, given the disturbance Lu Changsheng caused during his breakthrough, his future cultivation level might be beyond just the Dao Palace realm. Li Changjai, at the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, personally took on the role of protector. Unless the sect masters of the demon sects or some old monsters attacked, no one could disrupt Lu Changshen's breakthrough. It was unlikely that the sect masters of the 4 major demon sects would dare to attack King Yun Peak. This was Mount Shu after all. Lu Changsheng did not notice Li Changjai sealing off the mountainside as a protector, as he was fully focused on establishing his Dao Palace. Time flew by quickly, and before he realized it, 10 days had passed. The Dao Palace is formed. Lu Changsheng established his Dao Palace within his Danshan. After the tumultuous creation, the Dao Palace finally settled. Not only did he establish the Dao Palace, but his Danshan and Qi Si had both expanded by twofold. Lu Changshen's cultivation level rose to the 1st layer of the Dao Palace realm, and he was close to reaching the 2nd layer. Big senior brother. Lu Changsheng sensed that his senior brother Li Changjai was currently meditating on the flying sword, secretly providing protection for 10 days and nights, and couldn't help but feel moved. His senior brother's character was beyond reproach. Congratulations to junior brother Lu for stepping into the Dao Palace realm. Your current level of cultivation is now beyond even my clarity, said Li Changjai as he emerged after being discovered by Lu Changsheng. He looked again towards Lu Changsheng, who stood still like a chaotic expanse, making his level of cultivation difficult to perceive. Chapter 9. Assessment Tasks. With a solid foundation built up over time, I've finally made a breakthrough to the Dao Palace realm. Elder brother, you flatter me. Now that you've reached the Dao Palace realm, according to our Mount Shu's rules, as long as you complete the Dao Palace realm assessment, Dao Palace realm elders can receive even more resources necessary for their cultivation every month. Please elaborate, elder brother. Lu Changsheng knew that Mount Shu elders who reached the Dao Palace realm needed to pass an assessment. By passing the assessment, as a Dao Palace realm elder, one could obtain more cultivation resources from Mount Shu every month. Indeed, it was survival of the fittest. Even in a world of cultivation, resources were limited, and the strong were entitled to more because Dao Palace realm elders could make greater contributions to Mount Shu and protect the sect for a longer time compared to nascent soul realm elders. The assessment task for the elder should have been announced by sect leader Taiyuan, but since Taiyuan was in seclusion, it was instead assigned by elder brother Li Changjai. You have cultivated at Mount Shu for 100 years without experiencing the secular world. To stay behind closed doors can lead to deviation. It would be good to use this assessment as an opportunity to gain some experience. Do you know about Huang State? Huang State is located to the far south, with 1,000,000 great mountains, all dense forests and wild tribal lands. The territories of the Huang tribe and demon race crisscross there, its size not inferior to our Xia State. Exactly. 50 years ago, there was turmoil in Huang State. The Huang tribe and demon race were in constant conflict, which could potentially extend to our Xia State. Do you know about Liang Kingdom? Are you referring to the Liang Kingdom in the southern part of Xia State? Liang Kingdom is one of the top 10 populous vassal countries in Xia State, bordering Huang State, and is also within the sphere of influence of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, one of the 6 orthodox sects. Recently, a branch set up by the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion on the border of Huang State was attacked. 3 nascent soul realm elders and several hundred disciples, none survived. Since it is within the territory of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, the matter should be resolved by them. Lu Changsheng was secretly shocked. The Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, one of the 6 orthodox sects, although not as profound in heritage as Mount Shu, had existed for 200,000 years. And yet, someone dared to massacre one of their branches? That's the rationale, but the turmoil in Huang State affects not just the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Therefore, they requested that Mount Shu dispatch an elder to join their elders and investigate the matter on the borders of Huang State. This is both the wish of the Fairy Pavilion Master and my own. Elder brother is truly the disciple that the sect leader values most, with such foresight. So you intend for me to go there? That's right, it's an excellent opportunity for you to gain experience now that you've reached the Dao Palace realm. Inquiry Immortal Pavilion will send 3 Dao Palace realm elders, with Elder Kumyu leading the team. If I remember correctly, his cultivation is around the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm. This shows how seriously Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is taking this matter. With the 4th level Dao Palace realm Elder Kumyu leading the team, and with you joining them, totaling 4 Dao Palace realm elders, it should not be too dangerous. Of course, caution is paramount when traveling. Li Changjai briefly explained the content of the assessment task. Lu Changsheng understood that the main effort to resolve the issue would come from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. As for his own role, it was akin to that of an observer. As Xia State's foremost orthodox sect, Mount Shu had to guard against potential threats. A 4th-level Dao Palace Realm expert leading the team should prevent any mishaps, right? After Mount Shu's disciple induction ceremony, Lu Changsheng had not yet found another suitable disciple. This journey could be an opportunity to scout for a potential disciple. Lu Changsheng had the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator, which could automatically search for suitable disciples nearby, saving him the trouble. Then when do we depart? Within 10 days, rush to Zhennan Pass in Liang Kingdom. Understood. After returning, report to me the occurrences on the borders of Huang State, and you will have completed your assessment. After assigning the assessment task, Li Changjai left through sword flight. With the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator in hand, Lu Changsheng truly wasn't concerned about the monthly stipend provided by Mount Shu. Nevertheless, completing the sect's missions could accumulate points to exchange for rare treasures, cultivation techniques, and elixir pills in the treasure pavilion. Moreover, Lu Changsheng descended the mountain once to see if there were any naturally gifted individuals he could take on as disciples. Before leaving, Lu Changsheng did not forget to fleece the system once more. Lu Changsheng summoned his disciple Lin King Z and continued the power-infusing initiation. This time, Lu Changsheng expended 300 days of heavenly cultivation, Lin King Z actually gained 60 days of cultivation, and Lu Changsheng received an 80-fold reward, returning 4,800 days of heavenly cultivation. Lu Changsheng felt that the spiritual energy within his danshan had increased by a fair amount, and his Dao Palace became more stable. This third-grade elixir pill, Soul Returning Pill, can consolidate your Dao heart after your soul has been attacked. I award it to you to save your life, he said. Lu Changsheng took out a third-grade elixir pill. Thank you, Master. In these past days, Lin King Z had been given various magical treasures, elixir pills, and cultivation techniques by Lu Changsheng to the point of becoming numb to it. If he did not accept the rewards, Lu Changsheng would be furious. In Lin King Z's eyes, his master was undoubtedly a strange person. Ding, you have awarded your disciple Lin King Z a third-grade elixir pill and obtained a 10,000-fold return reward from the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator, a 7th-grade elixir pill 9 Nether Soul Gathering Pill. Ding, the number of rewards you can give to day 1. A 7th-grade elixir pill. Lu Changsheng was also startled by the return from the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator this time. This time, he had actually triggered a 10,000-fold reward, returning a 7th-grade elixir pill. A 7th-grade elixir pill, even in Mount Shu, was a rare treasure. The 9 Nether Soul Gathering Pill, even for cultivators at the Dao Palace Realm, if their souls were attacked and weren't completely scattered, could restore their soul upon consuming it. I need to go down the mountain in the coming days, meanwhile, you refine the spiritual energy I have transferred to you, he instructed. Your disciple will cultivate with diligence. Lin King Z knew that Lu Changsheng did not want to elaborate, so he did not ask more and took serious effort in cultivation as the best way to repay his master. Having bid his farewell, Lu Changsheng, with the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword on his back and dressed in the Tei Daist robe, prepared to descend the mountain. Even though this mission seemed easy, for the sake of caution, Lu Changsheng still brought along various magical treasures and elixir pills. The matter of Huang State, which attracted the attention of both Shu Mountain Sect and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, 2 of the orthodox sects, and required 4 Dao Palace Realm experts to investigate the truth, was certainly not so simple. A man drifting in the rivers and lakes cannot avoid getting slashed. Lu Changsheng understood this truth, which applied in any world without exception. Xia State was vast and boundless, but with Lu Changsheng's cultivation level, sword flight would only require a few days to arrive at Liang Kingdom. Mount Shu was located in the central part of Xia State, while Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was in the southern part, and Liang Kingdom was within the sphere of influence of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. The original owner of the body that Lu Changsheng now possessed had cultivated for a total of 250 years, mostly spent in Mount Shu, so his memories of the world outside Mount Shu were limited. On this trip down the mountain, Lu Changsheng took the opportunity to connect with cultivators outside of Mount Shu. With some luck, perhaps he could take on 1 or 2 more exceptional disciples. Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, among the 6 major orthodox sects, ranks 5th in strength. The pavilion master visited Mount Shu 1,500 years ago and was defeated in 3 bouts against the Taiyuan True Immortal. Chapter 10, when bootlickers reign. Lu Changsheng summoned his precious sword and took to sword flight, his daoist robe fluttering fiercely. His flying sword tore through the sea of clouds like a streak of flowing light, spanning 10,000 miles in a day. Even so, by the time Lu Changsheng rushed to Liang Kingdom's Zhennan Pass, a full 5 days had passed. Zhennan Pass of the Liang Kingdom was one of the border defenses between Xia State and Huang State, guarded by 300,000 soldiers to prevent the tribes of Huang State from invading the Liang Kingdom. Suddenly, a tall and straight figure descended from the sky and landed on the battle-scarred walls of Zhennan Pass. This figure resembled an unsheathed longsword, commanding attention to the point where it was difficult for others to look directly at him. "Who are you?" The surrounding soldiers of the Liang Kingdom, brandishing swords and spears, surrounded Lu Changsheng, tense and on high alert. Lu Changsheng, capable of sword flight, had at least reached the Qi transformation realm. The ordinary commanders of the Liang Kingdom were also only in the Qi transformation realm themselves. With a flip of his hand, Lu Changsheng revealed a token made of metal inscribed with the ancient seal characters for Mount Shu. "I am an envoy from Mount Shu. Where are the people from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion?" "So it's an immortal from Mount Shu. Hurry and report to the Zhennan General and the immortals of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion." "Please wait a moment, Mount Shu Immortal." Seeing the Mount Shu token, the surrounding Liang Kingdom soldiers unanimously cast envious glances at Lu Changsheng. Mount Shu is the foremost of the orthodox sects in Xia State, its lineage stretching over hundreds of thousands of years, and the ancestral master of Mount Shu is a legendary figure. In their eyes, Lu Changsheng, with his immortal-like presence and Dao bone, was undoubtedly an immortal himself. "I am Yun Tianese, the defender of Zhennan Pass, and I respectfully welcome the Elder of Mount Shu." "Elder, please follow me, the elders from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion have been waiting for you for a long time." The Zhennan Pass defender was a loose cultivator who had reached the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm. To mortals, he was unfathomably profound, but at Mount Shu, his cultivation wouldn't even compare to the most junior elder. As for the Dao Palace realm elders of Mount Shu, they might well be figures he would look up to for a lifetime. Lu Changsheng followed the Zhennan Pass defender into the fortress city and entered a resplendent mansion. The Inquiry Immortal Pavilion party had been waiting there for a long time, about more than 20 people in total. The one leading them was an old man who looked withered and frail, leaning on a walking stick. Despite his decrepit appearance, Lu Changsheng dared not underestimate him. Elder Ku Mu, a previous generation elder of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, had cultivated for 800 years, and the last time he made a move, he displayed the cultivation of the 4th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Aside from Elder Ku Mu, there were also 2 other elders of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, one male and one female, both carrying long swords. The man was fairly handsome with a distinguished air about him, the only issue was his fawning and ingratiating gaze towards the other female Dao Palace realm cultivator. "A sycophant." Lu Changsheng inwardly sighed. It seems even in a world of cultivation, sycophants are prevalent. Indeed, people are all about appearances. Lu Changsheng's gaze then shifted to the female Dao Palace realm cultivator of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, and he was momentarily startled. This woman, dressed in white, had a beauty that outshined the snow, a jade-like stature, and hair that fell to her waist, with brows that framed her face like distant mountains and eyes as clear and lustrous as autumn waters. Even with all the female celebrities Lu Changsheng had seen in his past life, not one could compare to her by even a fraction. Just in terms of aura, there was quite a shortfall. Standing there without moving a muscle, the spiritual energy of nature naturally converged into her body, making her appear like a fairy, transcending the mundane world. No wonder the male elder of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion had become a sycophant. However, Lu Changsheng had an innate Taoist body, which allowed him to easily suppress his emotions. He was merely awestruck for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. Just a fleeting instance and Lu Changsheng's expression was calm. "My name is Lu Changsheng, a disciple of the Taiyuan True Immortal. Following the command of my eldest senior brother, I have come to assist all of you." The female Dao Palace realm cultivator of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was instead slightly startled. It was the first time a male cultivator had seen her and managed to maintain a blank expression on his face. The man before her was no ordinary person. This was her intuition. The young elder of the Dao Palace realm from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion frowned. "Lu Changsheng? If I recall correctly, he was the last direct disciple recruited by ancestral master Taiyuan, who entered the nascent soul realm just a century ago." Could it be that you have not yet reached the Dao Palace realm? This mission is no trivial matter, do not hold us back. It seemed that the senior brother had not yet informed the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion about his breakthrough to the Dao Palace realm. Or was it that the senior brother deliberately concealed his cultivation? After all, the less the other party knew about one's own capabilities, the safer one was. Being in Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was not like being in Mount Shu. Lu Changsheng might not fully trust the former. Thinking this, Lu Changsheng purposefully sighed, alas, my cultivation is not profound. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and now my cultivation is merely at the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm. The sycophantic elder of the Dao Palace realm revealed an expression as if to say, so it is, once we enter Huang state, you can just act together with our disciples. Luo Feng, do not be rude. Li Changjai has arranged for Elder Lu to assist us, and there must be a deep meaning behind it, retorted Elder Ku Mu, scolding the sycophantic Dao Palace realm elder. Li Changjai's reputation was renowned across the 6 orthodox sects and 4 demon sects among the young generation of elders. Having cultivated for 500 years, Li Changjai had already reached the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, while Elder Ku Mu, despite 800 years of cultivation, was only at the 4th layer, uncertain whether he would be able to make it to the 5th layer in his remaining years. Elder Ku Mu almost worshipped Li Changjai, who was younger yet more advanced in cultivation, convinced that someone sent by him could not be wrong. Humph, after 250 years of cultivation I'm only at the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, perhaps destined to be stuck there for life. At this age, I had already entered the Dao Palace realm. It seems that Mount Shu is nothing special after all, Luo Feng said dismissively, trying to belittle Lu Changsheng and highlight his own talent to catch the attention of a female elder of the Dao Palace realm. Pathetic, a sycophant, ends up with nothing despite all the funning. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself inwardly, completely ignoring Luo Feng. He had seen many such people before. Elder Ku Mu coughed lightly, these two are elders of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion and also 2 disciples of our pavilion master, Luo Feng and Xiaoning Xu. Humph. Luo Feng crossed his arms and snorted coldly. The Dao Palace realm elder named Xiaoning Xu, however, nodded in acknowledgement. Inquiry Immortal Pavilion sent an elder of the 4th layer of the Dao Palace realm and 2 direct disciples of the pavilion master. Lu Changsheng looked over the people present. In addition to the 3 Dao Palace realm powerhouses, there were more than 20 elders or intersect disciples from the nascent soul and golden core realms. With the cultivation levels of these 20-some people, the group was almost like a nation-destroying squad. The fact that Inquiry Immortal Pavilion dispatched such a lineup to the borderlands of Huang State suggested that the issue was probably far from simple. Ding, the system is searching for suitable candidates to become your disciples. One has been found. As Lu Changsheng pondered, the cold voice of the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator echoed within his sea of consciousness. Oh? Is there a suitable candidate for a disciple nearby? Lu Changsheng was taken aback once again. He had not expected to come across a suitable disciple so soon after leaving Mount Shu. Ding, the disciple candidate the system has identified is named Xiaoning Xu. Lu Changsheng was stunned. This wasn't right, was she not a direct disciple of the Fairy Pavilion Master? Was he supposed to poach from another institution? Lu Changsheng looked towards Xiaoning Xu, and as the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator in his sea of consciousness burst into dazzling golden light, he could see that her aptitude was not inferior to his senior brother's. But how was he to take such a person as his disciple? Chapter 11, I have something on my mind, but I'm not sure if I should speak of it. Xiaoning Xu's information appeared in the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. Xiaoning Xu. Talent, Lingwei Holy Body, Innate Spiritual Vein, Water Spirit Root, Turn Misfortune into Fortune, Virtuous Wife and Good Mother. Cultivation, 1st layer of Dao Palace Realm. Dao Bone, 20 years. Dao Bone of 20 years. The system can't be broken, can it? Lu Changsheng, seeing that Xiaoning Xu only had a Dao Bone of 20 years but her cultivation was at the 1st layer of the Dao Palace Realm, feared that there had been an error with the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. If the information displayed by the system was indeed true, then Xiaoning Xu's aptitude was terrifying. A 20-year-old at the Dao Palace Realm was even more incredible than Li Changjai. She had a never-before-heard Lingwei Holy Body and the life pattern of turn misfortune into fortune, undoubtedly a cultivation genius that appears once in 10,000 years. No wonder the system suggested that he should take Xiaoning Xu as his disciple. It was only that Xiaoning Xu was a direct disciple of the Fairy Pavilion Master. Let alone whether Xianingsu would consent. If he succeeded in making her his disciple, the fairy pavilion master herself might come after him with a sword. As for the life pattern of virtuous wife and good mother, he didn't know what effect it could possibly have on cultivation. Fairy Xia, I have a matter I am unsure whether to mention. Lu Changsheng didn't hold out much hope, but to miss such a cultivation prodigy was regretful to his Dao heart. Please speak. Xianingsu was somewhat puzzled. What did this elder from the Shu mountain sect want to do? I wonder if Fairy Xia would condescend to become a disciple under me. Lu Changsheng still took the plunge and asked shamelessly. Ha! Xianingsu was stunned. Had she heard wrong? A nascent soul realm cultivator like Lu Changsheng wanted to take her as his disciple? Not just Xianingsu, but Elder Kumyu, Luo Feng and the others were also open-mouthed with astonishment. If it had been Taiyuan of Mount Shu coming to the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion to poach disciples, that would have been one thing, but a common elder from Mount Shu wanting to take a fairy pavilion elder as his disciple? Moreover, Xianingsu's position in the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was far more important than that of most elders. Elder Lu is quite humorous, unfortunately, I already have a master. Xianingsu, indeed a direct disciple from a major sect, did not reject him outright but gave Lu Changsheng an out. Truly regrettable. Lu Changsheng was serious. If he weren't afraid of offending the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Lu Changsheng would have found a way to make Xianingsu acknowledge him as her master. The Disciple Apprenticeship system was perfect in every way, except that when it automatically searched for disciple candidates, it never considered the backgrounds of those it selected. Lu, let's not joke about such things, this matter is urgent, and we should quickly proceed to the great wilderness frontier to investigate. Elder Kumyu too treated Lu Changsheng as if he were joking, not taking it seriously. Over 24 streaks of light set out from Zhennan Pass, flying towards the southern mountains. Why did the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion establish a branch in Huang State? What was their objective? It's simple, one reason is to keep an eye on the movements within Huang State, the other is to recruit tribespeople from the Huang tribe with better aptitude. We suspect that the demon race perpetrated a bloodbath upon our branch. The demon race of Huang State might not necessarily be weaker than your Mount Shu. We must be extremely cautious on this journey. Elder Kumyu's face grew solemn as he spoke about this matter. Lu Changsheng had indeed learned from the archives of Mount Shu that the so-called Huang tribe were descendants from ancient times, scattered about the mountains of Huang State. Though members of the Huang tribe belonged to the human race, they had always lived in a tribal manner. Because they were descendants from ancient times and were few in number, yet physically robust, the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion occasionally recruited disciples from the Huang tribe to strengthen their sect. Huang State was named after the Huang tribe. To the south of Zhennan Pass lay endless mountains. Lu Changsheng and his group traveled by sword flight for 2 days before finally arriving at the branch of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion here. The branch was established in a Huang tribe village, which was left in ruins when Lu Changsheng and his group arrived. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, broken stone houses, dried riverbeds of blood, and stone axes covered in cracks could all be seen. Indeed, it was the work of the demon race. Xianingsu looked at the huge claw print below, a trace left by a great demon during battle. The scent of the demon race still lingered in the valley where the Huang tribe resided. It's not just the demon race, but also remnants of the demon sect's presence. Elder Kumyu's expression grew even grimmer as he detected the traces of the demon sects. Lu Changshen's expression also became increasingly serious. In Xia State, although the 6 major sects of the righteous Dao competed, they joined forces to suppress the 4 demon sects, with the Dao always triumphing by a measure over the demons. But if the 4 demon sects collaborated with the demon race of Huang State, it would disrupt the balance. The waters are deep indeed. No wonder the eldest senior brother is so concerned about the events unfolding here. Split up and search, see if there are any survivors. Yes. The group from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion dispersed in different directions, looking for survivors. 4 powerhouses of Dao Palace realm stood on their flying swords above the Huang tribe's village. It's very likely that none have survived. Did the demon race aim to annihilate this Huang tribe and incidentally destroy our branch, or did they come specifically for our branch? Luo Feng's face was ugly. That is exactly what I'm worried about. We can only glimpse the truth if we find survivors. Elder Kumyu's face was as wrinkled as tree bark, filled with concern. Xianingsu's brows were slightly furrowed, and she stayed silent. The tens of thousands in the Huang tribe, wiped out in a single night. Elders, we haven't found anyone over here. Neither have we. Ah! A scream came from several Inquiry Immortal Pavilion disciples responsible for searching the nearby woods. Lu Changsheng, Elder Mu, Luofeng, and Xianingsu all immediately turned their gaze to the south, where a beast's claw, 100 zhang wide, appeared, striking at an Inquiry Immortal Pavilion disciple from the Golden Core Realm. The Golden Core Realm disciple attempted sword flight to escape the range of the beast's claw attack. Elders, save me! Boom! The merciless beast's claw struck down, slamming the Golden Core Realm disciple to the ground, erasing him with a single swipe. The earth shook, and dust and stones flew around. We're ambushed, this is bad. Lu Changsheng immediately held his breath and focused, concentrating all of his attention. This assessment mission was fraught with extreme danger. Ha ha ha, we didn't find that one person, but instead, you came to us. Since you're here, we'll take you down as well. Around the valley, hundreds of figures appeared, led by a man with a scar from a sword on his face, dressed in black sword attire, and radiating fierceness. Over 20 people from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion were terrified as they looked around, realizing they were completely surrounded by demon sect disciples. Evil Sword, an elder of the Reincarnation Hall, is at the same level as I am in the Dao Palace realm. I will hold him off while you lead the team and break through the siege. Elder Mu secretly messaged Lu Changsheng, Luofeng, and Xianingsu. Then what will you do, Elder? I'll find a way to escape when the time comes, but you absolutely cannot die here, or else I cannot explain it to the Pavilion Master. Elder Mu was resolute, determined to save the disciple most valued by the Pavilion Master no matter what. Mu, you have 2 Dao Palace Realm helpers there, and I also have 2 Dao Palace Realm elders here, but I've also called upon the demon race's Black Tiger Daoist. Today, you will all be buried here. Ha 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 ha. Evil Sword laughed wildly. 4 Dao Palace Realm cultivators and hundreds of demon sect disciples were facing the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's team of only 3 Dao Palace Realm cultivators, a nearly certain victory. Lu realized that Evil Sword seemed to have forgotten to count him, another cultivator of the Dao Palace Realm. Chapter 12. Black Tiger Daoist. A great demon with a tiger's head and a human body appeared beside the Evil Sword, coldly scanning the group from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Evil Sword, you deal with Mu. I'll take care of the others. No problem. The Evil Sword stretched out his hand, and the huge sword behind him flew out, landing in his hand as he cruelly licked the blade, his eyes bloodshot. In his eyes, Lu Changsheng and his party were already corpses. Black Tiger Daoist, a great demon of the 4th layer of Dao Palace from Huang State, often devours humans of the Huang tribe, and is naturally brutal and bloodthirsty. This is not good. Having lived for 800 years, Elder Mu was experienced and knowledgeable, and he also had an understanding of the loose cultivators from Huang State. Elder Mu could hold off Elder Evil Sword from the Reincarnation Hall, but he was completely unable to manage Black Tiger Daoist. Therefore, Elder Mu secretly transmitted a message, telling Lu Changsheng, Xianingsu, Luofeng, and others to find a way to escape. Attack! Several hundred disciples of the demon sects, armed with various weapons, attacked Lu Changsheng and his group from all directions. Follow me and break through the siege. Xianingsu drew a snow-white longsword, its sword chi sweeping across and slaying several demon sect disciples as she led the charge to break out. You heretics and evildoers, you're seeking your own death. Heaven-burning sword. Luofeng summoned a precious sword, which whipped up roaring flames. The demon sect disciples caught in the fiery sword chi did not even have the chance to scream before being turned to ash. Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is one of the 6 major righteous Dao, and its Dao Palace Realm elders are by no means ordinary. However, 2 elders of the Dao Palace Realm from the Reincarnation Hall made their move. The sound of chains swinging could be heard, and the sickle at the end of the chain slashed through the air towards Xianingsu. Xianingsu used her long sword to strike the sickle, but the long sword was entangled by the chain, and the sickle still flew towards Xianingsu. Break! Xianingsu slapped with her left palm, blasting the sickle that was slicing through the air. Break again! With her right hand wielding the sword, Xianingsu's sharp sword chi cut through the chain. An acquired spirit treasure of high quality. The Reincarnation Hall elder who attacked Xianingsu was greatly surprised. Xianingsu's long sword was exceptionally sharp, having cut through his chain and sickle with sword chi. One sword of frosty cold. Xianingsu swung out a cold ice sword chi that stretched over dozens of yards, turning the air to ice wherever it passed. The Reincarnation Hall Elder couldn't dodge in time and had an arm severed by Xiaoningsu's sword qi. The wound was frostbitten, and the Reincarnation Hall Elder showed an agonized and ferocious expression. He, too, was of the first layer of Dao Palace, but Xiaoningsu, born with the Lingwei holy body and innate spiritual vein, and possessing a high-quality acquired spirit treasure, completely overwhelmed the Reincarnation Hall Elder. Within reach, ends of the earth. Xiaoningsu took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Reincarnation Hall Elder, slaying him with one sword strike. While stealthily dealing with the demon sect disciples, Lu Changsheng was secretly astounded. Xiaoningsu was clearly not an ordinary Elder of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Useless trash! The muffled voice of Black Tiger Daoist rang out as a giant beast paw materialized, striking towards Xiaoningsu. Ice Sword Domain. The air around Xiaoningsu solidified into ice, with ice blades forming sword qi in front of her. Crack! The beast paw shattered the ice sword qi and struck Xiaoningsu. Puh! Xiaoningsu was injured by a blow from Black Tiger Daoist, spitting out blood, her complexion pale. Although she was nearly invincible in the same realm, Black Tiger Daoist was a fourth-layer Dao Palace Great Demon, 3 realms higher than her. Black Tiger Daoist, by colluding with the Reincarnation Hall, aren't you afraid of the 6 major righteous Dao? Xiaoningsu's expression remained frosty. The more dangerous the situation, the more she needed to stay rational. The 6 major righteous Dao mean shit. One day I will attack Mount Shu and devour 100,000 disciples. Die! Black Tiger Daoist mercilessly struck down, his beast paw lashing out again. Xiaoningsu stepped on her flying sword, trying to dodge the beast's claw. But as the beast's claw grew with the wind, it became like a small mountain, still slapping down fiercely. Pfft! Xiaoningsu spat out blood again, her face devoid of color. The gap between their 3 realms made it difficult for Xiaoningsu to bridge the chasm. Junior sister. Luo Feng was locked in fierce combat with another Reincarnation Hall Elder and saw Xiaoningsu about to be annihilated by Black Tiger Daoist, his anxiety burning like fire. But both he and the Reincarnation Hall Elder were of the 2nd layer of Dao Palace realm and evenly matched in their deadly fight, unable to spare any effort to assist. Die! Black Tiger Daoist continuously struck out with his claws, covering the sky and earth as they smacked down, shaking the ground. Xiaoningsu appeared slightly disheveled, with no choice but to dodge with her sword. Ah! Another disciple from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was killed and fell from the sky. The more than 20 people from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, under the siege of the demon sects, were quickly reduced to just over 10. Lu Changsheng activated the Taking Wuji technique, wielding the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword, battling alone against 3 nascent soul realm elders of the Reincarnation Hall without falling at a disadvantage. Swinging the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword, the sword moved with the power of wind and thunder, annihilating 2 Reincarnation Hall elders. In the intelligence from the Reincarnation Hall, Lu Changsheng was an elder of the nascent soul realm from Mount Shu, but in reality, he had already reached the Dao Palace realm. The Reincarnation Hall, having messed up the intelligence, suffered a great loss, and Lu Changsheng grew stronger as the battle raged, slaying another 7 or 8 Reincarnation Hall disciples. The most troublesome is Black Tiger Daoist. Even if I kill all the demon sect's disciples, if Xiaoningsu is killed by Black Tiger Daoist, I will also face disaster. Lu Changsheng steeled his heart and attacked Black Tiger Daoist from behind with his sword. Humph! A mere nascent soul realm Taoist dares to ambush me. Black Tiger Daoist sensed the sword qi approaching from behind and turned around to casually strike with his palm. Myriad swords returned to origin. Lu Changsheng frantically activated the Taking Wuji technique, and a vast outpour of spiritual energy surged from his danshan. In midair, over 10,000 spirit swords formed from condensed spiritual energy aimed at Black Tiger Daoist. In that moment, Lu Changsheng no longer concealed his strength but used his full power. What? You are in the Dao Palace realm. Black Tiger Daoist was caught off guard, and because he miscalculated, he used too little power to block Lu Changsheng's palm. Black Tiger Daoist's palm force only obliterated 3,000 spirit swords, with 7,000 more bombarding him. Boom, boom, boom. Black Tiger Daoist, unprepared, was repeatedly struck by the spirit swords, finding himself in a very awkward position. Let's go. Lu Changsheng knew that by launching a surprise attack, he might be able to severely injure Black Tiger Daoist, but the idea of killing him across 3 realms was far too difficult. Xiaoningsu's expression showed shock. Lu Changsheng was also of the Dao Palace realm, whereas she had until then endured Luofeng's taunts. The group from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion fought as they retreated, and under the leadership of 3 Dao Palace Realm individuals, they broke through the encirclement. You dare injure me, unforgivable! Black Tiger Heart Devouring. Black Tiger Daoist, furious, sent a surge of black mist towards the group from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Not good, he's targeting our souls. Leave, I'll block it. The Dao follows nature. Xianingshu stood behind everyone, forcefully enduring Black Tiger Daoist's attack. The moment the black mist hit her, Xianingshu's soul felt as though it had been struck hard, and her eyes became lifeless. Struck by my Black Tiger Heart Devouring technique, in no time, your soul will be torn apart. Black Tiger Daoist was very confident in his technique. He had used this move to exterminate countless exceptional beings. Take this elixir pill. Lu Changsheng, unable to escape Black Tiger Daoist's pursuit alone, decisively took out a rank 7-9 nether soul gathering pill and fed it to Xianingshu. Xianingshu's soul began to reconvene, her eyes once again brightening. She miraculously survived, feeling it almost unbelievable. Black Tiger Daoist expended a vast amount of spiritual energy to perform his unique Dao technique, yet Xianingshu was easily rescued by Lu Changsheng. Chapter 13. Are Grade 7 elixir pills really rare? A mass of black mist swept over the valley, startling countless birds into flight. The terrifying divine sense of Black Tiger Daoist scanned the entire canyon but found no trace of Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu before finally departing. The valley fell silent. An hour later, the black mist returned. Black Tiger Daoist had doubled back on himself. It seems they're indeed not here. Muttering to himself, Black Tiger Daoist rode the clouds and mists away from the area. Black Tiger Daoist is truly treacherous. Actual villains are much more cunning than those in TV dramas. Let's not leave the cave for the time being. Inside a secluded cave, Lu Changsheng held his breath and concentrated, sensing the oppressive aura of Black Tiger Daoist fade away before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Among the loose cultivators of Huang State, Black Tiger Daoist was notorious for his cruelty and cunning personality. Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu had narrowly escaped his pursuit. Worried about encountering Black Tiger Daoist if they went out now, Lu Changsheng decided to stay in the cave for some more days. Lu Changsheng sat in meditation, regulating his breath. The sound of Xianingshu's breathing echoed in the cave. Xianingshu had been injured by Black Tiger Daoist and was resting to recover. When Black Tiger Daoist's Dao technique shattered my soul, was it you who used the 7th grade elixir 9 nether soul gathering pill to help me reconvene my soul? Xianingshu opened her bright eyes, looking at Lu Changsheng with a mixture of emotions. The 9 nether soul gathering pill was a 7th grade elixir, something not even the elders reached in the Dao Palace, and even the pavilion master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion couldn't produce many. Yet, Lu Changsheng had administered it directly to her, dissolving Black Tiger Daoist's Dao technique and saving her life. Are 7th grade elixir pills very rare? Lu Changsheng was puzzled. He knew that 7th grade elixir pills were valuable, but wasn't clear on just how scarce they were. After all, it was a reward from the Disciple Apprenticeship system, something he took for granted. He could always fleece the system for more in the future. You. Xianingshu's pupils quivered. From what Lu Changsheng said, were 7th grade elixir pills insignificant to him? Even her own master wouldn't dare to say such a thing, would he? Here is a 5th grade elixir pill, Scarlet Blood Consolidating Essence pill, which can heal wounds and restore vitality. Seeing that Xianingshu's injuries hadn't yet fully healed, Lu Changsheng flicked his fingers, sending out a pill. A 5th grade elixir pill, are you really giving this to me? Xianingshu caught the elixir pill, incredulous. Lu Changsheng's face remained calm, as if to him a 5th grade elixir pill was nearly as insignificant as trash. You need to recover your vital energy as quickly as possible so that we have a chance to escape. Otherwise, with my power alone, facing Black Tiger Daoist would only lead to a dead end. Consider it a mutual benefit. Lu Changsheng knew that if both of them restored their strength to the first level of the Dao Palace realm, they could together stand a chance against Black Tiger Daoist, which is why he offered her the Scarlet Blood Consolidating Essence pill. All right. Xianingshu understood that in their current predicament, they needed each other. Dropping any pretense, she consumed the Scarlet Blood Consolidating Essence pill, closed her eyes to meditate, refining the pill's power as her wounds visibly healed at an remarkable rate. Lu Changsheng also consumed a 4th grade elixir pill, Earth Spirit pill, to restore his own spiritual energy. Fortunately, the Disciple Apprenticeship system had rewarded him with a bunch of superb elixir pills before they descended the mountain, enabling Lu Changsheng to narrowly escape this disaster. Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu stayed in the cave for 3 days. Xianingshu's injuries fully healed, and Lu Changshen's spiritual energy was also restored to its full capacity. Black Tiger Daoist hasn't doubled back within 3 days. We can go out now. Lu Changsheng planned to return to Mount Shu to report to his senior brother about the situation in Huang State. Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu led a group of disciples from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, breaking through the encirclement. The other disciples, with lesser skills, perished while being chased by Black Tiger Daoist and the Reincarnation Hall. As for Elder Kumu and Elder Luofeng of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, their whereabouts were unknown. Had it not been for Lu Changsheng revealing his Dao Palace realm cultivation, Xianingshu might have been annihilated by Black Tiger Daoist as well. Thinking about the outcome of their journey, a hint of worry crossed Xianingshu's delicate features. Elder Lu, I owe you my life. How do you want me to repay you? If you wish to repay me, why not take me as your master? Are you serious? But I have sworn a poison oath to my sect, never to betray it. Apart from this, I can agree to anything you ask. Xianingshu was taken aback. She thought that Lu Changsheng was only joking, and she didn't expect him to bring up the matter again. Apart from this, I can't think of anything else at the moment, we'll talk about it another day. Lu Changsheng indeed lacked nothing in terms of magical treasures or cultivation techniques. The proper course of action was to find a way to return to Mount Shu. Understood. Xianingshu wasn't in a hurry to repay the favor. Both were members of the 6 orthodox sects and young elders, they would inevitably cross paths again. Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu left the cave where they had been hiding. Suddenly, Xianingshu gasped in doubt when she saw a strange pattern on a huge rock at the entrance of the cave. This is a secret signal used by the disciples of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion to communicate. A disciple from the Huang State branch is still alive, this is the signal she left. Xianingshu's expression gradually cleared. The Huang State branch had not been completely wiped out, there were survivors. She fled to the north. I hope Black Tiger Daoist hasn't encountered her. Let's hurry and catch up. Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu flew north, skimming the ground on their flying swords. The next day, when Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu arrived at a desolate village, they enveloped the village in their divine sense and detected 2 auras, one strong and one weak. Come out! Lu Changsheng shouted. Demon sects, I'll fight you. We'll perish together. From inside the village, a flying sword was thrust at them, initiating a desperate move that would result in mutual destruction. Stop, I am Xianingshu of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Xianingshu, sensing the other was one of her own, softly scolded. The flying sword hovered in midair, and the person wielding the sword was a female Golden Core Realm disciple of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Disciple pays respects to the Holy Maiden. The female Golden Core Realm disciple, upon seeing Xianingshu, was overwhelmed with emotion and hurriedly retrieved her sword to pay respect. Holy Maiden? Lu Changsheng looked at Xianingshu with a strange expression. This person's status in Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was indeed not low. But Xianingshu still owed him a favor. Evil Sword from Reincarnation Hall and Black Tiger Daoist from the demon race joined forces to massacre our branch. I was the only one who managed to escape through a tunnel, the others. The female disciple choked up and her eyes reddened as she mentioned this. We've also encountered Evil Sword and Black Tiger Daoist. Then, Holy Maiden. Apart from the 2 of us, the rest are either dead or missing. That makes sense, the Holy Maiden has not cultivated for long, and is not a match for Black Tiger Daoist. Why did Black Tiger Daoist attack our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion branch? Xianingshu regained her composure. The ultimate purpose of this journey was to uncover the truth behind the events in Huang State. There's another person involved in this matter. Black Tiger Daoist and Reincarnation Hall probably came for this person, come out. The female disciple wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and called out to another person hiding in a stone house. Lu Changsheng looked towards the stone house, only to see a little girl with her face covered in mud hiding behind the wooden door, peering out at them nervously. Ding, the system has found a suitable candidate for discipleship, one has been found. Chapter 14, The Second Disciple. The Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator suddenly reacted, bursting forth with dazzling golden light. The source of the golden light was a little girl hiding behind a wooden door, looking somewhat timid. The information of the little girl appeared within the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. Name, None. Race, Huang tribe. Talent, martial king divine physique, fire spirit root, tragic destiny. Cultivation, 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Dao bone, 7 years. The Huang tribe with 7 years of Dao bone, and cultivation at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Could this little one have been born at the Qi transformation realm? Lu Changsheng had heard that the Huang tribe were descendants of an ancient tribe, some of whose offspring had strong bloodlines and were born with cultivation levels. He had not expected this little girl to possess a special constitution, the martial king divine physique. The only pity was that the girl's destinal pattern was not good. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, and although the little girl was still timid, she was drawn out by the attraction of Lu Changshen's innate Taoist body. A month ago, a group of Huang tribe warriors protected her and sought refuge at our branch pavilion, but were attacked by the Black Tiger Daoist and the Reincarnation Hall. The Hall Master instructed me to take her and escape through the tunnel before dying. Afterwards, the Hall Master chose to self-destruct, destroying the tunnel entrance, and I was able to escape to safety, until I met the Holy Maiden. The female disciple narrated the causes and consequences of the events in Huang State. Since the matter of Huang State is so closely related to her, we can take her back to the sect and hand her over to the Pavilion Master for disposition. Xiaoningsu found a clue and planned to take the little girl back to the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Hold on a moment. Lu Changsheng had finally found a candidate disciple with exceptional talent and could not afford to miss this opportunity, so he stopped Xiaoningsu. What's the matter? Since Fairy Xia is unwilling to become my disciple, I plan to seek the next best option and accept this girl as my disciple and take her back to Mount Shu. You're from Mount Shu? This person was found by our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, how can you take her to Mount Shu? The female disciple became anxious, as their branch pavilion had nearly been wiped out trying to protect this little girl of the Huang tribe. You owe me a favor, do you not? Lu Changsheng looked at Xiaoningsu, who was the one in charge. Xiaoningsu's eyebrows knitted slightly, and after careful consideration, she finally let out a long sigh, take her then. Holy Maiden, what if the Pavilion Master assigns blame? I shall bear it alone. Moreover, entrusting her protection to Mount Shu might be better. After all, Mount Shu's foundation is stronger than that of our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. I obey the order. The female disciple of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion greatly admired the holy maiden Xiaoningsu. Once Xiaoningsu made a decision, she did not persist any longer. We are not far from Zhennan Pass now, and I presume the Black Tiger Daoist would not dare to enter the territory of our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Then, Elder Lu, I take my leave. We shall meet again if fate allows it. Xiaoningsu motioned with her fingers, and the flying sword unsheathed, taking her and the female disciple back to the sect. Before leaving, Xiaoningsu gave Lu Changsheng a deep look. This person's heart is of the highest quality. Lu Changsheng exclaimed. The character of Xiaoningsu was also rare in the world. Only Lu Changsheng and the little girl of the Huang tribe remained. Do you have a name? The little girl shook her head. Since we share a master-disciple fate, I shall name you Lien. From now on, I am your master. Lu Changsheng patted her head, unconcerned about her background. After all, taking her as a disciple and thoroughly exploiting the system was the plan. The little Huang tribe girl Lien nodded vigorously. She vaguely felt that someone was after her life, and that Lu Changsheng could protect her. We're going back to Mount Shu. Lu Changsheng swirled his Daoist robe, a breeze enveloped Lien, and she floated up, revealing a long-lost smile, seemingly finding it very amusing. Lu Changsheng, with his spiritual energy, enveloped his newly accepted disciple in sword flight, returning to Mount Shu. Lien's cultivation was far inferior to Lu Changshen's, and with him eager to hit the road, he used his own spiritual energy to help his disciple hasten the journey. After Lu Changsheng left Huang State, the Black Tiger Daoist was still frantically searching everywhere for Lu Changsheng and Xiaoningsu's traces. Outside Zhennan Pass, a withered face suddenly emerged on the bark of a dead tree. Elder Kumu stepped out from inside the tree, his cane already broken in two. The evil sword of the Reincarnation Hall couldn't keep this old man. I wonder if the Holy Maiden has safely returned to the sect. 1500 years ago, the Pavilion Master challenged the sect leader of Mount Shu and suffered 3 defeats in 3 battles, losing all face. Now, the Pavilion Master has finally found a disciple with exceptional talent, seeking to redeem himself in the upcoming 6 Paths Conference. The Holy Maiden must not encounter any mishaps. In the back mountain of Mount Shu, the eldest senior disciple Li Changzhi listened patiently to the detailed report of Lu Changshen's affairs in Huang State, facing the sword marks on the stone wall. Li Changzhi slowly said, "The sect leader has had a premonition that there will soon be a catastrophe in Xia State. Issue the order, every month all Mount Shu elders and disciples can receive double the cultivation resources. I hope everyone cultivates diligently and survives the calamity as best as they can." Lu Changsheng furrowed his brows. "Are things really that dire?" Li Changzhi turned around with a slight smile. "Junior brother need not worry too much, our Mount Shu has stood tall for hundreds of thousands of years, we've been through all sorts of trials and will not wither simply because of a calamity." Then how does eldest senior brother plan to deal with this daughter of the Huang tribe? Since she has been taken as your disciple by you, it means she has a destiny with our Mount Shu. She is your disciple and also Mount Shu's disciple, our sect will provide her with protection. The eldest senior disciple's tone was firm, filled with strong confidence. This is Mount Shu. Word is bond. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Junior brother takes his leave. Lu Changsheng knew that with the eldest senior brother's character, even if Lin had the martial king divine physique from ancient times, he wouldn't covet what wasn't his. Lu Changsheng, with his second disciple, returned to Qingyun Peak and called over his first disciple, Lin King Z, who had been diligently cultivating. Lin King Z, with the pure heart of an innocent, had focused solely on cultivation during Lu Changshen's absence, undistracted by anything else. "Master, who is this?" "From today onwards, she is your junior sister, named Lin. As the eldest disciple, you must protect your junior sister well, understand?" "Disciple will remember well." "Very good." Lu Changsheng checked the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator, and the system showed the number of disciples as 2, and the daily reward opportunities, power-infusing initiation chances, and simulation chances had also increased from 1 to 2. Having taken a second disciple, Lu Changsheng could exploit the system even better. Next comes double the joy. Pity that the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator seemed only to accept highly talented disciples, otherwise Lu Changsheng could have recruited hundreds of disciples, lining them up for power transmission and rewards. "Next, I shall initiate each of you in power transmission." Lu Changsheng never missed an opportunity for power-infusing initiation. "Master is certain he wants to transmit power to the two of us." Lin King Z was as stunned as a wooden chicken. How could his master, just like an inexhaustible charging station, not fear that power-infusing initiation would drain his own cultivation? Chapter 15, Martial God, starts training from a little girl. Ding, you have transmitted 300 days of heavenly cultivation to your disciple Lin King Z, who has actually received 60 days of cultivation. Lin King Z's current realm is at the first layer of the Qi transformation realm. After refining all the spiritual energy, he may ascend to the second layer of the Qi transformation realm. Ding, you have received a 70-fold return reward for imparting teachings, 4,200 days of heavenly cultivation. Ding, the number of power-infusing initiation opportunities for today 1, the remaining number of power-infusing initiation opportunities for today is 1. As soon as Lu Changsheng returned to his cave residence, he immediately began the power-infusing initiation for his eldest disciple, and the system returned him more than 10 years' worth of cultivation. "Thank you, Master." Lin King Z's face turned red, his body filled with enormous spiritual energy, and it would take some time to refine this energy and consolidate his cultivation level. At this rate of cultivation, Lin King Z could reach the Golden Core realm within a year. To join Mount Shu and advance from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Golden Core realm within a year, such a speed of cultivation was simply inconceivable. "Next, it's your turn." Lu Changsheng placed his palm on the head of his younger disciple, Lin, with white steam coming from his palm as he began the power-infusing initiation. Having had the experience of imparting to Lin King Z, Lu Changsheng was even more skilled and confident, first infusing a strand of spiritual energy gradually. As Lu Changshen's spiritual energy entered Lin's body, he discovered the profound mysteries of the disciple's martial king divine physique. Lin's meridians were thick, with golden blood flowing within, and an exceptionally powerful physique, making him a fine prospect for a martial cultivator. Martial cultivators focus mainly on body refinement, augmenting their training with path comprehension, which is equally a formidable path to follow. The eldest disciple, Lin King Z, and the younger disciple, Lin, were on different paths. As their master, it was his duty to tailor his teaching according to their natural talents and guide them onto the paths best suited for them. Lu Changsheng understood this well. It seems necessary to make a trip to the scripture pavilion, there should be records there regarding the martial king divine physique. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Beyond storing rare cultivation techniques, the scripture pavilion of Mount Shu also contained various records, including those on special constitutions. To not properly cultivate such a premium constitution as the martial king divine physique would be a tragic waste. Lu Changsheng knew that Lin, possessing the martial king divine physique, could withstand more spiritual energy, so he increased the power of the spiritual energy transmission, by just that little bit extra. Master, my body feels so hot. Lin, experiencing the power-infusing initiation for the first time, felt his body becoming hot and covered in sweat, with no idea how to refine this influx of spiritual energy. Stay calm, listen to my guidance. Lu Changsheng directed the spiritual energy to circulate within Lian's body, eventually settling in his danshan, becoming his own spiritual energy. Lu Changsheng guided him through 3 cycles, and Lian learned the process. The spiritual energy began to circulate on its own, continuously pooling into the danshan. Lian opened his bright eyes. I think I understand. Sure enough, as a disciple possessing the martial king divine physique, he had monstrous talent, grasping the concept in an instant. Thus, Lu Changsheng infused more spiritual energy. Lian's little face turned bright red. The speed at which he was refining the spiritual energy couldn't keep up with the rate at which Lu Changsheng was conducting the power-infusing initiation. Soon, Lian's body was filled with spiritual energy. Absorb. Lu Changsheng stopped the power-infusing initiation when Lian reached his limit, having expended a staggering 800 days of cultivation. Ding! You have transmitted 800 days of heavenly cultivation to your disciple Lian, who has actually received 160 days of cultivation. Lian's current realm is at the 5th layer of the Qi transformation realm. After refining all the spiritual energy, he may ascend to the 6th layer of the Qi transformation realm. Ding! You have received a 50-fold return reward for mentoring, 9,000 heavenly cultivation. Ding! Your number of power-infusing initiations available for today has decreased by 1, the remaining number for today is 0. Because of the rewards from the 2 power-infusing initiations, Lu Changshen's Danshan Qi Si gained 2 huge influxes of spiritual energy that filled the Qi Si to the brim, ready to overflow. After refining these 2 influxes of spiritual energy, Lu Changsheng could step into the 2nd layer of the Dao Palace realm at any time. The path you choose to walk is different from that of your senior brother. Besides cultivating the Dao, you also need to undergo body refinement. I don't have any suitable cultivation techniques for you here, so I will make a trip to the scripture pavilion to exchange for a heart method and body refinement method that suits you. Lu Changsheng knew that Lian's physique was different from that of his eldest disciple and did not have any suitable cultivation or body refinement methods to bestow. But Lu Changsheng had completed the assessment task of a Dao Palace Realm Elder of Mount Shu and obtained 10,000 contribution points, which could be exchanged for cultivation resources such as cultivation techniques, mystical artifacts, and elixir pills. Lian's martial king divine physique was more suited for body refinement, her current cultivation was even higher than that of her senior brother Lin King Z. However, Lin King Z had the heart of the innocent, which meant he might comprehend the Dao in a single day. In the future his potential could be no less than that of his junior sister. Right, what type of mystical artifact do you like to use? Lu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and weapons such as swords, spears, sabers, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, whips, maces, hammers, pole arms, spiked clubs, sticks, lances, rods, and rakes appeared in the cave dwelling. Mount Shu was mainly a place for sword cultivators, but it did not insist that all disciples must follow the sword Dao. Lian was a descendant of the ancient Huang tribe and might not be suited for the sword Dao. Lu Changsheng tailored his teachings to the individual, allowing disciples to choose their own martial way. Lian blinked her eyes and eventually chose a red tassel spear. Lian's petite figure seemed disproportionate to the length of the red tassel spear, yet Lu Changsheng saw the rise of an unparalleled martial god. Lian was only 7 years old, with boundless potential. What she would achieve in the future depended on how well her master would guide her. A martial god needed to be nurtured starting from a young girl. Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple Lin King Z a 3rd-grade elixir pill, Scarlet Blood Pill, and received a 100-fold return reward, a 5th-grade elixir pill, Scarlet Blood Consolidating Essence Pill. Ding! your number of bestowals available for today has decreased by 1. Ding, you have bestowed upon your disciple Lin a second-grade elixir pill Grand Chi returning pill, and received a 500-fold return reward, a 5th-grade elixir pill Heavenly Spirit pill. Ding, your number of bestowals available for today has decreased by 1. Lu Changsheng had not yet found a suitable cultivation technique or mystical artifact for Lin, and his trip to Huang State had cost a large number of top-grade elixir pills, so he decided to bestow elixir pills on 2 disciples to fleece the system and replenish his stash of pills. You two go down and refine the spiritual energy. If you have any doubts during your cultivation, feel free to come to me for guidance. Yes. Junior sister, pay your respects to master. Lin King Z taught Lin the etiquette of Mount Shu. Lin made a graceful bow, looking adorably like a carved jade figurine. As for her background, it remained a mystery till this day. After the 2 disciples left, Lu Changsheng sat down to cultivate and refine the spiritual energy returned by the system. The spiritual energy returned by the system was becoming more substantial, and it took Lu Changsheng quite a time to refine the energy and consolidate his realm. A trip to the scripture pavilion would be good. Lu Changsheng summoned his flying sword and headed to the rear mountain of Mount Shu. The scripture pavilion was a sacred site of Mount Shu, housing various cultivation techniques and scriptures, guarded by Dao Palace realm elders. Lu Changshen's 10,000 contribution points might not be enough to exchange for top-notch cultivation techniques, but exchanging for a low-tier cultivation technique suitable for Lin should pose no issue. Lu Changsheng had the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator, which allowed him to exchange low-tier cultivation techniques and mystical artifacts, bestow them upon his disciples, and then obtain high-tier cultivation techniques and mystical artifacts through system rewards. Chapter 16. The Scripture Pavilion of Mount Shu. So, it's Elder Lu of King Yun Peak. Congratulations to Elder Lu for stepping into the Dao Palace realm. According to the rules of the Scripture Pavilion, disciples below the Qi transformation realm can only access the first layer, disciples of the Golden Core realm can only access the second layer, Nascent Soul realm elders can only access the third layer, and Elder Lu may go up to the fourth layer. The Mount Shu disciples guarding the Scripture Pavilion became utterly respectful upon seeing the arrival of the immortally elegant Lu Changsheng. A Dao Palace realm elder is indeed a mainstay of Mount Shu. Lu Changsheng encountered the reincarnation hall in Huang State and displayed the cultivation of the Dao Palace realm, so he no longer concealed the fact that he had entered the Dao Palace realm. However, Lu Changshen's cultivation could advance to the second layer of the Dao Palace realm at any time, and even if outsiders knew he was at the first layer of Dao Palace realm, it wouldn't reveal his full strength. Take me to the second layer. The second layer. All the disciples were surprised. The first layer of the Scripture Pavilion contains yellow rank cultivation techniques, as well as ordinary texts. The second and third layers contain profound rank cultivation techniques and books recording strange and special events. The fourth layer contains earth rank cultivation techniques and some of Mount Shu's secrets. The fifth layer is only known to the sect leader and some old monsters regarding what's inside. Since Lu Changsheng had already stepped into the Dao Palace realm, why did he choose to go to the second layer? I want to exchange some cultivation techniques for my disciple. I see. To become a disciple of Elder Lu is indeed a blessing accumulated over 3 lifetimes. The disciples suddenly understood and were filled with envy. Lu Changsheng was willing to spend his own sect merit points to exchange for suitable cultivation techniques for his disciple, which speaks volumes about the kind of master he is. Lu Changsheng arrived at the second layer, where quite a number of Golden Core realm disciples of Mount Shu were browsing through the cultivation techniques. Mount Shu disciples and elders can complete sect missions, slay demons, save the dying, aid the injured, and earn merit points, which can be exchanged for cultivation techniques in the Scripture Pavilion. Any disciple with contributions will receive their due rewards. The Scripture Pavilion also holds various types of texts. Reading ordinary texts does not require merit points. Some texts that record oddities and Mount Shu's secrets do require merit points. Besides, cultivation, experience, and knowledge are also crucial. Knowledge is power. The book I'm looking for is exactly this one. Lu Changsheng found a special text on the second layer bookshelf titled Records of Special Physiques Through the Ages. This text is extremely thick, recording special physiques witnessed over hundreds of thousands of years by successive sect leaders, elders, and disciples of Mount Shu, including the known mysteries of various special physiques. Perusing this text requires 2,000 contribution points. Lu Changsheng used up 2,000 Mount Shu contribution points and began to read through the text, memorizing the records of various special physiques in his mind, as they might come in handy should he encounter these talented individuals with special physiques in the future. Eternal Wilderness Body, Number of Occurrences, Once, Bearer, Li Changzhai, Sect, Mount Shu, Special Traits, No records yet. Lu Changsheng saw his senior brother Li Changzhai's special physique, but there was only a simple line of text. Indeed, senior brother is the next candidate for sect leader. Details about his eternal wilderness body could not appear in this book, otherwise it would be easy for the demon sects to study and target him. Lu Changsheng continued to flip through the pages. Spirit Sword Physique, Frequency of Occurrence, 10 times, Possessors, Grandmaster Talon, Mount Shu, Fairy King Z, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Elder Jingyu, Mount Shu, Xiao Xiangdao, Mount Shu, Special Feature, First seen with Grandmaster Talon, the 7th sect leader of Mount Shu. Those with this physique possess extremely high talent in the Sword Dao and, barring accidents, their cultivation at least reaches the Dao Palace realm. Out of the 10 Spirit Sword physiques, half have reached the Void Refinement realm, but their ultimate potential is unknown. Lu Changsheng saw the name of Li Changzhai's disciple Xiao Xiangdao and the basic records of the Spirit Sword physique. According to the records in Mount Shu's book, the Spirit Sword physique had actually appeared 10 times in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Grandmaster Talon, the 7th sect leader of Mount Shu, was a possessor of the Spirit Sword physique. Senior brother's eternal wilderness body is only recorded once in this book, whereas the Spirit Sword physique has appeared 10 times, it seems the eternal wilderness body is even more domineering. The Holy Maiden of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion I met in Huang State, Xianing Xiu, with her Lingwei holy body has no records at all. Lu Changsheng browsed through the entire book and did not find a single word about the Lingwei holy body. Found it, the Martial King Divine Physique. Lu Changsheng found a record of his young disciple's special physique at the back of the book. Martial King Divine Physique, Frequency of Occurrence, Once, Possessor, Huang, Huang Tribe, Unknown, hence named Huang, Special Feature, 100,000 years ago, Grandmaster Tegzu, the 21st sect leader of Mount Shu, encountered a powerful member of the Huang tribe in Huang State. This member of the Huang tribe slayed a flood dragon in the Void Refinement realm with a stone spear. As described by the sect leader, the Martial King Divine Physique originated from the ancient Huang tribe, suited for body refinement and proving the Dao, with potential beyond measure. Unfortunately, the sect leader never saw this member of the Huang tribe again, and the records about the Martial King Divine Physique are limited to this account. 100,000 years ago, the Huang tribe also had the Martial King Divine Physique? It seems that this special physique is unique to the Huang tribe. Lu Changsheng closed the records of special physiques through the ages, as the records about the Martial King Divine Physique were too scant. Not even the powerful members of the Huang tribe who had this special physique in the past left their names behind, they were simply referred to as Huang. My young disciple might be a descendant of this individual named Huang from the Huang tribe. Lu Changsheng put the records of special physiques through the ages back on the shelf, and then began to look for suitable cultivation techniques and body refinement methods for his young disciple. 10,000 Phenomena Body Refining Skills, Profound Rank High Quality Body Refinement Method, divided into 10 layers, cultivating to the 10th layer grants the power of 10,000 phenomena, suitable for disciples at the Qi Transformation Realm and Golden Core Realm, requires 3,000 contribution points. Purple Flame Primordial Art, Profound Rank Medium Quality Cultivation Technique, suitable for disciples with Fire Spirit Root, requires 1,500 contribution points. Rapid Dragon Break, Profound Rank Medium Quality Spear Technique, suitable for disciples who prove the Dao with martial arts and use the spear as a spiritual artifact, requires 1,500 contribution points. Lu Changsheng exchanged 3 cultivation techniques, spending 6,000 contribution points. With only 2,000 contribution points left, Lu Changsheng went to the Spirit Weapon Pavilion and exchanged for a high-quality spiritual artifact, Red Fire Spear. All 10,000 contribution points were used up, not 1 point remained. Lu Changsheng, with 3 cultivation techniques and a spiritual artifact, returned to his dwelling. The number of times a disciple can be rewarded daily is twice, and the same disciple can receive both rewards. In other words, Lu Changsheng had to divide the rewards of the 3 cultivation techniques and the spiritual artifact across 2 days for his young disciple. Master, I have arrived. Having familiarized herself with King Yun Peak, Lin was no longer timid but hopped and skipped into the dwelling, curiously exploring every corner of it, even climbing onto Lu Changshen's head, tugging at his black hair. Lu Changsheng frowned, worried that this disciple might become a little demon in the future. Once her martial king divine physique was somewhat developed, Mount Shu might be in for chaos. Who knows what the sect leader will think then? It seemed necessary to simulate this disciple's future life later. Today, I will teach you how to temper your body. Lu Changsheng took out the 10,000 phenomena body refining skills and began to train this disciple from the Huang tribe in the direction of becoming a martial god. Chapter 17. The Life of a Monstrous Disciple. Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple Lin a profound rank high-quality cultivation technique, 10,000 phenomena body refining skills, and received a 400-fold return reward for mentoring, a heaven rank mid-quality cultivation technique, 9 dragons refinement technique. Ding! The number of available bestowals today has decreased by 1. Lu Changsheng, having exchanged for the 10,000 phenomena body refining skills from the scripture pavilion, passed it on to his young disciple and found a 9 dragons refinement technique had appeared in his bosom. 9 dragons refinement technique, divided into 9 levels, when cultivated to the 9th level, one can possess the power of 9 flood dragons. Thereafter, Lu Changsheng taught Lin how to breathe in and cultivate using nature's spiritual energy and the power of various elixir pills to temper his body. Lin's martial king divine physique was exceptionally tyrannical, absorbing all of the medicated water refined from dozens of first and second rank elixir pills that Lu Changsheng had prepared in advance. Cultivating and body refining aren't contradictory, but they require double the effort. The advantage lies in possessing both powerful cultivation and a formidable physique at the same time. While his little disciple was earnestly tempering his body, Lu Changsheng began to peruse the 9 dragons refinement technique. Lu Changsheng could also practice martial and cultivation dual practice. After all, he had the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. During power-infusing initiation, he could return cultivation, allowing Lu Changsheng's rate of cultivation to far surpass ordinary people. Even dual practice wouldn't take up much more time. The excess spiritual energy could be fully used to temper his body, turning himself into a spiritual treasure. By now, the spiritual energy accumulated in Lu Changsheng's Danshan Qi Si had overflowed, so he used the surplus spiritual energy to temper his body, ensuring every muscle and bone was refined. Master, Lin has made an initial achievement. After cultivating in Lu Changsheng's cave dwelling for 3 days, Lin had reached the first level of 10,000 phenomena body refining skills. With just a single punch, without using spiritual energy, he could unleash the power of 10 elephants. If 10,000 phenomena body refining skills was cultivated to the 10th level, then with a swing of Lin's little fist, he could wield the power of 10,000 phenomena and could shatter a mountain with his bare hands. Very good. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes. His 9 dragons refinement technique had also reached the first level. In the future, your master will frequently bestow you with elixir pills, which you can use to temper your body. Lu Changsheng knew that his little disciple's martial king divine physique needed an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to achieve minor accomplishments. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng had the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator. As long as he bestowed low-grade elixir pills, it would return various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Next, your master will impart to you the Purple Flame Primordial Art. Lu Changsheng wasn't in a hurry to pass on martial techniques. Cultivation and physique are the foundation, martial techniques are just the icing on the cake. If one's cultivation is high enough, every flower and blade of grass can become a weapon. If one's physique is strong enough, they can slay great demons with their bare hands. Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple Lin a profound rank mid-quality cultivation technique, Purple Flame Primordial Art, and received a 200-fold return reward for mentoring, a heaven rank low-quality cultivation technique, Heaven Burning True Essence skills. Ding! The number of available bestowals today has decreased by 1. Lu Changsheng had acquired another heaven rank cultivation technique. However, the heaven rank low quality heaven burning true essence skills did not compare to the heaven rank high quality supreme purity limitless technique. Once Lin cultivates Purple Flame Primordial Art to its highest level and his cultivation reaches the nascent soul realm, he can then practice heaven rank cultivation techniques. What would the system return if he bestowed heaven rank cultivation techniques upon his disciple? Could there be techniques even higher than heaven rank? Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. Lu Changsheng briefly explained the difficult points in cultivating Purple Flame Primordial Art. Lien listened while blinking his eyes and looking around. It was hard to tell whether he had remembered anything or not. Although his senior disciple, Lin King Z, was somewhat slow, his advantage lay in his undivided attention. He absorbed everything Lu Changsheng said. As for his junior disciple Lien, while naturally active, he had the martial king divine physique, an innate martial arts prodigy with top-notch comprehension. Your destiny is tragic, you should focus on cultivating and not be playful. Go find your senior brother and let him supervise your cultivation. Lu Changsheng finished his explanation and, in the end, handed over the tedious task of supervising the little disciple's cultivation to the patient senior disciple. Oh! Lien's eyes spun around, and then she hopped and skipped out again, probably to go and cause trouble for the immortal cranes and immortal deers of King Yun Peak. This disciple, probably won't be that peaceful to mind. System, simulate Lien's entire life. Lu Changsheng was curious about his little disciple's future achievements, so he chose to simulate her life in advance. Ding! You have started to simulate the life of disciple Lien. Ding! Today's simulation count 1. Simulation begins. At 7, Lien became your disciple. Under your perfunctory instruction, she broke through to the Golden Core realm in the 2nd year. At 10, because Lien did not know how strong she was, she injured a Mount Shu disciple of the Golden Core realm at the Mount Shu Disciples Convention, causing a sensation across the entire Mount Shu. At 11, the eldest senior brother Lin King Z was killed by an elder from the demon sects, which angered Lien, and she sneaked down the mountain without telling you. At 12, Lien found the demon sect's elder, but due to her usual playfulness, her cultivation was inadequate, and she was injured by the elder and escaped back to Mount Shu. At 15, under your serious guidance, Lien cultivated diligently and broke through to the nascent soul realm, becoming one of Mount Shu's elders. It took her 6 months to find and slay the demon sect's elder who killed Lin King Z, avenging his death. At 16, Lien swore at Lin King Z's grave that she would cultivate even more diligently from now on and sweep through the 4 great demon sects with her master. At 25, she broke through to the Dao Palace realm, and the martial king divine physique had minor accomplishments, participating in the great war between the 6 righteous Dao and the 4 great demon sects and the demon race with you. At 30, for defeating Black Tiger Daoist of Huang State across ranks, Lien became famous in a single battle, attracting the attention of the demon race. At 35, Lien was defeated by the demon tribe prince and escaped back to Mount Shu, barely alive, and you helped her heal her injuries. At 40, Lien fought the demon tribe prince again and slayed him, her fame startling the demon race of Huang State. At 50, with years of experience, Lien had become one of the pillars of Mount Shu, leading a team of Mount Shu elders and disciples to participate in the attack on the Reincarnation Hall stronghold, killing the son of the Reincarnation Hall Lord. At 70, Lien led a team with you into Huang State to suppress the demon race. At 75, Lien combined her many years of experience and insights, underwent seclusion and cultivation for 5 years, and smoothly broke through to the void refinement realm. Under your guidance, she left Xia State for further experience. Ding! Due to the insufficiency of your cultivation, you can only simulate a disciple's life for 100 years. Simulation ends. Lu Changsheng carefully went through the simulation of his little disciple Lien's life by the system, and he was struck by a turbulent surge of emotions. At 8, in the Golden Core realm. At 15, in the Nascent Soul realm. At 25, in the Dao Palace realm, with minor achievements in the Martial King Divine Physique. At 75, in the Void Refinement realm. His own disciple, what a monster! Eldest senior brother Li Changjai had cultivated for 500 years and had only reached the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Although, Lu Changsheng always felt that the eldest senior brother wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. Lin King Z's fate has not changed. At the age of 25, Lien participated in the Great War with me between the 6 righteous Dao and the 4 great demon sects, the demon race. In other words, the catastrophe the eldest senior brother talked about will happen in 18 years, I still have 18 years of time to cultivate. Lu Changsheng, through simulating the life of his disciple, was also peeking into the secrets of heaven. After all, Lu Changsheng is their master, the one behind the scenes of his disciples lives as none other than himself. Chapter 18. The path of our cultivation requires humility. My eldest disciple will face a calamity in 4 years. If I assist from behind the scenes, how would his life change? Lu Changsheng simulated Lin King Z's life again, this time under the premise that at the age of 19, when ambushed by an elder of the demon sects, he would secretly come to the rescue. Ding, you have changed the conditions, the system is re-simulating the life of the disciple Lin King Z. Ding, today's simulation attempts 1. Simulation begins. At 16, under your dedicated guidance, Lin King Z broke through to the Golden Core realm. At 18, the young disciples of Mount Shu ventured out for experiential training. At 19, the Mount Shu team that Lin King Z was a part of completed their training mission and were ambushed by demon sect disciples on their way back to Mount Shu. When the elder of the demon sects thought he could annihilate all the Mount Shu disciples, you appeared from behind the scenes, killing the elder with a single palm strike. Elder of the demon sects, deceased. At 25, Lin King Z went down the mountain again for training and, during a dispute, defeated Xiao Xiongdao. At 33, during the great calamity of the righteous path in Xia state, Lin King Z fought alongside you and Lien against the 4 great demon sects and the demon race. At 40, because you continually infused him with power, the mediocrely talented Lin King Z broke through to the Dao Palace realm. At 42, Lin King Z was plotted against in a major battle with the demon sects. Lin King Z, deceased. Simulation ends. Lin King Z died, again? Lu Changsheng rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This eldest disciple of his, saddled with poor chi destiny, when would his fortune finally turn? People with the heart of the innocent are naive and are easily plotted against, and they exhibit mediocre talent in the early stages. The path of cultivation is extremely fraught with hardships. The life of Lin King Z, compared to that of his junior sister Lien's, which is monstrous, seemed somewhat lackluster. Lu Changsheng was betting on Lin King Z's potential for the future. According to the ancient records of Mount Shu, cultivators with the heart of the innocent might one day achieve path comprehension and ascend to immortality. Furthermore, having an innocent-hearted eldest disciple in the future to manage his younger brothers and sisters would mean that Lu Changsheng wouldn't need to worry too much and could focus on his own cultivation. Even if this unlucky eldest disciple of mine has a difficult fate at the beginning, I can simulate his life and assist at critical junctures, helping him to turn danger into safety. I hope he can achieve something great in the future. While Lu Changsheng took disciples to exploit the system, a day as a teacher meant a lifetime as a father, he couldn't help but worry about his disciples' fate. I've used up both simulation chances for today, I'll simulate again later. Lu Changsheng knew he could change his disciples' fate at critical junctures, so he wasn't in a hurry. If in 4 years Lu Changsheng were to intervene, the eldest disciple Lin King Z would be free from any life-threatening concerns before the age of 42. Lu Changsheng meditated in a seated position, continuing to cultivate the 5th layer of the Supreme Purity Limitless technique. Although the system could return cultivation levels, Lu Changsheng still had to rely on himself to practice cultivation techniques and consolidate his realm. In the following month, Lu Changsheng alternately rewarded his 2 disciples with elixir pills, continuing the power-infusing initiation. 1 month later, Lien had already mastered the 2nd layer of the Purple Flame primordial art. Lu Changsheng began to teach Lien martial techniques. With Lu Changsheng's Dao Palace realm, simultaneously cultivating the Supreme Purity Limitless technique and the 9 Dragons refinement technique, he had plenty of leeway in instructing the Qi transformation realm martial king divine physique. Ding, you have rewarded your disciple Lien with a profound rank mid-grade martial technique Rapid Dragon Break, receiving a 400-fold payback reward, a heaven rank mid-grade martial technique Azure Dragon 9 forms. Ding, you have awarded your disciple Lien a high-grade spiritual artifact Red Fire Spear, and have received a 1000-fold return reward for teaching, a low-grade innate spirit treasure Unparalleled Overlord Spear. Ding, the number of rewardable opportunities today 2, the remaining number of rewardable opportunities is 0. Lu Changsheng held a red tassel spear in both hands, demonstrating the 13 spear techniques of the Rapid Dragon Break. A glint of cold light arrived first, followed by a spear thrust like a dragon. The red tassel spear whistled through the air, creating gusts of wind, its movements as fluid as drifting clouds and water, like a wind dragon roaring in a gale. Lu Changsheng practiced the sword Dao, but with his innate Taoist body, comprehending profound rank martial techniques was as simple to him as eating and drinking were for mortals. Lien sat propped up by her hands, watching avidly. Her eyes shone bright, filled with great interest. After all, she was a descendant of the Huang tribe, born with the martial king divine physique, in her golden blood flowed genes that yearned for battle. Have you memorized it? I've remembered it all. Lien leaped up excitedly, wielding the red fire spear, and adeptly executed the spear techniques recorded in Rapid Dragon Break. Because Lin was still small in stature, she looked somewhat comical wielding the long spear, but one should not underestimate the power of the martial king divine physique. As the long spear swirled, it occasionally produced the sound of tearing through air, and its force left cracks on the stone walls of the cave dwelling. This little one is indeed best suited for the martial path. When she is told to meditate and cultivate, she always seems restless, but when it comes to learning profound rank martial techniques, she masters them after just one look. Lu Changsheng sighed at the affinity of the martial king divine physique for martial arts. Nevertheless, Lu Changsheng still pushed his little disciple to cultivate the Dao alongside her martial training, in order to unlock all her potential and allow her to go farther in the future. It's time to break through to the second layer of the Dao Palace realm. After teaching Lin the spear techniques, Lu Changsheng refined the cultivation he had received in return for the power-infusing initiation over the past month and went into seclusion for 7 days. Lu Changsheng was excessively cautious, accumulating strength in each realm before moving on. Only when he was completely certain of success did he formally enter seclusion. 7 days later, Lu Changsheng emerged from his cave dwelling, and when Lin King Z and Lin saw their master again, they felt he had become even more unfathomable. It's time to give you your power-infusing initiation again. Lu Changshen's advancement to the second layer of the Dao Palace realm was as smooth as the flow of water reaching its channel. Fresh out of seclusion, he did not forget to take advantage of the system rewards. Every 10 years, Mount Shu has a grand ceremony to accept new disciples. And every third year after the entry of each generation of disciples, there is an opportunity for them to spar with each other to see the progress of their cultivation over the 3 years, known as the Mount Shu Disciples Assembly. Following that is their first foray out of the mountain for experience. While preparing to perform the power-infusing initiation on his senior disciple Lin King Z, Lu Changsheng recalled some of the Mount Shu's sect rules. Disciple will definitely perform well and dare not bring shame to master's name. Moved by Lu Changshen's continuous power-infusing initiations that helped him improve his cultivation, Lin King Z made a vow to make his master proud. Cough cough, when the time comes, restrain yourselves and do not display your full strength. Master, why is that? The tree that sticks out from the forest gets blown down by the wind, the sediment that rises high on the riverbank gets eroded by the current, the person who stands taller than others will be the target of envy. By observing past lessons, we can prevent repeating the same mistakes. In short, we cultivators should keep a low profile and not be competitive. Lu Changsheng spoke earnestly. The demon sects of this world would not tolerate the growth of a protagonist. If they found a genius perceived as a threat, they would do whatever it took to eliminate them early on. Only by lying low could there be a greater chance to reach sainthood. Lin King Z bowed solemnly. Disciple will keep it in mind. Lian's eyes, however, were filled with great confusion. What did keeping a low profile mean? Was it something one could eat? Chapter 19, The 3-Year Period. 3 years later, at Mount Shu's King Yun Peak, a young girl practiced sword flight, deftly maneuvering through the forest and easily catching up with an immortal deer. Mount Shu possessed a supreme magical formation capable of confining nature's spiritual energy, for the cultivation of Mount Shu's disciples. The spiritual energy here was denser than in other places, which is why there were many immortal cranes, immortal deer, spirit apes, and spirit squirrels. Some of the immortal deer that had been on King Yun Peak for many years even possessed the cultivation of the Qi transformation realm. It was said that over the tens of thousands of years in Mount Shu, there were small animals that, nurtured by the nature's spiritual energy, achieved the nascent soul realm, transformed into human form, and became elders of Mount Shu. The girl seemed to enjoy playing a lot, chasing all sorts of spirit beasts around King Yun Peak, causing quite a commotion. Junior sister, master has summoned us to his cave abode, stop messing around. A simple-looking man came flying over on his sword and stopped the girl. That's great, I can see master again. This time master's seclusion was really long, let me think, it's been a month already. The girl counted on her fingers excitedly. Her master, Lu Changsheng, had unwittingly been in seclusion for 33 days. Big senior brother, what realm do you think master's cultivation has reached? That probably only master himself knows. I suspect that our master is actually an immortal. Lin King Z and Lin arrived at the cave abode on King Yun Peak. Inside the cave abode, a Daoist priest with a divine presence and handsome features was meditating and cultivating. Master, you have finally come out of seclusion. Lin rushed forward excitedly. However, Lu Changsheng slapped her face aside, disapprovingly saying, "Have you forgotten the proprieties between master and disciple? I've missed master so much. Big senior brother does nothing but cultivate or play chess all day, which is really boring. And master won't let me go down the mountain." Lin pouted. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile. This disciple had a special background. All 4 great demon sects and the demon race were searching for her, only Mount Shu could provide protection. This was why Lu Changsheng did not permit his disciple to go down the mountain on her own. Tomorrow is Mount Shu's decennial disciple assembly. All disciples recruited within the last 10 years will participate in sparring to check on their cultivation progress. At the same time, it is also an opportunity to accumulate real combat experience. The internal sparring among Mount Shu disciples can be seen as a simulation. If you encounter extremely vicious individuals from the great demon sects or the demon race in the future, that would be a fight to the death. However, during this disciple assembly, you must not reveal your true cultivation. Lu Changsheng called his 2 disciples to explain the upcoming Mount Shu disciple assembly. The system indicated that after 3 years, Lin King Z's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Golden Core Realm, while Lian's had reached the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm. Lin King Z's cultivation of the Takshuan skills had reached the 5th level. Lian's Purple Flame Primordial Art was also at the 5th level. Because Lu Changsheng continuously performed power-infusing initiation for his 2 disciples, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, to an astounding degree. Lu Changsheng worried that if the 2 disclosed their true cultivation at the upcoming Mount Shu disciple assembly, it would cause a sensation throughout the entire Mount Shu, and even disturb the great demon sects. Condensing a golden core in 3 years, forming a nascent soul in 10 such a speed of cultivation was unimaginable. At that time, just show the strength of about the 7th or 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. As for winning or losing the sparring match, your master doesn't care. Lu Changsheng reminded his 2 disciples to conceal an entire realm of their actual cultivation level, which would make these 2 monstrous disciples appear more like normal people and not draw attention. About winning or losing, or saving face, Lu Changsheng truly didn't care. Lu Changsheng planned to quietly reach sainthood in Mount Shu. Master is truly an exemplar for us. Lin King Z looked at Lu Changsheng with even more respect. In his view, his master was as unaffected as clouds and breeze, surely an immortal without a doubt. This disciple understands. Lian's eyes spun around, and she nodded obediently. She had listened, but not quite taken it all in. The next day, the once-a-decade disciple convention on Mount Shu's main peak was held. It was another grand event following the apprentice acceptance ceremony. All newly recruited disciples from the various peaks, via drawing lots, would randomly select opponents to learn from each other, comparing cultivation levels, and accumulating practical combat experience. Although Mount Shu did not advocate combat, both the rivers and lakes in the cultivation world were perilous, and lacking combat experience was undoubtedly like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to bear heavy responsibilities. Wave after wave of flying swords tore through the sky, heading towards Mount Shu's main peak, crowding the place to the brim. This grand occasion was seen by many Mount Shu disciples as an opportunity to bring honor to their masters. Outer sect disciples also had the chance to challenge inner sect disciples during this convention. Those who performed exceptionally might catch the eye of Mount Shu elders and be taken in as inner sect disciples. If inner sect disciples were likened to private tutoring, then outer sect disciples were akin to public lectures. Moreover, the cultivation resources they received from Mount Shu were different, with inner sect disciples sometimes receiving private rewards of cultivation techniques or magical treasures from the elders, or even, in more extreme cases, power-infusing initiation. To the outer sect disciples, the Mount Shu Disciple Convention was an opportunity to shine, and it wasn't without the possibility of rising in status. 3 streaks of light descended, and Lu Changsheng arrived at Mount Shu's main peak with his 2 disciples. "Master, Master, there are so many people here." Lian tugged excitedly at Lu Changsheng's sleeve. In her 3 years of cultivating at King Yun Peak, Lian had yet to meet other Mount Shu disciples. "Just make sure you don't beat them to death later on." Lu Changsheng issued his final caution to this little disciple, who possessed the martial king divine physique. Lian had already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm, and her 10,000 phenomena body refining skills had been cultivated to the stage of the power of 1,000 phenomena. Don't be fooled by Lian being only 10. Her tiny fists, when landing on someone, felt as if the person was struck by 1,000 wild elephants. It wasn't because Lu Changsheng was boasting, but among the new generation of Mount Shu disciples present, not one could withstand a punch from her. Even the elite Golden Core Realm disciples of Mount Shu were no match for the 10-year-old Lin. So Lu Changsheng reminded his young disciple not to accidentally kill any other Mount Shu disciples, or it would cause a big problem. MHM. Lin nodded, but there was some confusion in her eyes. Mount Shu disciples were clearly robust and formidable, so why wasn't her master worried about his own disciple, but instead, that others might be beaten to death? Could it be that Lin was not important in her master's eyes? At the thought, Lin pouted. King Z, you know what to do, right? This disciple knows. Lu Changsheng wasn't worried about Lin King Z. Lin King Z's nature was non-competitive, he would definitely go easy. Lu, brother. Chen, senior brother. When did you take another disciple? And a girl at that. Recently, I had some spare time, so I took in one more disciple to pass the time. When other arriving Mount Shu elders inquired about Lin, Lu Changsheng casually dismissed the topic. To date, only Lu Changsheng, Li Changjai, Xianingshu from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, and a female disciple, as well as the sect leaders of Mount Shu and the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, knew Lin's true origins. An elder from Mount Shu asked, "May I know the current cultivation levels of Lu's two disciples?" Chapter 20. Lu is truly a masterful teacher. All Mount Shu elders looked toward Lu Changsheng and his disciples without prior agreement. 3 years ago, at the Mount Shu disciple induction ceremony, Lu Changsheng, who never left King Yun Peak, made an exception and took a disciple, an orphan from Liang Kingdom with mediocre qualifications. This matter was well known to everyone in Mount Shu. Especially since Lu Changsheng became an elder of the Dao Palace realm, his status in Mount Shu was not low, yet he took a disciple with mediocre qualifications, as well as a young female disciple, which was indeed strange. It's embarrassing to say, but my eldest disciple is only at the Qi transformation realm, Lu Changsheng said, with neither a red face nor a skipped heartbeat. If I remember correctly, 3 years ago, he was just a mortal at the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Lu is truly a genius who stepped into the Dao Palace realm in just 250 years. In just 3 years, he managed to bring a disciple with mediocre talents into the Qi transformation realm. This is truly a serendipitous blessing that he has cultivated in his 3 lifetimes. Lu is indeed a master teacher. It's no wonder the sect leader initially took Lu as his direct disciple. Lu's future is boundless. Many nascent soul realm elders heaped flattery upon him. Hearing the Dao has its order, although some Mount Shu elders had been in the sect longer than Lu Changsheng, they might stop at the nascent soul realm for life, whereas Lu Changsheng had stepped into the Dao Palace realm 3 years ago, now holding a status above theirs in Mount Shu. The flattery from these nascent soul realm elders of Mount Shu was not just for the sake of it. In their eyes, to be able to bring a disciple whose root bone, comprehension, and Qi destiny were all inferior from the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm to the Qi transformation realm in 3 years was already quite remarkable. Lu Changsheng would never perform a power-infusing initiation for a disciple with such qualifications, right? Upon hearing the flattery of the numerous Mount Shu elders and seeing their surprised expressions, Lu Changsheng was muttering in his heart. If these Mount Shu elders knew that Lin King Z's cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, wouldn't they be so surprised that their jaws would drop to the ground? Furthermore, the mere 10-year-old Lin had already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. If the Mount Shu elders knew Lin's true cultivation level, wouldn't they be ashamed enough to want to find a hole to crawl into? The Grand Master and his disciples are here. The sect leader is still in seclusion, so the Grand Master will preside over this meeting of disciples. The disciple of the Grand Master, Xiao Xiangdao, had already reached the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm 3 years ago and also possesses the special constitution Spirit Sword physique. Under the Grand Master's guidance, 3 years have passed. I wonder if he has already reached the Golden Core realm. Even if he hasn't reached the Golden Core realm, I reckon he's not far off. Grand Master Li Changjai and his disciple Xiao Xiangdao, dressed in sword attire, arrived at the main peak, as numerous Mount Shu elders nodded to Li Changjai in greeting. Xiao Xiangdao followed behind Li Changjai, carrying a long sword on his back, with a dignified and spirited air about him. His teacher was the first disciple of the sect leader of Mount Shu, the likely future sect leader. The 7th generation sect leader of Mount Shu, Grand Master Talon, was also of the Spirit Sword physique. He, Xiao Xiangdao, might also become the sect leader of Mount Shu in the future. Once everyone has gathered, the disciples participating in the sparring can begin drawing lots. During the sparring, it's light contact only, not a fight to the death. There will be elders on the sidelines during the sparring, and if anyone is in mortal danger, they will immediately intervene to separate the two combatants. Li Changzhi explained the rules of the sparring between disciples in simple terms. To prevent Mount Shu disciples from letting anger get the better of them and inadvertently turning the competition into a life and death struggle, there would be Mount Shu elders watching the fight to intervene when necessary. For this sparring session among our Mount Shu disciples, we have also invited the elders of the other 5 major orthodox sects to watch. Li Changzhi announced another matter. Grand Master, why would we invite the elders of the other 5 major orthodox sects to watch our sparring? It would be bad if the other sects learned the depth of our Mount Shu disciples' abilities, someone said. That's right, although the 6 orthodox sects have joined forces to suppress the 4 demon sects, every party has its secrets. We can't let them know the details of our current generation of disciples. Many elders from Mount Shu were astonished and did not understand the intention behind the eldest disciple's invitation to the other 5 major orthodox sects at this moment. This is the sect leader and the wishes of the supreme elders. With that statement from Li Changzhi, the Mount Shu elders immediately fell silent. The supreme elders and the sect leader were from the same era, and their ability to survive until now without death showed the terror of their cultivation levels. Since it was the intention of the Mount Shu sect leader and supreme elders, who would dare speak further? Could it be that the eldest disciple is using the name of the disciples' grand meeting to summon the other 5 major orthodox sects for a discussion? Lu Changsheng secretly communicated with Li Changzhi. You cannot be deceived, indeed it is so. Li Changzhi had sent Lu Changsheng to Huang State, and Lu Changsheng knew the reasons behind it, so Li Changzhi did not conceal them. Lu Changsheng's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. The demon sects had exhausted all of their schemes, and now these high-ranking members of the orthodox sects were also strategizing behind the curtain, setting up their plans in advance. Truly, none was simple. Martial Alliance, Elder Ye has arrived. Refinement Sect, Elder Lu has arrived. Hidden Dragon Temple, Elder Zudge has arrived. Immeasurable Temple, Master Ming Z has arrived. Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Fairy Xia has arrived. Streaks of flowing light descended, and the elders from the other 5 major orthodox sects came to visit Mount Shu. Fairy Xia? Lu Changsheng looked towards the arrivals, and sure enough, there was Xia Ningxiu from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Xia Ningxiu knew the ins and outs of the incident in Huang State. It was not surprising that the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion sent Xia Ningxiu to visit Mount Shu. The other 4 elders had long and powerful auras, none of them being anything less than masters of the Dao Palace realm. The 5 major orthodox sects had clearly taken this matter very seriously, thus they sent significant figures from their own sects. Xia Ningxiu was cold as frost, commanding respect and distance from others, beautiful to admire from afar but not to be disrespected. And when Xia Ningxiu saw Lu Changsheng among the group of Mount Shu elders, she nodded slightly towards him, a gesture of recognition, for they had once faced life and death together and escaped from the hands of Black Tiger Daoist. This Fairy Xia seems to be a direct disciple newly accepted by the Fairy Pavilion Master. I wonder about her cultivation level and Dao bone. Fairy Xia is indeed as beautiful as a heavenly immortal. No, I must maintain my Dao heart and not stray off the path, lest the 600 years of my cultivation of the Virgin Boy technique go to waste. It's surprising that Immeasurable Temple actually sent Master Ming Z. Master Ming Z had reached the 6th layer of the Dao Palace realm 300 years ago. Refinement Sect's Elder Lu? This person can forge acquired spirit treasures and is revered by the 6 orthodox sects. Elder Zudge from Hidden Dragon Temple is said to have a talent in the aspect of time, with unfathomable cultivation. Elder Ye from Martial Alliance is not an ordinary person either. He single-handedly fought against 10 demon sect elders 200 years ago and still managed to emerge unscathed. The Martial Alliance focuses on martial practice, they're all a bunch of body refinement maniacs. 1 against 10 is no surprise. The Mount Shu elders whispered among themselves. Apart from the young Xia Ningxiu, the other 4 Dao Palace realm elders were all well-known great figures with long-standing reputations. The Mount Shu disciples' grand meeting is now officially open. After the arrival of the elders from the other major orthodox sects, Li Changzhi declared the beginning of the Mount Shu disciples' grand meeting. Yet, Lu Changsheng knew that the Mount Shu disciples' grand meeting was a ruse, and Li Changzhi probably wanted to take the opportunity to discuss matters with the other 5 major orthodox sects. Chapter 21. Your disciple is in big trouble. King Yun Peak disciple Lin King Z, against Changshan Peak disciple Wu Hao. Zizua Peak disciple Shang Guanyan, against Shui Yun Peak disciple Zhao Sanqian. The Mount Shu Disciple Convention continued with the results of the disciples' lottery draws being announced. Lu Changshen's eldest disciple's opponent turned out to be a disciple of an elder from Changshan Peak. Lien, go draw your lot as well. Lu Changsheng wanted his young disciple to also gain some battle experience. Okay. Lien excitedly went up to draw her lot. Little girl, you're also participating in the competition. The elder from the nascent soul realm responsible for the lottery draw was incredulous when he saw a girl, only 10 years old, coming up to draw a lot. He thought Lu Changsheng had merely brought his young disciple to see the world. He never expected Lu Changsheng would actually let the girl compete. I am a newly admitted disciple of King Yun Peak, so of course, I may participate. Lien, brimming with confidence, reached into the box and pulled out a slip of paper, unafraid of the imposing Mount Shu elder. Number 137, your opponent is disciple Yang Ren from Zaiho Peak. Yang Ren has been at the gates for 8 years by now and is rumored to have reached the first layer of the Golden Core realm. Yang Ren, you're really lucky. Your opponent turns out to be a little girl. Don't hit too hard, King Yun Peak's elder is already in the Dao Palace realm. Yang Ren's master is Elder Zhao from Zaiho Peak, and he's in the Dao Palace realm too, sure isn't scared of King Yun Peak's elder Lu. Many Mount Shu disciples whispered among themselves at the scene, considering it all a farce. A 10-year-old girl facing an 8-year veteran prodigy disciple of Mount Shu. The outcome was predictable. Boring. Disciple Yang Ren from Zaiho Peak found it dull. Li Changjai, along with envoys from the 5 major righteous Dao sects and various elders of Mount Shu, were observing the performances of the disciples from above. In this disciple convention, the ultimate victor is 9 times out of 10 going to be the eldest senior brother's disciple, Xiao Xiangdao, who possesses the once-in-a-millennium spirit sword physique. Grandmaster Talon, our Mount Shu's 7th generation sect leader, also had the spirit sword physique. With less than a century of cultivation, he reached the Dao Palace realm and later achieved the pinnacle, arriving at the supreme state of having no sword in hand but a sword in heart. It remains to be seen whether Xiao Xiangdao can reach the heights of Grandmaster Talon. Xiao Xiangdao's spirit sword physique is indeed rare, but it still can't compare to the eldest senior brother's eternal wilderness body. Even the sect leader believes that the eldest senior brother's physique far surpasses that of most special physiques. Mount Shu elders were also whispering among themselves before the start of the disciples' sparring sessions. The vast majority of Mount Shu elders believed that the eldest senior brother's disciple Xiao Xiangdao would be the eventual winner. It has begun. The Mount Shu Disciple Convention quickly got underway, with disciples beginning their sparring. Lu Changshen's only concern was for his 2 disciples. His eldest disciple, Lin King Z's opponent from Changshan Peak, was probably at the 5th layer of the Qi transformation realm. Please instruct. Lin King Z unsheathed his green abyss sword. Of course. Today, you shall witness our Changshan Peak's Flying Eagle 13 swords. The Changshan Peak disciple also drew his long sword. We finally get to see Elder Lu's disciple in action. Quite a few Mount Shu elders focused on the battle between Lin King Z and the disciple from Changshan Peak. Among the intersect disciples, Lin King Z had the most mediocre talent. When Lu Changsheng first took him as a disciple, it surprised many Mount Shu elders. 3 years later, they all wanted to know what sort of abilities the disciple taken in by Lu Changsheng really had. Elder Lu, although your cultivation is higher than mine, my disciple has been diligently practicing and has now reached the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. He has also mastered the 7th stance of the Flying Eagle 13 swords. This time, your disciple is in for a tough challenge. The sect elder from Changshan Peak was at the 7th layer of the nascent soul realm, which didn't compare to Lu Changsheng, who had stepped into the Dao Palace realm, but he was full of confidence in his own disciple. His cultivation might not match Lu Changshen's, but when it came to a disciple's talent, how could it be possible that his disciple was inferior to Lin King Z, who had mediocre aptitude? What you said is true. Lu Changsheng did not argue. Below, Lin King Z and the disciple from Changshan Peak had already started clashing. Flying Eagle 13 swords first stance, Eagle strike the heavens. The disciple from Changshan Peak initiated the attack, and his sword chi crisscrossed mightily across the sky. Lin King Z operated the Takshuan skills, holding his breath and concentrating his spirit. Lu Changsheng had required him to suppress his strength by a major realm, so Lin King Z didn't dare to be careless. As the disciple from Changsheng Peak advanced, Lin King Z countered with the soaring cloud sword technique, using his profound strength to neutralize the opponent's onslaught. It appeared as though the disciple from Changsheng Peak was suppressing Lin King Z, yet every move and stance were seen through by Lin King Z with crystal clarity. He parried each move, shattering the incoming sword chi. How is this possible? The disciple from Changsheng Peak became increasingly frantic as he fought. He had heard that this opponent had lackluster talent, with both root bone and comprehension at the bottom level, and yet he couldn't defeat him. As Lin King Z crossed swords with his opponent, he felt the pressure exerted by the disciple from Changsheng Peak was far less than that from his junior sister. His junior sister was endowed with the martial king divine physique, a cultivation higher than Lin King Z's. Sometimes she would strike out too heavy-handedly, and Lin King Z could even be injured by her. Compared to his junior sister, the attacks from the disciple of Changsheng Peak were somewhat feeble and ineffective. So Lin King Z only paid attention to his opponent's techniques. When the disciple from Changsheng Peak had exhausted the 7th stance of the Flying Eagle 13 Swords, Lin King Z saw that his opponent had no new moves left, and with a slight exertion of force, he knocked away the other's longsword. With a clang, the longsword flew from the hands of the disciple from Changsheng Peak, who was left standing there, dumbfounded. He had actually been defeated by a Shu Mountain disciple with inferior aptitude, who 3 years ago was only at the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm. All the elders of Mount Shu watching this bout were rendered speechless. Lin King Z seemed to win easily, showing no signs of having exerted his full strength. Elder Lu, what exactly is the cultivation level of this disciple of yours? If he was able to defeat Wu Hao of the 5th layer of the Qi transformation realm, his cultivation must be at least at the 6th layer of the Qi transformation realm. In 3 years, to raise a mediocre disciple from the 1st layer of the Foundation Establishment realm to the 6th layer of the Qi transformation realm, Elder Lu's ability to teach disciples is simply too strong. I am truly ashamed. After these elders came to their senses, they could not help but admire Lu Changsheng. Who would have thought that a disciple from Mount Shu with mediocre talent could have such astonishing progress in cultivation? In Lu Changsheng's heart, there wasn't a hint of disturbance. This was still the result of Lu Changsheng asking Lin King Z to go easy. Otherwise, with Lin King Z's current cultivation at the Golden Core realm, he could have defeated his opponent with a single move. Elder Lu's disciple is quite remarkable. Li Changjai also expressed genuine admiration. Li Changjai's disciple, Xiao Xiangdao, seeing his master praising someone else's disciple, the same person who had once been his chess attendant, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of envy. After all, he was the illustrious prince of the Liang kingdom. Is Elder Lu's newly accepted little disciple also going to step forward for a sparring match? Her opponent is Yang Ren, a disciple from Xiao Peak, at the 1st layer of the Golden Core realm, much stronger than Wu Hao from Changsheng Peak. Elder Lu, are you sure you want to let a little girl of about 10 years old fight a disciple at the 1st layer of the Golden Core realm? The other elders of Mount Shu cast odd looks toward Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng replied calmly and composedly, my little disciple likes to play around. If I don't let her participate, she is likely to demolish my cave dwelling. Chapter 22. I'll give you 3 moves. Little junior sister, you are still young with limited cultivation. Go back to King Yun Peak to practice, and maybe in 10 or 8 years, you'll be able to defeat me. Yang Ren, a disciple of Xiao Peak, came to the competition stage. His opponent was King Yun Peak's youngest disciple, the 10-year-old Lin. Defeating such an opponent would not only fail to make a name across Mount Shu but might even seem like an easy, unearned victory. Humph, don't underestimate me. Lin placed her hands on her hips, clearly unconvinced. Yang Ren helplessly said, all right, I'll let you have 3 moves. Oh really? Then take this punch from me. Lian's eyes swiveled as she swung her little fist. Come on then. Yang Ren was utterly unconcerned. A 10-year-old girl, how advanced could her cultivation be? Let alone giving her 3 moves, even if he allowed her 30 moves, what would that change? Since King Yun Peak's Lu Changsheng and Xiao Peak's Zhao Huiyan were both Dao Palace realm elders of Mount Shu, their disciples' competition drew considerable attention from other Mount Shu elders. Elder Lu, this is getting out of hand. Xiao Peak's elder Zhao Huiyan also felt this friendly match was somewhat inglorious. Is it? Lu Changsheng still had a calm and composed demeanor. Xiao Peak's elder Zhao Huiyan, who had reached the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm, was long famous, and his disciple, a genius who achieved the first level of the Golden Core realm after only 8 years of practice, letting a little girl have 3 moves wasn't surprising. Disciple, you may use the cultivation of the first level of the Golden Core realm. Lu Changsheng transmitted his voice to Lin. Although Lu Changsheng had requested his 2 disciples to only use the strength of the 7th or 8th layer of the Qi transformation realm before the disciples' conference, considering that the opponent was a disciple of Mount Shu from the Golden Core realm, allowing his own disciple to employ the same level of cultivation wasn't too much, was it? Disciple understands. Lin, who had her cultivation severely restricted to an entire realm lower, became even more excited when Lu Changsheng allowed her to lift some of the limits. Ha! Lin let out a light shout, took a lunge forward, and in the next instant appeared in front of Yang Ren, her little fist carrying Gang Qi as it smashed outward, shaking the heavens. Yang Ren felt the power of the punch and immediately sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. The next moment, Lian's little fist made contact with Yang Ren's chest. Boom! That punch contained the strength of myriad aspects. Yang Ren felt as though he was struck by tens of thousands of rampaging elephants, even the spiritual energy in his body could not circulate in time, and he was sent flying by Lian's fist. Bang! Yang Ren fell hundreds of meters away, like a kite that had lost its string. Sputter! Yang Ren spat out a mouthful of blood, on the verge of unconsciousness. The Mount Shu disciples and elders on site were all engulfed in stunned silence. A genius disciple of the Golden Core realm, severely injured by a punch from a little girl around 10 years old. The world had gone mad. Zaiho Peak's elder Zhao waved his sleeve, instantly appearing beside his disciple Yang Ren, and fed him a healing medicine before using his divine sense to check for life-threatening injuries. It was only after discovering none that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Yang Ren had almost all his ribs broken and needed Elder Zhao's power for healing. It would take a good while to recover, and even Zhao Huiyan, who was at the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm, was shaken. Just one punch, just one single punch, and his genius disciple had been reduced to such a state by a mysterious little girl. Zhao Huiyan did not blame his own disciple but marveled at the monstrous talent of the other. Elder Lu, it's not that I, Zhao Huiyan, have failed in instruction, but rather that your disciple is truly a monstrosity. Indeed, indeed. Elder Zhao took 8 years to guide a disciple from the Qi transformation realm to the Golden Core realm, which was already commendable. Truly, it is Elder Lu's disciple who possesses an excessively grotesque talent. So young, yet able to injure a Golden Core realm disciple with a single punch. Tisk tisk tisk, such a talent is simply unparalleled in the world. Congratulations to Elder Lu for having such an exceptional disciple. Many elders of Mount Shu chimed in with their agreement. In doing so, they not only saved face for Elder Zhao but also praised Elder Lu's disciple. Is this the Huang tribe girl who was hunted by the demon race? There must be secrets yet to be discovered about her. No wonder your Mount Shu insists on protecting her, her future achievements are boundless. Elders from the other 5 orthodox sects covertly sent messages, speaking to Li Changjai. This girl's physique is extremely suited for the martial path, and our martial alliance possesses many body refinement techniques. She should join our martial alliance. Our leader would be very happy to take her as a disciple. Elder Ye of the martial alliance, upon seeing Lin, who possessed the martial king divine physique, was thrilled. The martial alliance sought enlightenment through martial prowess, focusing on the tough cultivation of the body, indubitably the most suitable for the overbearing special physique that is the martial king divine physique. She has already been accepted into Mount Shu and has become our disciple. You of the martial alliance should give up the idea. Unless one day, the leader of the martial alliance can defeat the sect leader of Mount Shu. Li Changjai was protective and uncompromising. Upon hearing the revered name of Taiyuan, the true person of Mount Shu, Elder Ye involuntarily shuddered. Although the leader of the martial alliance possessed an extremely domineering special physique and could shatter a great mountain with a single punch, at the past 6 Dao conferences, he was still defeated by Taiyuan, the true person of Mount Shu. Every sect leader of Mount Shu was an outstanding figure, and talents emerged in droves, which is why Mount Shu stood as the leader among the 6 orthodox sects of Xia state. With Lian having joined Mount Shu and becoming a disciple, trying to woo her away from Mount Shu was exceedingly difficult. Although this girl's physique is unique and her cultivation speed is extraordinarily rapid, when I saw her 3 years ago, she was but at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Only 3 years have passed, yet she now possesses the strength of the Golden Core realm. Her speedy cultivation must also be related to her master, Lu Changsheng. Xiaoningsu of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion pondered to herself and realized the crux of the issue. Even if Lin were monstrously talented, to condense a golden core in 3 years was beyond astounding. In Xiaoningsu's memory, only she cultivated at such a rapid pace. After all, she reached the Dao Palace realm at the age of 20. Xiaoningsu looked towards Lu Changsheng, whose cultivation seemed somewhat elusive and difficult to discern. Master, how did I perform? I didn't kill him, did I? Lin returned to Lu Changsheng's side, clinging to his arm, and sought credit for her performance. The surrounding elders and disciples of Mount Shu looked at Lin as if seeing a beast. She was absolutely the most monstrous presence among the new generation of Mount Shu disciples. Even the disciple of the eldest brother who possessed the spirit sword physique, Xiao Xiangdao, seemed somewhat overshadowed in Lin's presence. According to the Mount Shu's chronicle records of special physiques through the ages, the spirit sword physique had manifested 10 times over the past several 100,000 years, while Lin's martial king divine physique had only one record, which also emerged in Huang state. You did very well. Lu Changsheng praised succinctly. His little disciple had only used the force of the first layer of the Golden Core realm. The reason behind such a shocking display was because Yang Ren of Zaiho Peak was too complacent, daring to face her without any defenses, and thus suffered a punch from the martial king divine physique for nothing. If Lin had used the force of the 7th layer of the Golden Core realm, perhaps Yang Ren might have been killed by a single punch, and not even a Deluo Golden Immortal could have saved him. Who's my next opponent? Lin waved her little fists excitedly, looking incredibly adorable. However, the Mount Shu disciples panicked, hastily checking their own numbers. It's me. The one with number 140, who had overcome the disciple with number 139, turned pale. He would be the next to face Lin, denoted as number 137. Chapter 23. Senior sister, please enlighten me. Junior sister, spare me. Master, your disciple is truly no match and can only forfeit. The Mount Shu disciples who sparred with Lin grumbled without end. The martial king divine physique was too domineering. At the mere age of 10, Lin had defeated dozens of Mount Shu disciples, causing an uproar throughout Mount Shu. The Mount Shu disciple convention was in full swing, and as disciples were continuously eliminated, eventually only 8 remained. This included Lin King Z, Lin, Xiao Xiangdao, and others. Among the new disciples Mount Shu has recruited in the past 10 years, 2 of Elder Lu's disciples have made it to the top 8. Elder Lu is truly a great master. The futures of Elder Lu's 2 disciples are boundless. They might one day become the mainstays of our Mount Shu. It's really enviable. I wonder how Elder Lu's 2 disciples will fare when pitted against the possessor of the spirit sword physique, Xiao Xiangdao. The Mount Shu elders, having seen the final 8 disciples, including 2 of Lu Changsheng's disciples among them, could not help but express their admiration. Next up, King Yun Peak's disciple Lin King Z will face Baimon Peak's disciple Chen Yao. On the martial arts platform, 2 teenagers, a boy and a girl, each with a long sword on their backs, stood their ground, swords ready as unseen waves of energy whirled and clashed. Baimon Peak? Isn't that the dwelling of a supreme elder? Aren't the supreme elders in seclusion? How could they recruit disciples? It's said that one of the supreme elders had an epiphany, emerged from seclusion 9 years ago, and brought a young girl back to Mount Shu when he returned. This girl was later taken as a disciple by this supreme elder. Being one of the new disciples Mount Shu has acquired within the last 10 years, she naturally qualifies to participate in this Mount Shu disciple convention. Since she's been taken in by a supreme elder, there must be something special about her. Her entrance into the final 8 Mount Shu disciples speaks to her talent. Some Mount Shu elders engaged in gossip, enthusiastically discussing the matter. It seems that even in the realm of cultivation, indulging in gossip is still a common human sentiment. Lu Changsheng turned his gaze toward Chen Yao, the Mount Shu disciple who was about to duel his eldest disciple. This Mount Shu disciple named Chen Yao was a disciple of an unnamed supreme elder of Mount Shu. The supreme elders of Mount Shu, being of the same generation as the sect leader, were old monsters with inscrutable cultivation levels. They mostly spent their time in seclusion, focusing on their own cultivation, preparing for the heavenly tribulation, and seldom took on disciples lightly. Unless the other party had a monstrous aptitude or fortuitous encounter, only then might they be taken in as a disciple by a supreme elder. The Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator is assessing the opponent's qualifications. Name, Chen Yao. Race, human. Talent, 9 Heavens Mysterious Lady Physique, Thunder Spiritual Root, Formation Grandmaster. Cultivation, Golden Core Realm, 3rd Layer. Daobone, 19 years. As expected, the disciple chosen by a Mount Shu Supreme Elder was astonishingly gifted. This girl, slightly older than Lin King Z, should be considered Lin King Z's senior sister. 9 Heaven's Mysterious Lady Physique. According to the records of special physiques through the ages, the 9 Heaven's Mysterious Lady Physique has appeared twice, solely in female cultivators. However, the record is vague about the peculiarities of the 9 Heaven's Mysterious Lady Physique. A Formation Grandmaster is someone with an exceptional talent in setting up heavenly and earthly formations. Some cultivators are adept at using formations to defeat their enemies. The great demon sects also have many elders proficient in array formations. There was once a demon sect elder who, in order to improve his own cultivation, used a blood formation to refine an entire city, sacrificing the lives of hundreds of thousands. King Z, your master permits you to use the cultivation level of the 2nd layer of the Golden Core Realm. Lu Changsheng knew that Chen Yao would be extremely troublesome for his eldest disciple. If he only used the cultivation level of the Qi Transformation Realm, Chen Yao would defeat him in no time. It's better to allow Lin King Z to accumulate experience battling a genius during this opportunity. However, in this battle, you must intentionally hold back and be content with stopping at the top 8, he instructed. Even if you achieve first place, Mount Shu's rewards won't be better than what your master has given you. There's no need to draw attention to yourself for the sake of coming first. Lu Changsheng communicated secretly with Lin King Z. Among the remaining 8 disciples, there were apprentices of the sect leader Li Changjai and disciples of the Supreme Elders. Defeating them would likely cause an earthquake throughout Mount Shu. Cultivation isn't about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social etiquette. Chen Yao's cultivation level was very high, so it was only logical for Lin King Z to naturally lose to her. Disciple understands. Lin King Z, having no desire to stand out, suppressed his power to the 2nd layer of the Golden Core Realm, drew his longsword, and faced Chen Yao. I am Lin King Z of King Yun Peak, please instruct me, senior sister. I am Chen Yao of Baimon Peak, please enlighten me. Chen Yao's voice was melodious, she stood upright and regulated her breathing. She needed to defeat only 3 more opponents to fulfill her master's expectations. In 9 years, she went from a mortal with no cultivation base to a disciple of Mount Shu at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core Realm, thanks to the sacrifices of the Supreme Elder who gave up time from his seclusion to guide her cultivation. The elder who accepted her as a disciple felt that there was no hope for him to survive his tribulation, and with little time left in his life, he gave up continuing his secluded cultivation to focus on teaching her. The reason the human race has continued to thrive lies in passing on the torch from one generation to the next. I must not fail my master's expectations. Chen Yao's right hand made a motion, and a deep blue radiance gradually appeared behind her longsword. This is the Skywave Sword of Baimon Peak, an acquired spirit treasure of medium quality. Worthy of being a disciple recruited by a Supreme Elder, to have such a spiritual treasure in the Golden Core Realm. With her current cultivation level, she still cannot unleash the full power of this spiritual treasure. Even so, Elder Lu's disciple is in for a tough fight. Many Mount Shu elders were taken aback, and they all looked favorably upon the disciple recruited by the Supreme Elder. Until now, Lin King Z had only shown the highest cultivation level of the 9th layer of the Qi Transformation Realm, and he had been fortunate enough not to face any Golden Core Realm opponents. There was no doubt about Chen Yao's current cultivation level being in the Golden Core Realm, and with a medium quality acquired spirit treasure, the outcome seemed clear. Lu Changsheng remained calm and collected. He had intentionally had Lin King Z lower his realm to let him try fighting across different cultivation ranks. Cultivators are not always able to suppress their enemies with their cultivation levels, sometimes they might encounter demons with higher ranks. To defeat or escape unharmed from an opponent of a higher rank, while being lower in rank yourself, is what makes a truly formidable person. Therefore, this served as pressure resistance training for Lin King Z. Rise! Chen Yao's face turned serious as she pinched a sword spell with her left hand and pulled with 2 fingers of her right. The Skywave Sword emitted a clear ringing sound as it soared into the sky, its light shining for miles. Slash! As Chen Yao's sword technique changed, the Skywave Sword carried a momentum that seemed to split mountains and part seas as it slashed towards Lin King Z. She intended to defeat Lin King Z in one move. Compared to the medium quality acquired spirit treasure Skywave Sword, the superior quality spiritual artifact Green Abyss Sword seemed dull and lackluster. Elder Lu's first disciple has shown a cultivation level only up to the Qi transformation realm, it seems he will be defeated in one move. The opponent is a closed-door disciple recruited by a supreme elder, losing to her is no shame. Lin King Z's entrance into the top 8 already marks him as an elite disciple. Seeing Chen Yao exert her full strength with the first move, many Mount Shu elders believed Lin King Z wouldn't withstand a single sword strike, so they began to comfort Lu Changsheng in advance. Lu Changsheng, an elder of the Dao Palace realm with 2 such outstanding disciples, should have no regrets. Chapter 24, More Than Just Draining Water. Open Heaven's Gate. Lin King Z shouted softly, executing the highest level of the soaring cloud sword technique. The green abyss sword shone with intense green light, its fierce sword chi carrying an unstoppable momentum as it collided with the slash from the skywave sword in mid-air. Boom! Sword chi streams crisscrossed chaotically, the solid giant timber used in the martial arts platform scattered like paper, and even wooden pillars were completely pulverized. Lin King Z and Chen Yao both staggered. The onlooking Mount Shu elders and disciples could not help but be shocked. Originally, they thought Lin King Z would fall under the sword of Chen Yao, who was at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, but unexpectedly Lin King Z staunchly blocked Chen Yao's astonishing sword momentum. Lin King Z has attained the Golden Core realm. This is his true cultivation level. Elder Lu, you're not being fair, having always told your disciple to suppress his cultivation level until now, only revealing his true level under Chen Yao's pressure. How did Elder Lu manage to train a disciple of mediocre aptitude from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Golden Core realm within 3 years? Many Mount Shu elders looked towards Lu Changsheng again, their eyes filled with shock, admiration, and confusion. Inconceivable. If Lin King Z were a genius, it might not be so surprising for others that he advanced from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Golden Core realm in 3 years. But Lin King Z's aptitudes were all lower grade. This disciple of mine, at best, has reached the 2nd layer of the Golden Core realm. Lu Changsheng sighed. 3 years, from the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment to the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm? Could it be that this child is a genius, and our Mount Shu's immortal artifact gallbladder mirror was mistaken? If that's really the case, then Elder Lu has picked up a huge bargain this time. Golden Core realm 2nd layer, although still not as good as Chen Yao at the Golden Core realm 3rd layer, is already very impressive. Congratulations to Elder Lu. Many Mount Shu elders expressed their admiration without end. How is that possible? Xiao Xiangdao, who followed Li Changjai, was heavily shaken upon seeing Lin King Z's cultivation reach the 2nd layer of the Golden Core realm. 3 years ago, Xiao Xiangdao was at the 3rd layer of the Qi transformation realm. After cultivating alongside Li Changjai for 3 years, Xiao Xiangdao's cultivation level improved to the 4th layer of the Golden Core realm. Xiao Xiangdao's cultivation level was higher than Lin King Z's displayed level, but he still felt something was amiss. The leap from the 1st layer of the Foundation Establishment realm to the 2nd layer of the Golden Core realm, compared to going from the 3rd layer of the Qi transformation realm to the 4th layer of the Golden Core realm, was more shocking. Regardless, during this disciple conference, the one who will rank first must be me, Xiao Xiangdao. Xiao Xiangdao clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. On the martial arts platform, the fierce battle raged on, with sword chi whistling through the air and explosive sounds like thunderclaps shaking the earth, reducing the martial arts platform to ruins from the combat between the two. Although Lin King Z suppressed his cultivation level by 4 minor realms, still 1 minor realm below Chen Yao at the Golden Core realm 3rd layer, and his magical treasure was not as good as Chen Yao's Skywave sword, Lin King Z, after all, possessed the consciousness of the Golden Core realm 6th layer, enabling him to fight Chen Yao on equal grounds with great difficulty. A strong opponent, that's good. Each time Lin King Z's green abyss sword collided with Chen Yao's Skywave sword, his zodiac meridians trembled violently. He quickly circulated his Takshuan skills to suppress the surging blood and the chaotic spiritual energy. In battling Chen Yao, Lin King Z was accumulating combat experience. After all, this was a brand new opponent, and Lin King Z knew almost nothing about her, making it more akin to a real battle. On the other hand, Chen Yao was also secretly astonished. Lin King Z, who seemed unremarkable in appearance and whose cultivation level seemed not very high, had actually managed to block her magical weapon. Even though Chen Yao appeared to have the upper hand, if a 3rd-level Golden Core Realm disciple could not defeat a 2nd-level Golden Core Realm disciple, then in reality, it was she who had lost. No, I can't disgrace my master. Chen Yao bit her silver teeth, her green clothes fluttered, and the skywave sword returned to her hand. Junior brother, I don't want to hurt you. When I use that move, you should admit defeat, she said. Unity of person and sword. Chen Yao reminded Lin King Z as the skywave sword emitted a myriad of blue lights, engulfing her. At that moment, it was as if she and the sword became one, transforming into an azure streak of light that shot up into the sky. Boom! Dark clouds hovered over the city, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Chen Yao, holding the sword, stood in midair, the fierce wind howling, her green robe snapping in the wind, as numerous bolts of lightning were absorbed by the sharp edge of the skywave sword, resembling a massive whirlpool. You won't be able to block this sword. Supreme Thunder Command. Chen Yao's lovely face turned red, and the autumn water-like divine sword, with its overwhelming and dazzling light, slashed towards Lin King Z. Into this sword, Chen Yao had poured all her spiritual energy and divine sense. To her, the world around seemed to quiet down. Faced with this sword, she believed Lin King Z would surely retreat. However, Lin King Z did not back down, and on the brink of life and death, he decided to give it a try. You'll lose your life. No, that's not right, your aura. In Chen Yao's eyes, Lin King Z was the only one left, and she was startled to see that his momentum had suddenly increased several-fold in that instant. At the moment of life and death, Lin King Z's instincts led him to release his true cultivation level, and Chen Yao, who had her attention solely on him, caught it. Enough is enough. Boom! A figure interposed between Lin King Z and Chen Yao, with a wave of his daoist robe, an invisible current, like a dragon drawing water, absorbed all the immense sword energy of the skywave sword and dissipated it into nothingness. This person was Lu Changsheng. On the other side, Lu Changsheng also suppressed Lin King Z's cultivation level. It was a close call, his disciple nearly revealed his 6th level Golden Core Realm cultivation. Not only that, the stance of the two had already reached a life and death struggle. Chen Yao's cultivation technique exceeded her current realm. If Lin King Z had used all his cultivation to clash with her, the exhausted Chen Yao would definitely have suffered a backlash and most likely would have perished, while Lin King Z might have been injured by her as well. You're being too reckless, this is just a sparring match, no need to go so far. Being too stubborn could easily lead to inner demons, Elder Lu admonished the Mount Shu disciple across from him. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I have learned my lesson, Chen Yao said, snapping back to reality and breaking out in a cold sweat, realizing she had indeed been too impulsive and used a technique she had not fully mastered. If it hadn't been for my master blocking sister's sword, I would have faced disaster. I admit defeat. Lin King Z actively sheathed the green abyss sword, not minding winning or losing. Many elders and disciples of Mount Shu were astounded and did not see Lin King Z's voluntary admission of defeat as a dishonorable act. The technique that Chen Yao used last had already surpassed the 3rd level of the Golden Core Realm. Senior, your disciple, was holding back, wasn't he? Chen Yao said to Elder Lu through a voice transmission as he was leaving with Lin King Z. In that instant, Chen Yao had sensed that Lin King Z might have been concealing his true cultivation level. Lu Changsheng could not deny it and smiled, acknowledging that it was not just holding back, it was more like a floodgate. Elder Lu, your disciple, his cultivation is not just this, Fairy Xia of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion secretly sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Chapter 25, Go Comfort Her. Xia Ningxiu took the initiative to send a telepathic message to herself, and Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised. Xia Ningxiu was the holy maiden of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, usually as cold as frost, and he hadn't expected her to proactively send a message. My disciple is of mediocre talent and has achieved his current cultivation level only through dedicated focus and undivided attention, said Lu Changsheng indifferently. Even though Lu Changsheng boosted Lin King Z by using the power-infusing initiation, Lin King Z's progress in cultivation was so swift because he possessed the heart of the innocent. The 6 Orthodox sects will soon convene the 6th Dao Conference. Without asking further, Xia Ningxiu simply mentioned it. The 6th Dao Conference? Lu Changsheng knew that once Xia state was in turmoil, the 6 Orthodox sects including Mount Shu, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Martial Alliance, Hidden Dragon Temple, Refinement Sect and Immeasurable Temple, would convene the 6th Dao Conference to discuss how to deal with the catastrophe. At the same time, the sect leaders and elders of the 6 Orthodox sects might compete at the 6th Dao Conference, displaying their strength to elevate their sect's status. Within the 6 Orthodox sects, there are internal rankings as well. The higher the rank, the greater the influence. Although Mount Shu has been at the top for many years, it has not always been first. Every so often, an unparalleled genius emerges among the other 5 orthodox sects. 20,000 years ago, an extraordinary genius appeared out of nowhere, surpassing Mount Shu's sect leader at the time, and founded what is now known as Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. The 6-Dao Conference, such an important event, determines the ranking of the 6 orthodox sects as well as their response to the catastrophe. This time, the 6-Dao Conference is to be prepared by Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Only those of elder rank are qualified to attend the 6-Dao Conference. Changsheng, you will accompany me when the time comes. Sect leader Li King Z sent a telepathic message to Lu Changsheng. With a cultivation level in the Dao Palace realm, Lu Changsheng was fully qualified to participate in the 6-Dao Conference. Lu Changsheng also longed for the 6-Dao Conference. The 6-Dao Conference, with the attendance of sect leaders and elders from the 6 orthodox sects, mostly well-known figures, is undoubtedly the grandest event in Xia State. While sect leaders and some elders leave for the 6-Dao Conference, the safety of Mount Shu is entrusted to the Supreme Elders, which is not a concern. Lin, intentionally lose to Xiao Ziyang Dao. I'll initiate power-infusing initiation for you afterwards. The disciples' assembly at Mount Shu was still underway, and Lu Changsheng sent a telepathic message to his junior disciple Lin, instructing her to deliberately lose to Xiao Ziyang Dao. Lin, who had been fighting empty-handed from the start, was at a slight disadvantage against the sword-wielding Xiao Ziyang Dao. Lin nodded her head and, after a fierce hand-to-hand battle with Xiao Ziyang Dao, pretended to be overpowered and stepped off the martial arts platform. Humph, I don't want to fight you. Lin pouted and ran back to Lu Changshen's side. Xiao Ziyang Dao sheathed his long sword, his brows tightly furrowed. He always felt that his opponent had not gone all out, as if she had treated the match as a joke. But since Lin was just a little girl, even if she really did treat it as a joke, Xiao Ziyang Dao couldn't very well lose his temper. At the end, it came down to Supreme Elder's disciple Chen Yao and sect leader's disciple Xiao Ziyang Dao. Chen Yao had the 9 heavens mysterious lady physique with a cultivation level at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core realm. Xiao Ziyang Dao possessed the spirit sword physique, at the 4th layer of the Golden Core realm. Both were among the most outstanding of Mount Shu's new generation, their sword chi wreaking havoc in the martial arts platform once again. In the end, because Chen Yao had expended a great deal of spiritual energy dueling Lin King Z, she lost to Xiao Ziyang Dao, leaving him the victor. Li King Z simply nodded in acknowledgement. Li King Z also knew that if Lin, who had the martial king divine physique, had fought at full strength, his disciple might not have won. Even Chen Yao, a disciple of the Supreme Elders, might not have lost to Xiao Ziyang Dao had she not been drained of considerable spiritual energy by Lin King Z. Moreover, the seemingly mediocre Lin King Z's true cultivation might not be just at the 2nd layer of the Golden Core realm. One can only say that this generation's Mount Shu disciples are too extraordinarily gifted. Li King Z felt greatly gratified. With disciples such as Xiao Ziyang Dao, Lin King Z, Chen Yao, Lin, and other geniuses, Mount Shu's future is promising. I've lost. Defeated, Chen Yao carried the skywave sword on her back, her eyes red-rimmed as she vanished forlornly into the crowd. She had hoped to earn some honor for her master, yet she did not expect to lose to Xiao Ziyang Dao, who possessed the spirit sword physique. King Z, go and console Chen Yao. Lu Changsheng noticed Chen Yao's desolate departure. He always thought that the 9 heavens mysterious lady physique was exceptional, especially since Chen Yao's master was one of Mount Shu's mysterious supreme elders. It wouldn't be a bad thing to seek her goodwill. What should I do? Lin King Z was completely puzzled. He was clueless. Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes, this disciple was too honest, just say some comforting words. As you command, master. Following orders, Lin King Z went after her. In the bamboo grove on the back mountain, Chen Yao looked at the swaying green bamboo, her blue garments fluttering in the wind, with crystal clear tears occasionally dropping, glinting like silver. Missing first place by just 1 step was, to her youthful disposition, inevitably regretful. Who's there? Despite her upset, Chen Yao still sensed someone approaching. Senior sister, I mean no harm. Is it you? Chen Yao looked up to see the newcomer, Lin King Z, who had intentionally lost to her before. Are you crying? I am not. Chen Yao hastily wiped her reddened eyes with her sleeve, unwilling to admit it. Lin King Z scratched his head, and not knowing what to say, he recalled his master's words and spoke, "Actually, with senior sister's strength, had you not expended too much spiritual energy in the fight against me, brother Xiao would probably not be your match. So, in my view, senior sister is the real first place." "Really? Humph, you don't need to say such comforting words. It's not like they make me feel any better. But I am telling the truth. Also, our master said that as cultivators, we should be humble, not be competitive and over-ambitious. If senior sister can understand this principle, perhaps one day you might reach master's realm." "Are you lecturing me? Is this how you'll comfort someone? You really are a blockhead." Chen Yao turned around, her black hair dancing in the wind among the bamboo, her eyes still tearful but smiling. "Regardless, thank you. Let's go back now." By the time Chen Yao returned to the assembly with Lin King Z, her mood had improved significantly. Following the conclusion of Mount Shu Disciples Assembly, the new generation of Mount Shu disciples had to complete their first sect trial mission. The trial mission required them to descend the mountain. Leaving the protection of Mount Shu to venture into the martial arts world could lead to encounters with demon sects disciples or even extremely cruel loose cultivators and members of the demon race. Thus, casualties were inevitable with each trial mission, an unavoidable occurrence. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger, a matter of life and death. It's not just the newly initiated disciples, even Mount Shu's elders could fall upon leaving the shelter of Mount Shu. Lu Changsheng himself once narrowly escaped death at the hands of a loose cultivator, the Black Tiger Daoist of Huang State. All disciples drew lots to form teams, with every 5 individuals making up a small squad, led by either a seasoned disciple who had achieved great accomplishment in the Golden Core realm or an elder in the Nascent Soul realm. The trial mission was not only a matter of life and death but also a means to build the disciples' teamwork capabilities. After all, cultivators do not necessarily have to fight their battles alone. Lin, due to her unique status, couldn't leave Mount Shu, otherwise, it could alert the 4 great demon sects and the demon race of Huang State, and the difficulty of this trial mission could instantly escalate 10,000-fold. Moreover, with Lin King Z going out for the trial, Lu Changsheng needed to leave a disciple behind. How else could he exploit the system for more benefits? "We're on the same team." Chen Yao, who drew number 8 for the team, found herself in the same squad as Lin King Z, a disciple of Lu Changsheng. Chapter 26, My Master Can Tell Fortunes, please follow. Lin King Z and Chen Yao were in a squad led by an intersect disciple of the Golden Core realm at the 9th level. This intersect disciple had cultivated in Mount Shu for 60 years, not a novice by any means, with rich worldly experience, thus he was qualified to lead new disciples on their formative expeditions. Normally, as long as one didn't encounter an elder of the demon sects or a great demon, being at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm meant one could traverse Xia state with impunity. The disciples of this generation in Mount Shu have boundless prospects. 2 years from now, we shall meet again at the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Following the conclusion of the Mount Shu Disciples Conference, the elders of the 5 righteous Dao sects held a covered meeting with Li Changzhi before taking to the skies on their swords and departing. "Changsheng, have you noticed? Xianing Xiu, the newly accepted disciple of the Fairy Pavilion Master, possesses exceptionally high talent." Senior brother Li Changzhi watched the departing crowd and communicated telepathically with Lu Changsheng. Despite her young age, her cultivation has already reached the Dao Palace realm, indeed formidable. During the 6th Dao Conference, it's likely that the Fairy Pavilion Master will send this girl to challenge the rank of our young generation elders in Mount Shu. Although I'm confident in defeating her, having cultivated for 500 years, a victory over her would hardly be honorable. 1,500 years ago, the 6th Dao Conference was held at our Mount Shu, and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion challenged our position as number 1. The Pavilion Master fought our sect leader and was defeated in all 3 battles, losing face completely. As a result, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's status fell to 5th place. I reckon the Fairy Pavilion Master still remembers this. You are the last direct disciple accepted by our sect leader. For this 6th Dao Conference, we can only hope you will defeat Xianing Xiu. Li Changzhi spoke with a heavy heart as he patted Lu Changsheng's shoulder. Li Changzhi had been present to protect Lu Changsheng during his breakthrough to the Dao Palace realm, witnessing the heavenly phenomena induced by Lu Changsheng. Believing that Lu Changsheng's talent was no less than his own, he hoped that Lu Changsheng could stand against Xianing Xiu and uphold Mount Shu's dignity. To battle Xianing Xiu? Senior brother, if I defeat Xianing Xiu when the time comes, you'll have my back, right? Lu Changsheng wasn't afraid of Xiaoningsu, but he was concerned about the Fairy Pavilion Master supporting her from behind. How would he face it if the Fairy Pavilion Master, after finally finding an opportunity to disgrace the Mount Shu sect leader, decided to personally draw a sword and pursue him if he ruined it? Ha ha ha, both Master and I will have your back. Understanding Lu Changshen's implication, Li Changjai reassured him. It seems his senior brother also enjoys stirring up a bit of chaos. Before his disciples set off for their trials, Lu Changsheng summoned Lin King Z and performed a power-infusing initiation on him. Ding! You have imparted 300 days of heavenly cultivation to your disciple Lin King Z, and Lin King Z has actually gained 60 days of cultivation. Ding! You have received an 80-fold return reward for your teaching, 4.800 days of cultivation. Ding! The number of power-infusing initiation you can perform today 1, the remaining count for initiating today is 1. Due to Lu Changshen's realm advancement, Lin King Z only gained 60 days of his cultivation, but his Qi was now brimming with spiritual energy. Lu Changsheng obtained over 10 years of cultivation return, further solidifying his Dao Palace. Disciple, your master has foreseen through calculation that 1 year from now, on your way back to Mount Shu after completing your trials, you will encounter a tribulation. Master can tell fortunes. Lin King Z's eyes widened. To mysteriously calculate the ways of heaven, even the temple master of the Hidden Dragon Temple would not dare claim to accurately predict events a year in advance. Yet, his master had outright stated that he would experience a tribulation in a year's time. I know a thing or two. How should your disciple face this tribulation? When the time comes, you needn't worry, keep calm and handle it. If you truly cannot overcome, your master will appear and assist you in crossing the tribulation. Thank you, master. Your disciple takes the liberty to ask. Goon. Is master an immortal? Do I look like an immortal to you? Yes, very much so. Lin King Z was convinced that Lu Changsheng was an immortal hidden away, cultivating in Mount Shu. Otherwise, how could Lu Changsheng bestow limitless power-infusing initiation? How could he foresee the future and be so prescient? To me, an immortal is nothing more than a cultivator with a much higher level of cultivation. Before you depart, as a reward, I'll bestow upon you some elixir pills for your survival during your trials. Lu Changsheng casually handed over a bag of elixir pills. With Lin King Z's current realm, elixir pills below the 3rd grade were more than sufficient. Higher grade elixir pills might risk causing his body to explode from their potent power. Over the past 3 years, Lu Changsheng diligently exploited the system benefits every day, amassing hundreds of advanced elixir pills, including an 8th-grade elixir pill that returned a 10,000-fold reward. The power of an 8th-grade elixir pill is so strong that even those in the Dao Palace realm cannot withstand it. Lu Changsheng need only take out a few 5th-grade elixir pills to trade for a stack of 3rd-grade or lower elixir pills at Mount Shu's Elixir Pavilion, never fearing a lack of elixir pills to reward his disciples. As for high-grade elixir pills, Lu Changsheng uses them for body tempering himself and his young apprentice. The higher the grade of the elixir pill, the better the body tempering effect, and the stronger the physique. Of course, if the power of the elixir is too strong, it could easily result in the body exploding and death. Thank you, Master. King Z has been away from Mount Shu for a year and couldn't serve by the Master's side. I hope the Master will forgive me. Lin King Z bowed deeply, then respectfully took his leave. Master, Lien also wants to go down the mountain and play. Please. Lien clung to Lu Changshen's arm, coquettishly pleading to descend the mountain for trials. No, you may not. Here in Mount Shu, you have the protection of your master, sect leader, eldest senior brother, and the supreme elders. If you leave, your presence could alarm the 4 great demon sects and the demons of Huang State. Do you want to be devoured by a great demon? All right then. Lien, remembering being chased by the Black Tiger Daoist and Reincarnation Hall 3 years ago, reluctantly gave up the idea of leaving the mountain. So when can Lien leave the mountain? You must at least reach the Dao Palace realm, with your martial king divine physique becoming somewhat established. Lu Changsheng pondered for a while and, considering his young apprentice's monstrous talent, realized that once she had somewhat established her martial king divine physique, she would have no problem blowing apart great demons of the caliber of the Black Tiger Daoist with her bare hands. That's too long. Lien pouted but continued to cultivate under Lu Changshen's guidance. For a peerless genius like Lien, who could reach the Dao Palace realm in her 20s, such a period of cultivation was indeed insignificant. In the Qi transformation realm, one's lifespan is 150 years. In the Golden Core realm, it is 300 years. In the Nascent Soul realm, it is 500 years. In the Dao Palace realm, it is 1,000 years. A dozen or so years, to a cultivator of the Dao Palace realm, is no more than a year or two for a common mortal. Lu Changsheng still wanted to linger in Mount Shu for a while longer. Without being invincible, Lu Changsheng always felt the world of cultivation was fraught with danger. Staying in Mount Shu was wonderful, with the protection of the sect leader and the supreme elders, and the abundant nature's spiritual energy to use when breaking through, it was truly a holy land for cultivation. Only if the spiritual energy of Mount Shu was no longer sufficient would Lu Changsheng consider relocating. Lin continued cultivating with Lu Changsheng on King Yun Peak, while his eldest disciple, Lin King Z, began his year-long trial as a disciple. Lin King Z's team was led by a senior disciple at the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm. It also included Chen Yao at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core realm, a disciple at the 9th layer of Qi Transformation realm, one at the 6th layer, and one at the 4th layer, totaling 6 members. The master has predicted that I will face a trial in a year's time. I must be especially cautious. Lin King Z trusted his master, Lu Changsheng, wholeheartedly without a trace of doubt. Silly boy, what are you brooding over? Chen Yao carried the skywave sword on her back and, seeing Lin King Z frown in thought, she approached him. My master said that in a year, our team will face a dire calamity. You should be careful too. I thought you were honest and simple, yet you want to deceive me. Do you think your master is the temple master of the Hidden Dragon Temple, known for his incredible predictions? Chen Yao was skeptical. The time law is among the most difficult in all of nature. To predict the workings of fate may also invite backlash. Not even the temple master of the Hidden Dragon Temple can necessarily foresee events a year in advance. Lin King Z promised with conviction, I swear, my master will not be wrong. How about we make a bet? Whoever loses has to agree to do one thing for the other. The master said the martial world is perilous, and we must not bet lightly with others. So you do not have confidence in your master's prediction. The master won't be wrong. All right, I'll bet with you. Lin King Z scratched his head. What a fool, getting twisted into making a bet by me. Chen Yao found it amusing, but what she didn't know was that Lu Changsheng had already used the system to simulate Lin King Z's life beforehand. In the end, she was actually the one lured into the trap. Chapter 27, Returning the Disciple, Technique of 10,000 Li Tracking. Today, I shall impart to you the secret technique for tracking, Lu Changsheng said. Lu Changsheng took out a profound rank low-grade cultivation technique. Although this was just a profound rank technique, it had no small use. To track an enemy's breath and utterly exterminate them, eliminate all future troubles. Lu Changsheng detached a wisp of spiritual energy and attached it to a spirit ape that he invited over, and Lin did the same, detaching his own wisp of spiritual energy. Recite the mnemonic verse of the tracking technique in your mind, maintain a sense of this wisp of spiritual energy, and no matter where the spirit ape has gone, you will be aware of it. Go, he ordered. Guided by Lu Changsheng's directions, the spirit ape left the cave dwelling. Being able to serve as a teaching tool for Dao Palace realms, Lu Changsheng was a great fortune for it. Many spirit beasts in Mount Shu attained enlightenment, not just because the spiritual energy of Mount Shu was rich, but also because occasionally they could receive advice from the Mount Shu elders. Master, I can feel it, the spirit ape has reached the mountainside. Lin recited the mnemonic verse silently and then clearly sensed the location of the spirit ape. This is the simplest form of the tracking technique. Next, I will teach you the second layer of the tracking technique, which can search for enemies within 100 miles by their scent. But you need to understand one thing, the tracking technique is not entirely reliable. The opponent can use different scents to mask their own, and by holding their breath and concentrating their mind, they can evade tracking. Even more formidable are those who use magic formations to conceal their existence and merge with nature. At this time, strategy is essential. You might launch a surprise counterattack or draw the snake out of the hole. When tracking an enemy, you also need to consider the most likely direction they would flee or the most likely place they would hide to find them the fastest. Ingenuity is also a part of strength. Using ingenuity is the highest realm of the tracking technique. Lu Changsheng began to impart the second and third layers of understanding for the tracking technique. Lu Changsheng took out a small twig from a bird's nest on King Yun Peak, and then had Lin use the scent on the twig, covering King Yun Peak with his divine sense to find the exact location of the bird's nest. At first, Lien was not proficient and it took him half an hour to find the bird's nest on a crooked tree at the mountain's peak. Once proficient, Lu Changsheng took out a pine cone, and this time, it took Lien less than a quarter of an hour to find the location of the spirit squirrel. Ding! You have bestowed your disciple Lien with the profound rank low-grade cultivation technique tracking technique, and have received a 500 times return reward for teaching, heaven rank low-grade cultivation technique of 10,000 Li tracking. Ding! The number of bestowal opportunities today 1. Out of nowhere, a heaven rank low-grade cultivation technique appeared in Lu Changsheng's arms. Technique of 10,000 Li tracking, with just a faint wisp of scent, could track an enemy thousands of miles away, and at the highest level of cultivation, one could even see the scenes surrounding the person being tracked from thousands of miles away. Isn't this just like having clairvoyance? Lu Changsheng was elated. If he could cultivate technique of 10,000 Li tracking to the highest level, then even without leaving Mount Shu, he would be able to use the tracking secret technique to see what his disciple was doing. This was one of its uses. The most significant use of technique of 10,000 Li tracking was for chasing down enemies. If you don't remove the roots, the spring breeze will bring them back to life. By mastering this secret technique, it would be extremely difficult for the enemy to escape. As a heaven rank technique, Lien was not yet able to comprehend it, so Lu Changsheng began to cultivate technique of 10,000 Li tracking first. 3 months later, Lu Changsheng split a strand of his divine sense and, following the aura of his eldest disciple Lin King Z, left Mount Shu to track Lin King Z's whereabouts. The technique of 10,000 Li tracking uses the space law, which is extremely difficult to comprehend. Lu Changsheng guided this inconsequential strand of divine sense, tracking for thousands of Li. 3 days and nights passed, and Lu Changsheng's strand of divine sense entered a feudal kingdom known as Ji country. The group of Mount Shu disciples that Lin King Z was part of, under the guise of loose cultivators, traveled while slaying demons and promoting righteousness and was currently in Ji country. Lu Changsheng's divine sense, through the use of a secret technique, searched for Lin King Z's exact location in Ji country. Found you. Another day passed, and Lu Changsheng, using the technique of 10,000 Li tracking, finally located his eldest disciple's position. Condense. Inside the cave dwelling on King Yun Peak, Lu Changsheng's real body continuously changed hand signs, forcibly condensing the scenery thousands of Li away. I see it. Lu Changsheng peered across 10,000 Li and vaguely saw the Mount Shu group where Lin King Z was located. In Ji country, at vast wilderness marsh, several hundred loose cultivators had responded to the local government's recruitment and gathered at the local military camp. The military camp stretched for tens of Li, with flags fluttering in the wind, and 200,000 mortal soldiers assembled. A general with cultivation at the 5th layer of the Golden Core realm, his demeanor imposing, said to the several hundred loose cultivators with a fist salute, I am Chu Yu, the great general of Ji country. This time we are campaigning against the bandits in vast wilderness marsh. I must trouble all the Daoist masters present to lend their aid. The bandit leader Simak Kuang is a heretic cultivator at the 6th layer of the Golden Core realm, who has rallied 800 highly skilled bandits, entrenched in the miasma-filled vast wilderness marsh, and frequently raids various cities, engaging in arson, murder, and looting. The court has long sought to eradicate this bandit. However, each time we send troops against them, these 800 bandits would hide within the vast wilderness marsh, elusive as spirits and ghosts, causing the Grand Army to return without success. Therefore, the court is sparing no expense this time, recruiting all the Daoist masters and dispatching an army of 200,000, determined to exterminate these bandits. Tomorrow, the 200,000-strong army will attack vast wilderness marsh. All the Daoist masters need only to slay the bandit leader Simak Kuang. Leave the rest of the bandits to us. As long as the Daoist masters contribute to the victory, our Ji country will surely reward you handsomely. Whoever slays the bandit leader Simak Kuang will be rewarded with a 5th-grade elixir pill. Chu Yu announced the contents of the bounty mission to the assembled loose cultivators. Upon hearing about the 5th-grade elixir pill, all the loose cultivators present went wild with desire. Such a pill was worth a fortune. Especially for the loose cultivators presented, whose cultivation levels were mostly within the Qi transformation realm and Golden Core realm, some might never even see a 4th-grade elixir pill in their entire lifetime, let alone a 5th-grade one. Just a 5th-grade elixir pill. Lu Changsheng, observing the crowd through the technique of 10,000 Li tracking and seeing them go crazy over a single 5th grade elixir pill, couldn't help but mutter to himself. Because he consistently exploited the system for its benefits, Lu Changsheng had a mountainous pile of 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade elixir pills in his possession, and even a precious 8th grade elixir pill that could shake the 6 righteous Dao sects and the 4 great demon sects. It seemed that aiding Ji country in the elimination of the 800 bandits in vast wilderness marsh was the most important task for Lin King Z and the Mount Shu group during this excursion. The leader of the 800 bandits, Simak Kuang, a heretic cultivator at the 6th layer of the Golden Core realm, was of a lower realm than the leading Mount Shu disciple at the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm. The task appeared not to be a difficult one for this training mission. However, Lu Changsheng knew there was something unusual about heretic cultivators. Heretic cultivators practiced crooked and perverse Daoist techniques, often catching their adversaries off guard. The Black Tiger Daoist Lu Changsheng encountered in Huang State had such a technique called Black Tiger Heart Devouring that could attack the soul of an enemy, causing their soul to scatter and disperse. I have a feeling that Master seems to be watching over us. Lin King Z, amidst the loose cultivators, suddenly had a realization. In the depths of his soul, it felt as if his master was paying attention to this training mission. Chapter 28, This disciple might just be an unparalleled genius, please follow. Junior brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Elder Lu is thousands of miles away in Mount Shu, how could he be here? Chen Yao felt that Lin King Z must have gone mad upon hearing him talk to himself. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Lin King Z also found it unbelievable. How could his master be meditating on King Yun Peak at this time and still be aware of events occurring thousands of miles away? The great general of Ji country, Chu Yu, continued to describe the situation of the mission. We will break camp tomorrow, so I ask all Daoist priests to rest well tonight in preparation for the major battle. Hold on a moment. Just as everyone was about to go rest, Lin King Z suddenly spoke up. The surrounding loose cultivators, Ji country's commanders, and even the disciples of Mount Shu who had come with Lin King Z were all greatly surprised. The unremarkable Lin King Z actually stood up at this moment. Lu Changsheng, who was observing this cultivation trial from thousands of miles away, also showed a hint of surprise, even more curious about what this usually low-profile disciple was going to do next. Ji country has marshaled 200,000 troops and spared no expense in recruiting extraordinary individuals, all to exterminate the 800 bandits of vast wilderness marsh. Since Simak Kuang has managed to escape the encirclement multiple times, his nature must be cunning and ruthless. Such a grandiose operation by Ji country must have already alarmed Simak Kuang. If I were Simak Kuang, I would definitely send loyal subordinates to infiltrate our group of loose cultivators. In this way, every move we make would be in Simak Kuang's grasp. 200,000 troops marching into vast wilderness marsh would be nothing but a death sentence. Lin King Z's analysis was incisive, causing even the great general of Ji country to change color upon hearing it. The loose cultivators present were in an uproar. Upon careful consideration, they realized that what Lin King Z described was highly probable. One of the 800 bandits had already infiltrated their ranks. I've been sensing everyone's aura with spiritual energy just now. I noticed someone whose aura changed drastically after my analysis. If I'm not wrong, you are the inside agent sent by Simak Kuang. Lin King Z swiftly turned his gaze toward a Qi transformation realm 7th layer loose cultivator, who was already sweating profusely. Damn it! This loose cultivator, exposed by Lin King Z, attempted to draw his flying sword and fight to the death. Bandit, meet your end. A Golden Core realm loose cultivator acted first, a sword to the throat, killing the inside agent. The inside agent's eyes were lifeless, as he fell to the ground. A Qi transformation realm 7th layer cultivator, when facing a Golden Core realm loose cultivator, had almost no chance of fighting back. The Golden Core realm loose cultivator wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave a toothy grin, saying to Lin King Z, "Little Daoist priest, you truly have a natural eye for detail to be able to detect the inside agent sent by Simak Kuang. May I ask who is your master?" This Golden Core realm loose cultivator inquired almost flatteringly. However, Lin King Z's expression was icy. "May I ask this fellow Daoist, why did you not attempt to capture the inside agent sent by Simak Kuang alive and have him lead us into vast wilderness marsh, instead of immediately silencing him?" Whoosh! With Lin King Z's reminder, the eyes of everyone present suddenly focused on the Golden Core realm loose cultivator. This Golden Core realm loose cultivator certainly had a problem. Had it not been for Lin King Z's reminder, they might not have realized what was off. This Golden Core Realm loose cultivator, who was in a hurry to kill and silence, and sweating profusely, could very well be one of the 800 bandits. You bastard! As expected, the exposed Golden Core Realm loose cultivator became frantic, his expression twisting into a snarl. I'm not hiding anymore. Yes, I am an inside agent of the 800 bandits. You dare to provoke us, you will have no grave to be buried in. A loose cultivator of the Golden Core Realm summoned a flying sword, and rode the sword to the sky. Humph, trying to escape. Chu Yu, who was at the 5th level of the Golden Core Realm, immediately pursued into the sky, clenching his 5 fingers into a fist, carrying an unstoppable domineering aura, and smashed toward the insider. Where the power of the fist went, the air exploded. Lin King Z, Chen Yao and other loose cultivators of the Golden Core Realm took action at the same time, surrounding and attacking the unfortunate insider with their swords. The insider at the Golden Core Realm was only at the 2nd level of cultivation, and once exposed, he couldn't fend off the attacks from all sides, quickly getting beaten black and blue, and ultimately captured alive. This young Taoist is truly a remarkable person, with meticulous thoughts, actually able to root out Simak Kuang's insider among us. Chu Yu, having captured alive the insider sent by Simak Kuang, couldn't stop praising Lin King Z. Even he had not noticed that every single one of his moves was under Simak Kuang's surveillance. Great General, vast wilderness marsh is Simak Kuang's territory, filled with miasma and teeming with traps. An army of 200,000 marching into vast wilderness marsh would surely suffer heavy casualties. Instead, using the insider's identity, we send false intelligence to Simak Kuang and lure the snake out of its hole. My senior sister is skilled in the Dao array and can conceal everyone's spiritual energy. We can set an ambush along the way. Once Simak Kuang enters the ambush, the Great General can lead the troops in a counterattack, while we loose cultivators take care of executing Simak Kuang. Compared to a direct assault on vast wilderness marsh, this might reduce the number of casualties. After Lin King Z offered his insights, the eyes of Ji country's Great General, Chu Yu, shone even brighter. Brilliant plan! What a brilliant plan! Chu Yu expressed his immense admiration. Young Taoist is proficient in military strategy. If you could join us in Ji country, my position as Great General could be yours in the future. How do you feel about that proposal, young Taoist? I am not that talented, it is all because of my master's good teaching. After this matter is resolved, I still have to return to serve at my master's side. My cultivation is far behind that of my master. Lin King Z calmly shook his head, declining Chu Yu's offer. If young Taoist is already so capable, then your master must indeed be an unmatched hermit expert hidden from the world. Come to think of it, how could young Taoist possibly care for the position of a great general in our small country? Someone, proceed according to young Taoist's plans. Chu Yu was filled with regret, always feeling that Lin King Z was a superior military talent. Junior brother, you've gained my newfound respect. Chen Yao put away her previous contempt for Lin King Z and actually felt that a serious Lin King Z had a certain charm. Really? Lin King Z scratched his head. He simply had taken an interest in chess and military strategy due to the influence of the man who had adopted him, the naval commander of Liang country. But just a little bit. Chen Yao still didn't want to admit it. Ha ha ha, once we get rid of the bandit Simak Kuang, I must personally host a grand feast to treat all the Taoists, especially the 2 young Taoists. The Great General of Ji country, seeing the conversation between Lin King Z and Chen Yao, always felt that the 2 had extraordinary backgrounds, hence he laughed heartily, intentionally mentioning the 2 of them. At that moment, Elder Lu, who was observing in secret, felt a storm surge within him. He had never expected that his disciple was feigning foolishness with great wisdom. Aside from practicing, Lin King Z usually either played chess or studied military tactics. It appeared that his disciple, seemingly dull and silly at ordinary times, had his talents concentrated on focus, go, and military strategy. With undivided attention, one could achieve success in any path, and without a heart demon to trouble him, a clear and open journey awaits. This was the terrifying aspect of having a heart of the innocent. This disciple might well be an exceptional genius. Chapter 29, You concealed your cultivation level? So did I. Boss, our inside man has successfully poisoned them. The Great General of Ji country and a bunch of loose cultivators are poisoned, gasping for air and resting in Mysterious Valley. Now is the perfect time for us to launch a surprise attack. Once we annihilate Ji country's 200,000 troops, how about leading our brothers to storm Ji country's imperial city, seize the emperor's throne, and become the emperor ourselves, boss? With your 6th layer cultivation in the Golden Core realm, playing emperor wouldn't be too bad. Ha ha ha, I don't want to be any damn emperor. I would rather be a bandit, it's far more thrilling. Simak Kuang led 800 bandits on a rapid march, heading for an assault on Mysterious Valley. The 800 bandits didn't detect any murderous intent along the way and entered Mysterious Valley without incident. Inside Mysterious Valley, the encampment of 200,000 Ji country soldiers was eerily silent. Boss, something seems off here. Damn it, we've been tricked. Having roamed the Jianghe for many years, Simak Kuang was vicious and cunning and immediately realized they had fallen into a trap. Simak Kuang, you and your 800 bandits have done countless evil deeds, it's time you were brought to justice. From both sides of the valley, within the forest, hundreds of loose cultivators and 200,000 mortal soldiers burst out from magic formations, swarming forward in a dark mass and encircling the 800 bandits. 5 Mount Shu disciples, mingled with the hundreds of loose cultivators, sealed off all directions to prevent Simak Kuang's escape. Damn it, you used a magic formation to mask your presence. Simak Kuang's expression grew darker by the moment. Indeed, the 800 of you bandits have sacked and pillaged, with no fewer than 100,000 lives on your hands. Your sins are as high as the heavens, you must be executed. Chen Yao gestured with her right hand, and the skywave sword at her back shone with a brilliant azure light. The disciples of Mount Shu, righteous and chivalrous, were filled with righteous indignation upon encountering a ruthless villain like Simak Kuang. I've traversed the Jianghe for 80 years, starting as an ordinary mountain bandit, struggling and surviving numerous brushes with death, to achieve my current level of cultivation. And you think you can kill me just like that? Simak Kuang drew a demon blade, his eyes fierce. Surrounded by countless troops and many loose cultivators, he remained arrogant. Each of the 800 bandits had blood on their hands and dared not surrender, so they fought desperately. These 800 bandits were loose cultivators and warriors with cultivation, which was why Ji country had to mobilize 200,000 soldiers to exterminate them. Simak Kuang, good and evil will always be repaid in the end. This mysterious valley shall be your grave. Ji country's great general Chu Yu brandished a long spear, joining forces with the Mount Shu disciples and other loose cultivators, to besiege Simak Kuang and the Golden Core realm bandits and warriors among the 800 bandits. 200,000 mortal soldiers simultaneously unleashed volleys of arrows, blades flashing and swords clashing, tasked with suppressing the bandits of the Foundation Establishment realm and Qi Transformation realm. The leading Golden Core realm 9th layer disciple transmitted a message to the 5 Mount Shu disciples including Lin King Z, during this sect mission, I will only intervene in critical situations. You should try to complete the tasks on your own. Understood. Lin King Z and Lian, 2 Golden Core realm Mount Shu disciples, teamed up with Chu Yu, a 5th layer Golden Core realm cultivator, to besiege the 6th layer Golden Core realm Simak Kuang, theoretically gaining the upper hand. The leading experienced Mount Shu disciples' mission was to protect the trainee disciples in dangerous situations and to record everyone's performance during the assessment. Unless absolutely necessary, issues had to be resolved by the newly initiated disciples themselves. A 1st layer Golden Core realm loose cultivator was bisected at the waist by Simak Kuang's blood demon blade in the midst of battle, his blood spraying across the sky, emitting a piercing scream. The faces of the Mount Shu disciples on the training mission turned pale. Unlike friendly sparring that stops at a light touch, during Jianghe training against a cold-blooded loose cultivator like Simak Kuang, one could easily meet an untimely death. Slash! With a flick of her 2 fingers, Chen Yao's skywave sword, radiating a dazzling azure glow, slashed towards Simak Kuang. Blood demon blade skills. Simak Kuang didn't dodge, instead, his demon blade, engulfed in a massive surge of blood, audaciously met Chen Yao's attack. The blood-red light engulfed the sword chi, and surged back towards Chen Yao. Chen Yao hastily dodged, but within the blood light, there was a nauseating, disgusting aura mixed in. Various negative emotions surged to her mind, causing confusion and turmoil within her spirit. Senior sister, be careful. Seeing Chen Yao momentarily stunned, Lin King Z stepped in front of her and used the green abyss sword to block Simak Kuang's next slash with his blood blade. The clash of blade and sword resonated like thunder in the sky, a vast and invisible shockwave emanated from the duo, rapidly expanding in all directions. Throughout his training, Lin King Z had always kept his realm suppressed at the 2nd layer of the Golden Core realm, Now outmatched by Simak Kuang, his body involuntarily flew backward. Suddenly, warmth came from behind him as the revived Chen Yao caught him, stabilizing his form. Chen Yao, with her special constitution and being a direct disciple of the Supreme Elders of Mount Shu, quickly adjusted despite the influence of the blood blade. "How are you not affected by my blood demon blade skills?" Simak Kuang was astounded. His blood demon blade skills could awaken the inner demons deep within a person's heart, tormenting the opponent with unbearable pain, rendering them incapable of fighting. With this technique, Simak Kuang had roamed the martial world for many years, killing many powerful adversaries. However, Lin King Z possessed the heart of the innocent, free from inner demons. In other words, the effectiveness of Simak Kuang's blood demon blade skills was greatly reduced against Lin King Z. "Simak Kuang, don't forget you are also fighting me. Our realms only differ by one layer, and I am aided by so many fellow cultivators. Your death is certain." Chu Yu attacked from behind, his lance trembling, turning into thousands of spear shadows, enveloping Simak Kuang. Simak Kuang turned to counter with his blade, engaging in a fierce fight with Chu Yu. Both moved with extreme speed, their forms flickering like phantoms, swiftly colliding. "You think my true cultivation is only at the 6th layer of the Golden Core realm? I've roamed the martial world for years, not only because of my decisive killing but also my patience. Now, let me show you my true cultivation." The aura around Simak Kuang surged as his cultivation level skyrocketed. Astonishingly, he ascended 2 levels, reaching the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm. "What?" Chu Yu was shocked and dismayed. If Simak Kuang was only at the 6th layer of the Golden Core realm, then Chu Yu, being at the 5th layer, could have still fought. But now, a gap of 3 minor realms stood between them. True to his reputation, Simak Kuang, who had roamed the martial world for years, was indeed ruthless, never easily revealing his true power. The people who had seen Simak Kuang's true power were all dead. Simak Kuang launched another slash, its power greatly magnified. The great general of Ji country, unable to withstand Simak Kuang's strength, had his armor cleaved open, a bloody gash appearing on his chest. The leading disciple of Mount Shu frowned, as Simak Kuang's realm far exceeded his predictions and was now beyond the capability of any new disciple who had joined the sect within the last 10 years. Just as he was about to intervene, Lin King Z, with the green abyss sword in hand and a determined expression, employed the soaring cloud sword technique and attacked Simak Kuang from behind. "Little runt, don't you know my cultivation is at the 8th layer of Golden Core realm now? What makes you, a mere 2nd layer Golden Core realm brat, think you can oppose me?" Simak Kuang mocked, ignoring Lin King Z's sneak attack, intending first to slay the great general of Ji country, whom he perceived as a greater threat. To kill the great general would also demoralize the 200,000 strong army of Ji country, providing relief for the 800 bandits. "You're not the only one who has hidden their cultivation. Open Heaven's Gate." Lin King Z furiously channeled the Takshuan skills, the spiritual energy in his dantian overflowing into the zodiac meridians, his aura swelling. He suddenly reached the 7th layer of the Golden Core realm. During the Mount Shu disciples' grand assembly, Lin King Z's real realm was still at the 6th layer of the Golden Core realm. Before descending the mountain, Lu Changsheng performed another power-infusing initiation on Lin King Z. After 3 months of refining spiritual energy and training, his cultivation had reached the 7th layer of the Golden Core realm. "No, impossible." Simak Kuang, realizing Lin King Z's true power was only a minor realm below his own, was too late to defend fully. Chapter 30, Disciple has a small request, please follow. Lin King Z's green abyss sword pierced through Simak Kuang's chest, and the fierce sword chi tore through Simak Kuang's meridians, causing blood to spill. "Who would have thought that after roaming the Jianghu for so many years, I would actually be plotted against by a youngster like you?" As Simak Kuang neared death, he glared with eyes wide open, unable to close them in peace. He never expected Lin King Z, who was so young, to have reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm and had all along concealed his abilities. A single misstep in the game had marked the difference between life and death. The loose cultivators from Ji country who surrounded Simak Kuang all stood frozen in place, and their gazes toward Lin King Z were as if they were looking at a monster. The vile and deeply scheming Simak Kuang died under the sword of an unknown junior. "I never would have guessed that young friend is actually an elusive expert, my apologies, my apologies." Ji country's great general Chu Yu, upon seeing Simak Kuang killed, was greatly shocked. Lin King Z's cultivation was higher than his, which made him respect Lin King Z involuntarily. Not only that, but considering Lin King Z's young age and his level of cultivation, Chu Yu firmly believed that there must be an exceptional expert guiding him, or he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. So this is your true cultivation, the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm. You were indeed holding back against me before. Chen Yao, too, was astonished by Lin King Z's true display of cultivation. What was most rare was Lin King Z's temperament. Despite having such cultivation, he could have completely defeated her and Xiao Xiongdao in the Mount Shu Disciples Conference and taken first place, but he chose to withdraw halfway through. With the death of Simak Kuang, the highest cultivation bandit among the 800, the other bandits were subsequently exterminated by the Ji country's army and numerous loose cultivators. Lu Changsheng, observing secretly, saw his disciple kill Simak Kuang with a concealed ability and a single sword strike, knowing that the following battle would have no suspense, thus he discontinued the technique of 10,000 li tracking. Though the technique of 10,000 li tracking was mysterious and allowed one to observe scenes from 10,000 li away, it required a vast amount of spiritual energy. With Lu Changsheng's current state, he could not sustain it for a very long time. My disciple's tribulations are still several months away. When the time comes, I will descend the mountain to help him through the dangers. Lu Changsheng saw Lin King Z making great progress during his trials and was very pleased, so he continued to cultivate the Taking Wuji technique. The Taking Wuji technique was profoundly mysterious, and even for Lu Changsheng, who possessed the innate Taoist body, the 5th level of the technique was exceedingly difficult. I wonder what level of cultivation one must attain to comprehend the 9th level of the Taking Wuji technique. The creator of this technique, nameless true person, was indeed extraordinary. Lu Changsheng meditated in seclusion for 3 days and 3 nights and only then grasped a small part of the 5th level. To fully comprehend the 5th layer of the Taking Wuji technique was still far off. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, having already heard Lian's footsteps. Sure enough, a girl in practice clothes bounced into the cave, her features fine and delicate, her big eyes watery and full of life, adding to her spirited look, each side of her face adorned with small dimples, winning people's affection. However, upon seeing his disciple enter, Lu Changsheng slightly furrowed his brows. This little ancestor was a bona fide wrecking force. 3 years ago, when Lian's cultivation was not high, she couldn't stir up much trouble, but as Lian's cultivation improved, she was almost tearing down King Yun Peak. Once her martial king divine physique was slightly accomplished, it was likely that the whole Mount Shu would be turned upside down in chaos. Master, Lian has already refining the spiritual energy from the last technique you taught me, and as instructed by Master, I've come to receive the power infusing initiation. Lian sat on the cushion, chatting while sizing up what fun spiritual artifacts there might be in her master's cave. Last time Lian took Lu Changshen's innate spirit treasure 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword out to play, she couldn't control the power of the innate treasure, and with one strike she chopped off the top of a hillock on King Yun Peak, scaring all kinds of spirit beasts there. Ever since that incident, Lu Changsheng simply placed the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword into his own Dao Palace to prevent Lian from taking it out again, completely destroying his cultivation retreat. Ding! You've transferred 500 days of heavenly cultivation to your disciple Lian, who has actually received 100 days of heavenly cultivation. Ding! You have received a 70-fold return reward from teaching your disciple, 7,000 days of heavenly cultivation. Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple Lian a 2nd-grade elixir pill detoxification pill, and you have received a 400-fold return, a 5th-grade elixir pill all poison immunity pill. Ding! You have granted your disciple Lian a high-grade spiritual artifact purple brilliance battle clothes, and you have received a 300-fold return, a high-grade acquired spirit treasure phoenix feather universe clothes. Ding! The number of times you can perform power infusing initiation to day 1, the number of times you can give rewards to day 2. Following his usual routine, Lu Changsheng performed power infusing initiation for Lian and also bestowed elixir pills and treasures, exploiting the system for his benefit. The battle clothes given to Lian were a treasure used by female cultivators, and the item returned was also a high-grade treasure of the same type, albeit useless to Lu Changsheng. Soon after, Lu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a wooden barrel appeared. Inside was a body refinement elixir concocted from 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and even 4th grade elixir pills. Lian's martial king divine physique required a great amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to achieve minor accomplishment, and Lu Changsheng did not hesitate to use 4th grade elixir pills to concoct the body refinement elixir. In the future, he might even use 5th grade, or possibly even 6th grade elixir pills. The more domineering the physique, the more heavenly materials and earthly treasures it requires. Ordinary sects truly can't afford to raise a disciple like Lin. After Lu Changsheng left, Lin removed her clothes and soaked in the wooden barrel, meditating according to the 10,000 phenomena body refining skills. Her flawlessly white martial king divine physique absorbed the medicinal strength from the barrel, repeatedly refreshing her body. Lu Changsheng went to another part of the cave dwelling and began to practice the 9 dragons refinement technique. While cultivating the taking Wuji technique, Lu Changsheng was also engaging in body refinement to strengthen his own physique. The 9 dragons refinement technique was a heaven-rank mid-grade body refinement method that, when cultivated to the highest realm, could pack the force of 9 flood dragons in a single punch. Lu Changsheng, having an innate Taoist body, focused primarily on cultivation and secondarily on body refinement. There are benefits to body refinement. If one's physical strength could match that of an innate spirit treasure, one wouldn't be easily injured even if struck by an innate spirit treasure. 3 days passed, and both Lu Changsheng and Lin finished their body refinement, having almost completely absorbed the medicinal strength. Master, your disciple would like to ask you for a small favor, could I? Lin shook Lu Changsheng's arm and blinked her eyes, evidently coming up with some mischievous idea. Speak. Lin wants to go out of the mountain to play, no, to train, just like the senior brothers. Not possible. Then, can Lin go and play on the other peaks of Mount Shu? Lin has grown tired of staying at King Yun Peak. Please master. Fine. That's great. I knew master would agree. You are so good to Lin. But you must not be reckless, and you are forbidden from going to the back mountain. The back mountain houses the dwellings of the sect leader and the supreme elders. If you stir up trouble, your master won't be able to protect you. Moreover, do not neglect your cultivation due to playing too much. Lu Changsheng appeared troubled on the surface, but his heart was blooming with joy. This energetic little ancestor causing trouble for the other elders of Mount Shu was better than wreaking havoc on King Yun Peak, right? He, Lin will remember. Lin made a face and left the cave dwelling in high spirits. My fellow senior brothers, fend for yourselves. Lu Changsheng murmured to himself, then continued his cultivation of the taking Wuji technique. Chapter 31, Your disciple has caused trouble. Zhao Peak, Elder Zhao Huiyan of Mount Shu's cave abode, where Zhao Huiyan was meditating and cultivating. Zhao Huiyan, an elder of the 5th layer of the Dao Palace realm, held an extremely high status among the elders of Mount Shu. Elders of the Dao Palace realm were the bedrock of Mount Shu, and what's more, Zhao Huiyan had long been famous, ranking among the strong within the elders of the Dao Palace realm. What's with all the hustle and bustle outside the cave abode? Zhao Huiyan frowned, his heart and mind restless, unable to continue meditating and cultivating. Enough, I'll go out and see what has happened. His Zhao Peak had always been a haven of tranquil years, peaceful and uneventful. When Zhao Huiyan stepped out of the cave abode, the scene before his eyes left him dumbstruck. The immortal cranes of Zhao Peak had all been plucked of their feathers, and the spirit apes were like startled birds, screeching incessantly. Many Zhao Peak disciples had been defeated, lying haphazardly on the ground, gasping for air, bruised and swollen. What has happened here while your teacher was in closed-door cultivation? Zhao Huiyan's face turned dark. His Zhao Peak looked as if it had been raided by disciples of the demon sects. But this was Mount Shu, how dare the demon sect's disciples run wild here? A disciple struggled to his feet, his face as bitter as a gourd. Master, the junior disciples from King Yun Peak barged into our Zhao Peak, insisting on sparring with the disciples. We were no match and got beaten down, even our spirit beasts from Zhao Peak weren't spared. King Yun Peak is bullying our Zhao Peak too much. Although Lu Changshen's disciple is freakishly talented, there's no need to show off like this all the time. I am, after all, his senior brother. Zhao Huiyan too was a direct disciple of Taiyuan, the sect leader of Mount Shu, with seniority lower than big brother Li Changzhai, and higher than junior brother Lu Changsheng. That his junior brother Lu Changshen's disciple would bully his way to Zhao Huiyan's Zhao Peak, Zhao Huiyan thought Lu Changsheng had intentionally sent Lin to Zhao Peak to stir up trouble. I will find him for an explanation. With a thought, Zhao Huiyan's flying sword left its sheath, as he took flight on his sword, heading to Zhao Peak. Changshan Peak, an elder of Mount Shu in the nascent soul realm, was meditating in silence, when suddenly he smelled something burning. He was shocked and opened his eyes, only to find his white beard catching fire. Who dares to make fun of me? The Changshan Peak elder hurriedly put out the fire, his once immortal chi-filled beard now singed and blackened. Xiazhua Peak, Dao Palace Realm's fairy Qjngru, clad in a moon-white Daoist robe, graceful and elegant, was calm and collected until she saw the spiritual medicine she had planted for 100 years used to maintain her youthful appearance had vanished, causing her to lose all composure. Without that spiritual medicine, should a wrinkle appear on her face, it would be disastrous. Shuiyun Peak, the ancient pine bonsai of Elder Tiansong was transplanted to the back mountain. Sanking Peak. For a moment, Mount Shu was in a state of utter chaos. Mount Shu's scripture pavilion, a sly and ghostly figure flitted across the eaves, approaching the 5th level which only the sect leader and supreme elders were permitted to enter. Who dares to intrude into the 5th level of the scripture pavilion? Seize them! Mount Shu's scripture pavilion contained the various cultivation techniques and texts that Mount Shu had accrued over tens of thousands of years. At the 5th level, there were Dao Palace realm elders guarding it to prevent anyone from the demon sects from trespassing. Not good, I've been discovered. Encased in a prison of drawing. The surrounding space was sealed off, but it was a girl with delicate features. This seems to be a disciple of Elder Lu from King Yun Peak. So it's her. How should we handle this? The sect leader and the eldest senior brother have ordered that this girl must not be harmed. I think she was just being playful when she trespassed into the scripture pavilion on the back mountain, so a reprimand would suffice, followed by letting her go and forbidding her from returning. 4 elders from the Dao Palace realm who were guarding the scripture pavilion appeared and, after some discussion, did not punish the King Yun Peak disciple too harshly because the Taiyuan sect leader and Li Changjai had forewarned. I won't dare to do it again. Lien stuck out her tongue, genuinely surprised that the impressive pavilion on the back mountain was guarded by 4 Dao Palace realm elders. Even if Lien was still naive, she now understood that this was an important area. No wonder her master had specifically instructed her not to trespass into Mount Shu's back mountain. The back mountain was where the true foundation of Mount Shu lay, with dragons hidden among its tigers. You should leave quickly. Unless one day you become the sect leader or one of the supreme elders of our Shu sect, you will not be permitted to enter the 5th level of the scripture pavilion. The 4 Dao Palace realm elders of Mount Shu waved their hands, signaling Lien to leave the vital area promptly. Thank you, elders, for showing mercy. Lien was also sensible and left quickly. With the presence of 4 Dao Palace realm elders, she could not cause any ruckus at her current level of cultivation. There is a familiar aura, how nostalgic. On the 1st level of the scripture pavilion, a janitor elder felt a familiar aura leave the scripture pavilion, his murky eyes seemingly recalling the past as his movements unconsciously slowed down. The surrounding Mount Shu disciples found nothing strange. Mount Shu had not only a group of elders and disciples but also a large number of servants. These servants were villagers from nearby Mount Shu who received a monthly stipend for doing various chores for the sect. At King Yun Peak, the place was bustling. Never before had so many Mount Shu elders visited King Yun Peak. Elder Zhao Huiyan from Xiao Peak, Fairy King Gru from Xiazhua Peak, Fei Ying Elder from Changshan Peak, Tian Song Elder from Shuiyun Peak, Lingyu Fairy from Sanking Peak. Approximately more than a dozen elders had come to inquire and reproach. Among them were 5 Dao Palace realm elders, with the rest being nascent soul realm elders. Now, the master of King Yun Peak, Lu Changsheng, was an elder of the Dao Palace realm and the direct disciple of the sect leader Taiyuan. The nascent soul realm elders still didn't dare to question Lu Changsheng, but with 5 of their peers from the Dao Palace realm taking the lead, they were no longer afraid. Moreover, leading them was Elder Zhao Huiyan of Xiao Peak, another direct disciple of Taiyuan and one of Lu Changshen's senior brothers. Why isn't there anyone to receive us? Zhao Huiyan frowned. There were only 2 disciples on King Yun Peak, one was away on an excursion, and the other was always causing trouble. Neither was present on King Yun Peak right now, leaving only a bunch of servants. These servants dared not receive a group of furious Mount Shu elders. Fellow seniors and elders, your visit to my King Yun Peak truly graces this place with your presence. Lu Changsheng came out of his cave dwelling, radiating an aura of immortal qi, his expression warm and cordial, completely unbothered by the fact that he was being questioned by a group of Mount Shu elders. Junior brother, are you aware that your little disciple has caused trouble? Zhao Huiyan held back his anger. He was interested to see how Lu Changsheng would explain this. Lu Changshen's gaze passed over those present and landed on the elder from Changshan Peak whose beard had been singed. He could not help but smile. Without a doubt, this had to be the handiwork of his own disciple. It seemed not all disciples were as worry-free as his eldest disciple, Lin King Z. Lin, with the constitution of the martial king divine physique, was full of energy, which if not expended, would be detrimental to cultivation. As for how to appease the wrath of the many Mount Shu elders, Lu Changsheng already had a plan. Chapter 32, but he gave too much. Your disciple, under the pretext of sparring, injured many of our Zio Peak disciples, causing chaos among us with chickens flying and dogs jumping, and numerous spirit beasts living in constant fear. Your disciple burned my beard, a magnificent beard that I had grown for 50 years. Your disciple destroyed the spiritual herbs I had cultivated for 100 years. Your disciple scribbled all over the portrait of this elder and also injured my disciples. A group of Mount Shu elders were filled with righteous indignation. Lu Changshen's disciple was truly too much trouble. Alas, my disciple is overly lively, and I am helpless in this regard. I hope the elders and fairies will be more accommodating on my behalf. Lu, how you deal with your disciple is your business, even if she tears down King Yun Peak, it has nothing to do with our Zio Peak. From now on, you must discipline your disciple and not let her leave King Yun Peak. Zhao Huiyan knew the special identity of Lien, and Lu Changsheng was also his junior fellow, and considering the damage Lien had caused was not that great, as long as Lu Changsheng admitted his mistake and disciplined his disciple from this point forward, Zhao would not pursue it further. Indeed, the elders of each peak must discipline their own disciples and kin. Elder Zhao's words are very true. I hope Elder Lu will strictly discipline his own disciples. The other Mount Shu elders echoed one after another. Ahem, elders, your words are too premature. I cannot suppress my disciples' nature, for that could easily lead to inner demons, which is detrimental to cultivation. I, Lu Changsheng, will not treat the elders unjustly. This is a 5th grade elixir pill, a token of my apology. I hope the elders will be more accommodating in the future. Lu Changsheng took out more than a dozen small jade bottles, each containing a 5th grade elixir pill. With a thought, Lu Changsheng sent these small jade bottles into the hands of the various elders. Fairy King Gru opened a small jade bottle, and the potent strength of the medicine wafted out, undoubtedly a 5th grade elixir pill. It really is a 5th grade elixir pill. But such compensation is too generous, I feel ashamed to accept it. Elder Lu, how can we accept this? Initially, these Mount Shu elders wanted to scold Lu Changsheng loudly, but what he had given was too much. It was so much that the Mount Shu elders actually started to feel guilty. Despite the chaos Lien caused, it was ultimately a trifling matter that did not cause significant damage to the peaks, and yet Lu Changsheng had given each elder a 5th grade elixir pill. What could they say? My disciple is naturally playful. If the damage she causes in the future exceeds the value of this 5th grade elixir pill, I will compensate the elders separately. Lu Changsheng was generous with high-level elixir pills to win over the many Mount Shu elders, making them feel indebted to him. What are you talking about, Lu? We'll look after your little disciple from now on. As long as there's no loss of life, everything is negotiable. Even Zhao Huiyan's expression softened. Lien's exceptional natural talent was well known. If Mount Shu raised her, she would surely protect Mount Shu in the future. So, letting her wreak a little havoc now seemed like an investment. Moreover, Lu Changsheng had promised to compensate for all the damage caused. Then I thank all the elders and fairies very much. Lu, you're too good to your disciple, willing to use a 5th grade elixir pill as compensation to maintain her natural disposition. She is indeed fortunate to have you as her master in her 3 lifetimes of cultivation. Brother Lu, we shall take our leave. Having received the 5th grade elixir pills, the Mount Shu elders' anger was quelled, and after expressing their feelings, they left satisfied. Fortunately, 5 grade elixir pills are not a big deal for me. Lu Changsheng used some 5 grade elixir pills to get on good terms with many Mount Shu elders, so in the future, even if his disciples caused trouble everywhere, the elders wouldn't have much to say. Master, Lien is back, so tired. Covered in dirt, Lien ran back to King Yun Peak, stretched languidly, as the abundant energy of the martial king divine physique finally gave out. Very good. Lu Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. The reason he let this disciple cause trouble everywhere was also very important. The more exhausted the martial king divine physique became, the better the effects of the next body refinement would be. It seemed that training this disciple really did cost money. Go wash your face and change into clean clothes. Yes. Lien then ran to the stream on King Yun Peak to wash his face. The daily routine of cultivating at King Yun Peak was just like this, nothing out of the ordinary. Several months later, Lin King Z and Chen Yao's Mount Shu squad had left Ji country and arrived at Chen country, all the while performing acts of chivalry and accumulating merit. In Chen country, at a mountain god temple, on a night dark and stormy, a Golden Core Realm 9th layer Mount Shu disciple led the team to hunt down the bandits within the temple. The group of bandits consisted of raper with high cultivation levels practicing evil techniques, who had harmed many virtuous women and were on the wanted list by the Chen country officials. There were 3 Mount Shu disciples in the Golden Core Realm, and 3 more in the Qi Transformation Realm, unleashing flying swords and sending sword Qi slashing through the air. About a dozen bandits inside the Mountain God Temple were caught off guard by the sudden attack from the Mount Shu squad and were quickly killed. After a tough fight, all bandits were subdued except for one who escaped using earth escape skills, having been injured before fleeing and unlikely to live for long. One escaped. He was already wounded before escaping, he probably won't live long. Even if he manages to survive, the Chen country's royal court will surely capture him. Now that this matter is done, we should return to Mount Shu. After dealing with the bandits at the Mountain God Temple, the Mount Shu disciples gathered around the campfire to discuss the journey back to Mount Shu. After 1 year of training, the Mount Shu disciples had grown a lot, not just in cultivation but also in experience. Chen Yao sat nearby, hugging her knees, chewing on dry food while casting sidelong glances at her junior brother, Lin King Z. Lin King Z was meditating, seizing every chance to cultivate. This blockhead. 800 miles away, at a concealed entrance, the escaped raper, badly injured, knelt before a sinister-looking elder. Master, your disciples were ambushed by a group of loose cultivators. All but me were killed, please avenge us, Master. The sinister elder flew into a rage. Who dares to provoke our Joyous Union sect, one of the 4 great demon sects? They must be tired of living. This, I don't know where they came from, but the highest realm among the ambushers is just the 9th layer of the Golden Core Realm. A mere Golden Core Realm dares to mess with our Joyous Union sect. Inform all disciples, follow your teacher to hunt them down. The realm of this Joyous Union sect elder was at the 2nd layer of the Nascent Soul Realm, and in the Joyous Union sect, he was among the elders with the least power. But the Nascent Soul Realm was after all the Nascent Soul Realm and was not something for the 9th layer Golden Core Realm Mount Shu disciples to compare. In his opinion, leading dozens of disciples to hunt down several Golden Core Realm and Qi Transformation Realm loose cultivators was as easy as capturing them by hand. At the command of the Joyous Union sect elder, dozens of Golden Core Realm and Qi Transformation Realm Joyous Union sect disciples gathered, fierce and menacing. Meanwhile, on Mount Shu's King Yun Peak, Lu Changsheng, who was meditating, opened his eyes. It's time to descend the mountain and help my disciple with his tribulation. Chapter 33, The Confident Elder of the Joyous Union Sect. Mount Shu disciples, having completed their year-long mission of trials, returned to Mount Shu. The squad that Lin King Z was in was less than 3,000 miles from Mount Shu. Junior brother, your master once divined the future and prophesied that we would encounter a calamity on our way back to Mount Shu, but we're close to Mount Shu now and have been untroubled the whole way. Looks like you've lost this bet, and per our agreement, I can ask you to do one thing that neither defies the heavens nor violates the principles, said Chen Yao, recalling the bet she had with Lin King Z a year ago while the Mount Shu disciples were resting during their journey. My master can't be wrong, we must be even more cautious from now on. Lin King Z became more cautious the closer they got to Mount Shu. A year ago, Lu Changsheng had calculated that he would face a tribulation. Lin King Z activated his Takshuan skills, and his divine sense covered a 10-mile radius. Not good, there's an ambush in this valley. Lin King Z's divine sense detected dozens of lurking auras. Clang! The Mount Shu disciples drew their long swords, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. You juniors, how dare you kill the disciples of Huangzai Elder? Prepare to die, exclaimed an old man with a sinister look, leading dozens of Joyous Union sect disciples to besiege Lin King Z and the 5 other Mount Shu disciples from all directions. The Mount Shu disciple who was leading the group blanched when he heard the name of the old man. Oh no, he is Huangzai Old Demon from the Joyous Union sect, a nascent soul realm cultivator. The raper we killed at the Mountain God Temple not long ago was most likely his disciple. The Joyous Union sect. All of the Mount Shu disciples tensed up. The Joyous Union sect, although the last of the 4 major demon sects, had elders that were not opponents the average Mount Shu disciples could contend with. Several Mount Shu disciples in the Golden Core realm and Qi transformation realm facing an elder at the nascent soul realm from the Joyous Union sect could very well be annihilated. Junior sister, it seems your master was right, we're in trouble. This was Chen Yao's first time facing an opponent at the nascent soul realm. Although her master was a supreme elder of Mount Shu, with unfathomable cultivation, the elder from the Joyous Union sect was a genuine enemy. Huangzai elder's sinister gaze swept across the Mount Shu disciples, stopping on Chen Yao, and he licked his lips. Girl, you are top-notch in both looks and figure. Why not dual cultivate with this old deist and ascend to the blissful realm early? I would rather die than fall into your hands. Chen Yao was resolute, already prepared to self-destruct. If a female disciple from the 6 orthodox schools fell into the hands of the Joyous Union sect, it would be a fate worse than death. Senior sister, do not give up hope, we will surely turn peril into safety. Lin King Z drew out his green abyss sword, standing protectively in front of Chen Yao, firmly believing that since his master was able to predict his tribulation, his master would certainly come to the rescue. His master was, after all, an immortal cultivating in seclusion at Mount Shu. I believe you. Seeing Lin King Z shielding her, Chen Yao felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. No woman who has caught the eyes of this old deist has ever escaped. I will make you wish for death, the Huangzai elder sneered, bringing out a black iron ring emitting a terrifying black aura. As the iron ring appeared, the souls of several Mount Shu disciples seemed to be sucked into it. A lower grade acquired spirit treasure soul devouring ring. The leading Mount Shu disciple, well read from Mount Shu's scripture pavilion, recognized many of the treasures and techniques commonly used by the 4 major demon sects. The soul devouring ring was a common treasure used by the elders of the Joyous Union sect, capable of devouring the souls of people and turning them into walking corpses. We must not let the soul devouring ring touch us, or else with our level of cultivation, we will definitely be controlled by it. It was precisely because they knew how formidable the soul devouring ring was that the leading Mount Shu disciples were so panicked. Go! The Huangzai elder manipulated the soul devouring ring, smashing it towards Chen Yao. He was delighted by the hunt, treating this encounter as if he had found a fine vessel. Shocking storm sword skills. The Golden Core Realm 9th level Mount Shu disciple, aware of the critical situation, used all his cultivation, sword chi surging like a tornado, attacking the soul devouring ring. Delusional ants shaking a tree, overestimating your abilities. The Huangzai elder also used all his cultivation, immense billows of dark chi flowing into the soul devouring ring. The soul devouring ring emitted a psyche-shaking black light, devouring the green sword chi, and ferociously struck the Mount Shu disciple's longsword. Clang! The longsword flew out of hand, and the soul-devouring ring subsequently smashed into the Mount Shu disciple's chest, hitting him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him in a state of spiritual exhaustion. Golden Core Realm 9th level and Nascent Soul Realm 2nd level may seem close, but there is a great boundary between Golden Core and Nascent Soul realms, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. This sword technique. Could it be that you are Mount Shu disciples? Ha ha ha, if that's the case, I can't let you escape, nor let you die easily. The Huangzai elder's realization of these few Mount Shu disciples' identities made his eyes turn even colder. Back in his day as a Joyous Union sect disciple, he barely survived an encounter with a Mount Shu disciple's sword. The 4 great demon sects and Mount Shu have an irreconcilable enmity. Junior brother, let's split up and escape. He will surely pursue me. Then I'll choose to self-destruct, and you escape back to Mount Shu, inform my master, and let her avenge me. Chen Yao secretly transmitted her thoughts to Lin King Z, with the resolve to sacrifice herself, only to find a way for Lin King Z to survive this calamity. I'm not leaving. Lin King Z's reply was simple. Lin King Z operated the Takshuan skills with all his might, the vast spiritual energy circulating rapidly within his zodiac meridians, his momentum reaching its peak. Fool, do you think that with the cultivation of Golden Core Realm 7th level, you have any power in front of an old Taoist like me? Countless orthodox disciples like you have already perished at my hand. The Huangzai elder spoke dismissively, driving the soul-devouring ring to smash fiercely at Lin King Z. Once again devouring sword chi, Lin King Z's green abyss sword vibrated violently. However, Lin King Z gripped the green abyss sword tightly, not taking a single step back, and struck the soul-devouring ring, repelling it. Puh! Lin King Z spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale, his divine sense severely wounded by the soul-devouring ring. Junior brother! I will fight you to the end, unity of person and sword. Seeing Lin King Z severely injured, Chen Yao clenched her teeth tightly. Her skywave sword behind her emitted a brilliant deep blue light, shooting upwards into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds covered the sky, countless bolts of lightning pouring into the skywave sword, a medium-grade acquired spirit treasure, making the blade shine like a pillar of light. She did not hesitate to use the Supreme Thunder Command, a technique beyond her own level of cultivation. As your senior sister, how can I let you keep protecting me? Chen Yao looked resolute, ready to face death. To defeat the Huangzi elder and allow Lin King Z a chance to escape, she was willing to merge all her spiritual energy, and even her life, into this one sword strike. It is indeed Mount Shu's heaven-rank medium-grade cultivation technique Supreme Thunder Command. What a pity, if your cultivation were not so low, perhaps I would have had to flee in panic today. But today, you cannot escape the fate of becoming a vessel for the old Taoist. The Huangzi elder was full of confidence. Chen Yao's Golden Core Realm 3rd level cultivation, even with a formidable technique, could not harm him. Chapter 34, Killed with a single palm strike. Little girl, there's no need to fight to the death. Just as Chen Yao was about to pour all her life force into the skywave sword, prepared to perish together with the Huangzi elder, Lu Changshen's voice sounded in her ear. Chen Yao was first stunned, then overjoyed. Lu Changsheng was Lin King Z's master and an elder of the Dao Palace from Mount Shu. Since he had arrived, what could the joyous union sect's Huangzi elder amount to? The dazzling brilliance of the skywave sword gradually dimmed, and Chen Yao also ended her unity of person and sword state, landing beside Lin King Z. With just a glance exchanged between them, Chen Yao knew Lin King Z had also received a transmission from Lu Changsheng. It seems you've realized that our strengths differ greatly, so you've given up resisting? Ha ha ha, obediently dual cultivate with me, and together we become immortals, wouldn't that be wonderful? The Huangzi elder saw Chen Yao no longer fighting desperately and thought she had resigned to her fate. Master's cultivation is unrivaled in the world, even the disciples of Mount Shu dare not oppose Master, truly a role model for our generation. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining an exceptional vessel. That Mount Shu disciple is quite a beauty. I wonder if in the future the disciples will have a chance to enjoy her? Ha 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 ha. The disciples of the Joyous Union sect sneered wickedly, flattering and fawning over the Huangzi elder. You are laughing in the face of death. Chen Yao's tone was ice cold. Just with you low-level Mount Shu disciples, how can you make me face death? The Huangzi elder's words came to an abrupt halt, for a figure with the presence of an immortal and the essence of Dao had, unbeknownst to them, appeared beside Lin King Z. A sense of extreme danger surged in their hearts. The sneers on the faces of the Joyous Union sect disciples suddenly froze. Master! Lin King Z respectfully performed the ritual of master and disciple. Elder Lu. Chen Yao was somewhat excited. Just when all seemed lost, unexpectedly, there was a new turn. That is Elder Lu of King Yun Peak. Elder Lu stepped into the Dao Palace realm 3 years ago. Since he's here, the Huangzi old demon of the Joyous Union sect is nothing, we're saved. Disciples pay respects to Elder Lu. The other Mount Shu disciples, seeing a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation, were overjoyed. Even the team leader at the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm showed solemn respect towards Lu Changsheng. You're the newly advanced Dao Palace realm's Lu Changsheng. The Huangzi elder, as an elder of the Joyous Union sect and well informed in intelligence, knew that there was an elder at Mount Shu who had entered the Dao Palace realm 3 years ago, named Lu Changsheng. The Huangzi elder broke out in a cold sweat. His 2nd layer of the nascent soul realm was no match for Lu Changsheng of the Dao Palace realm. How did it happen that after dealing with the junior, the senior showed up immediately? Escape. The Huangzi elder activated the soul-devouring ring to attack Lu Changsheng and then turned to flee without looking back, regardless of his magical treasures and disciples. When a nascent soul realm faces a Dao Palace realm, fleeing at the first opportunity might grant a slim possibility of survival. Die. Lu Changsheng casually struck with his palm. This palm was all-encompassing and blotted out the sun. Boom. Lu Changsheng's palm struck down, the earth shook, sand flew, stones raced, and trees snapped. The Joyous Union sect elder, the Huangzi old demon, was wiped out with a single palm, merging with the earth. The disciples of the Joyous Union sect who had just been praising the Huangzi elder, now turned pale with shock. Their master had been killed so easily. These Joyous Union sect disciples are now on your hands, not a single one should escape. Lu Changsheng swept a cold glance over the group of Joyous Union sect disciples, who were all petrified. Lu Changsheng rarely made a move, but when he did, it was thorough, leaving no room for future troubles. When Lu Changsheng appeared, he had already communicated with Lin King Z through voice transmission and knew about the ambush. There was no need to capture any Joyous Union sect disciples alive for interrogation since the disciples of Huangzai Old Demon had been killed. Huangzai Old Demon was a low-ranking elder of the Joyous Union sect, and his disciples weren't highly skilled. After Lu Changsheng wiped out the Huangzai Old Demon with a single palm, the remaining Joyous Union sect disciples were executed by the Mount Shu disciples. Some Joyous Union sect disciples tried to use earth escape skills to flee but were trapped and buried alive by Lu Changshen's palm pressing down on the solid earth, which can be considered as giving them a proper burial. Junior offers his gratitude for Elder Lu's timely rescue. Had Elder Lu not arrived promptly, we would have fallen at the hands of Huangzai Old Demon. The leading Mount Shu disciple bowed in thanks to Lu Changsheng. No need for excessive courtesy. Lu Changsheng was as composed as the clouds and gentle as the breeze. Executing a nascent soul realm elder of the Joyous Union sect was not a big deal for him. Your master really is a prophet, isn't he? He even foresaw this tribulation for us. Could it be that your master's ability to divine the heavens is even greater than that of the hidden dragon temple master? Chen Yao whispered to Lin King Z. The temple master of Hidden Dragon Temple, one of the 6 orthodox sects, was adept in the time law and famous for divining fate. However, Chen Yao now felt that Lu Changsheng was the true sage hidden from the world. Actually, my master is an immortal. Lin King Z stated with conviction. How is that possible? Chen Yao initially didn't believe it, but upon further consideration, it seemed not entirely impossible. Xiao, I admit that I lost the bet. You can ask me to do something reasonable. How could I make sister do something? Let's just forget this ever happened. No, a bet is a bet. Well, but, indeed, there's nothing I need sister's help with. King Z, keep this favor on hold, it might come in handy one day. With Lu Changshen's level, it was impossible not to hear the two's conversation. His own disciple still did not understand the importance of favors. If they were disciples of the demon sects, then promises and such favors could be considered nothing but empty words. However, disciples from the orthodox sects, especially those of significant figures, are usually trustworthy with their promises. Then, sister, you owe me for now. Lin King Z scratched his head. He really could not think of anything he needed Chen Yao to do. So, following Lu Changshen's advice, he decided to let the favor remain outstanding. Chen Yao nodded earnestly in agreement. With Lu Changshen's full protection, the journey back to Mount Shu was unimpeded. When Lin Qing's Mount Shu team returned to Mount Shu, many disciples who had gone out to gain experience had already returned. Xiao eliminated 5 Golden Core Realm Heretic Cultivators and 8 Qi Transformation Realm Heretic Cultivators in the past year. He slew countless bandits and rogues, with the highest ranked being a 5th layer Golden Core Realm Heretic Cultivator. Truly, he's a model for our generation. The Mount Shu disciple in charge of tallying the first-time experience missions results was astonished when going through Xiao Xiangdao's achievements. Many Mount Shu disciples who had cultivated for decades had not managed to kill a heretic cultivator of the 5th layer of the Golden Core Realm. It is my shame. Xiao Xiangdao was quite satisfied with his results. He should be the top among this batch of disciples. It's you guys. Xiao Xiangdao caught sight of Lin Qing, Chen Yao and their team returning as well. Chen Yao was the second-place winner at the Mount Shu Disciples Convention, and Lin Qing was in the top 8. These were all outstanding individuals among the new generation of disciples. Lin, in the past year, you killed 6 Golden Core Realm Heretic Cultivators and 11 Qi Transformation Realm Heretic Cultivators. The highest ranked among your kills was Simak Kuang, an 8th layer Golden Core Realm Bandit leader from Ji country. Hiss. The Mount Shu disciple summarizing the achievements was deeply shocked by Lin Qing's record of experience. Chapter 35, Supreme Elders. Lin, did you really kill a Golden Core Realm 8th level bandit? How is that possible? The 8th level of the Golden Core Realm is already close to the standard for our Mount Shu elders. The other Mount Shu disciples who were tallying couldn't believe it and turned their gazes toward the leading Mount Shu disciple. The Golden Core Realm 9th level Mount Shu disciple nodded. Bandit Simak Kuang was indeed personally killed by Lin. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and there is not a shred of exaggeration. Lin, as of now, has reached the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm. Lin has only been in the sect for 4 years, and he's already at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Initially, our master said I was a cultivation genius, but it took me 40 years of practice at Mount Shu to reach the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. I never expected Lin to achieve it in just 4 years. Compared to Lin, I might as well have wasted those 40 years living a dog's life. Sigh, the difference between people is even greater than that between a person and a dog. If that's really the case, Lin is truly a heaven-sent prodigy, and his future is boundless. Since we are in the same sect, I hope Lin will take good care of us in the future. The crowd of Mount Shu disciples showed solemn respect for Lin King Z. Having joined the sect only 4 years ago, Lin King Z's cultivation had already neared the minimum requirement to become an Elder of Mount Shu. It was estimated that in a few years, as soon as Lin King Z's cultivation reached the nascent soul realm and he completed the ELDER1's trial task, he would rightfully become an Elder of Mount Shu. Although Lin King Z might not be the youngest elder in the history of Mount Shu, his rate of cultivation could definitely rank him within the top 10. A portion of the Mount Shu disciples, seeing Lin King Z's frightening potential, spontaneously struck up conversations with him. Many female disciples looked at Lin King Z with added interest in their eyes. Even though Lin King Z was rather ordinary in appearance, the chance of becoming an Elder of Mount Shu was enough to captivate quite a few female disciples. However, Chen Yao standing by Lin King Z's side made many female disciples hesitate to approach. Chen Yao was stunningly beautiful and a direct disciple of the Supreme Elders, with a special physique, destined to become an Elder of Mount Shu. Not many female disciples could stand next to Chen Yao without feeling overshadowed. How could this guy have already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm? Doesn't that make him 2 minor realms higher than me? Xiao Xiangdao, endowed with the spirit sword physique and diligent in his practice, had advanced to the 5th level of the Golden Core realm during the year-long trial following the Mount Shu Disciples Conference. He thought himself the most outstanding Mount Shu disciple of his generation, but never expected Lin King Z's cultivation to have surpassed his own already. I am the 3rd prince of Liang Kingdom. How could I lose to an orphan? I shall cultivate day and night to reclaim the top spot. Xiao Xiangdao, discontent in his heart, soared away on his sword, returning to Li Chang's Wuyang Peak. The trial is over, I should return to Baimun Peak and continue my practice. With Master. Chen Yao's thoughts stirred, and the skywave sword behind her unsheathed. Disciple, you will escort her for me. Lu Changsheng, seeing his senior disciple unmoved, urged him on. This was an opportunity to build a relationship with the Supreme Elders of Mount Shu. It might be a chance for his disciple to have a stroke of good fortune. All right. Lin King Z took it as a sect mission to escort Chen Yao back to Baimun Peak. In reality, within Mount Shu, there was no need to worry about security, at least for the time being. At Baimun Peak, an old crone leaning on a wooden cane was watering 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs in the medicinal garden. 2 streaks of light fell, one of them speaking with a slightly excited tone, Master, your disciple has returned from the trial. The old crone responded indifferently, the more one experienced, the calmer one became. King Yun Peak disciple Lin King Z pays respects to the Supreme Elder. I have been tasked by my mentor to escort my fellow sister back to Baimun Peak. Lin King Z treated the seemingly ordinary old crone with great respect. The Supreme Elder of Mount Shu, contemporary with the sect leader of Mount Shu, it's uncertain whether this person is the sect leader's senior or junior sister. Having lived to such an age, her cultivation is unfathomably deep. Oh! The old crone turned around, scrutinizing Lin King Z from head to toe with a gaze sharp as a knife, but Lin King Z remained calm and unshaken. Your Dao Bone, to have such cultivation in less than 20 years, is your master an elder of King Yun Peak? If I remember correctly, that Lu Changsheng from King Yun Peak was the last direct disciple taken in by the sect leader's junior brother. His talent couldn't be said to be poor, but neither was he an unparalleled genius. How could he have taught a disciple like you? Indeed, it was the temple master of Hidden Dragon Temple who told my sect leader's junior brother that Lu Changsheng has a predestined fairy connection with our Mount Shu, which is why the sect leader's junior brother took Lu Changsheng as his disciple. The old crone seemed to be conversing with Lin King Z, yet also as if talking to herself. Lin King Z was secretly astonished. Could it be that this old crone who addressed the Taiyuan real person as the sect leader's junior brother was Taiyuan's senior sister? Wouldn't that mean she's even older than Taiyuan himself? In this world, age and cultivation are greatly correlated for a simple reason: if one's cultivation isn't high, they simply can't live that long. The old crone in front of him must have lived for at least 3,000 years. The junior has fulfilled my master's commands, and now I take my leave, Lin King Z said with the utmost respect as he bowed. Chen Yao bit her lip lightly, her eyes twinkling with a mix of brightness and a hint of loss. Young man, did you only come to return my little disciple because of your master's orders? The crone's face suddenly turned serious. The junior. Just as Lin King Z was about to give an honest reply, the old crone suddenly transmitted a message to him silently. Smelly brat, if you dare to answer truthfully, I will kill you with one palm, then kill your master. Senior, could it be that the junior has done something wrong? You only need to do as the old crone says. The junior obeys. A chill ran down Lin King Z's spine, having heard that the Supreme Elder had given up hope on transcending tribulation and ended her seclusion, concentrating on instructing disciples. With her quirky temper, she truly might kill him and Lu Changsheng in a fit of rage. After the old crone spoke, Lin King Z had no choice but to repeat her words. The junior certainly didn't come only to follow the master's orders. I also hope to bring senior sister back myself. Sister Chen, you are welcome to visit King Yun Peak to exchange pointers with me anytime, anytime. Chen Yao's face lit up with joy, dispelling her previous sense of loss. Lin King Z left Baimon Peak on his flying sword. Alas, how did my disciple come to fancy such a simpleton? She's bound to suffer for it in the future. But youth is wonderful. The old crone, leaning on her wooden staff, seemed to be lost in memories of the past. Upon returning to King Yun Peak, Lu Changsheng continued power-infusing initiation upon Lin King Z, bestowing upon him various elixir pills, magical treasures, and cultivation techniques. Lin King Z had been away from the mountain for a year, and because he hadn't received power-infusing initiation from Lu Changsheng during this period, his cultivation improved slowly, currently still at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. However, Lin King Z had wandered the Jianghu over the past year, gaining much experience which would be greatly beneficial to his future cultivation. After all, solitary cultivation without experience would be like building a cart behind closed doors. This is akin to university students who, if they don't venture out into society to struggle, will ultimately find it difficult to become pillars of strength. In addition, Chen Yao, a disciple from Baimon Peak, would occasionally come to visit King Yun Peak. With Lin King Z and Chen Yao to spar with, the energetic Lian finally didn't need to go around causing trouble anymore. Chapter 36:100,000 Fold Return, Rank 8 Elixir Pills. This is a third rank elixir pill, the superior Gather Chi pill, able of gathering the surrounding nature's spiritual energy, allowing you to temporarily obtain a higher cultivation level. Should you encounter an enemy of a higher realm and are truly unmatched, you may use this. Lu Changsheng summoned his 2 disciples, continuing to exploit the system for benefits. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lin King Z with the 3rd rank elixir pill Superior Gather Chi pill, and received a reward of 100,000 times return, an 8th rank elixir pill Red Emperor Dragon Strength pill. Ding! Remaining number of rewards today 1. 100,000 times return. This was the second time in 3 years that Lu Changsheng had encountered 100,000 times return, as well as the second 8th rank elixir pill. The value of an 8th rank elixir pill far surpassed that of 6th and 7th rank elixir pills, its worth immeasurable. Even in Mount Shu, Lu Changsheng had never seen an 8th rank elixir pill. Inside Lu Changsheng's daist robe appeared a purple gold bagua no bigger than a fist, containing only 1 elixir pill, but it was a globally rare 8th rank elixir pill. An 8th rank elixir pill, something that would move even the 6 major righteous Dao and the 4 great demon sects. Without a change in expression, Lu Changsheng rewarded his younger disciple Lian with another elixir pill. Ding! You have rewarded your disciple Lian with the 3rd rank elixir pill Concentration pill, and received a reward of 150 times return, a 5th rank elixir pill Ice Heart Spirit Concentration pill. Ding! Remaining number of rewards today 1. This time, the 3rd rank elixir pill rewarded a 5th rank elixir pill. This was a more normal return. As for the 100,000 times return, 1. Could only say it was fortunate but elusive. According to the rules of the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator, disciples below the nascent soul realm can be rewarded with 3rd rank or lower elixir pills, profound rank cultivation techniques, yellow rank cultivation techniques, and spiritual artifacts. Once a disciple reaches the nascent soul realm, they can be rewarded with 5th rank or lower elixir pills, earth rank cultivation techniques, and acquired spirit treasures. When a disciple reaches the Deo Palace realm, they can be rewarded with 7th rank or lower elixir pills, heaven rank cultivation techniques, and innate spirit treasures. Although his 2 disciples were still in the Golden Core realm, they were only a few years away from the nascent soul realm. In less than 10 years, to become an Elder of Mount Shu, such a speed of cultivation was incredibly fast. I have an extra concentration pill here, and I'll reward it to you. Seeing Chen Yao coming to seek out his disciples for an exchange, Lu Changsheng casually gave away a 3rd rank elixir pill. Lu Changsheng was not short of elixir pills. A casual 5th rank elixir pill could be exchanged for 183rd rank elixir pills at the Elixir Pavilion of Mount Shu. Chen Yao often visited King Yun Peak as a guest, exchanging pointers with Lin King Z and Lian, and occasionally receiving Lu Changshen's rewards and guidance. With Chen Yao's 9 heavens mysterious lady physique, she fully met the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator's requirements for a disciple's aptitude. Regrettably, Chen Yao had already been taken as a disciple by the Supreme Elders of Mount Shu and would not easily switch sects. However, Lu Changsheng did not mind, as such a reward was trivial for him, akin to a hare from 9 oxen, not as good as giving a favor in passing. Cultivation was not just about fighting and killing. Behind Chen Yao stood the Supreme Elders of Mount Shu, with unfathomably deep cultivation, and this was also a way to curry favor with that side. Senior Lu, how can I accept this? Chen Yao was flattered and surprised. When she came to King Yun Peak to find Lin King Z, she realized that Lu Changsheng often rewarded his disciples with treasures and elixir pills, and she too was included on occasion, making her feel rather embarrassed. In this world, there indeed were such generous people. He really is a strange, good person indeed. This is your compensation for sparring with my disciple. Lu Changsheng didn't care at all. He already had 2 profound rank elixir pills, and as for a 3rd rank elixir pill, Lu Changsheng didn't really value it. Lu Changsheng returned to his cave abode and opened the purple gold bagua gourd he had obtained. A massive surge of medicinal power gushed out, and just a hint of the power that leaked made every pore on Lu Changshen's body expand, bringing an indescribable comfort to his heart, as if he had stepped into a fairyland. No wonder it's a profound rank elixir pill, the medicinal power is so astonishing. With my current cultivation, if I were to swallow this elixir pill, I'm afraid I would immediately explode and die. Lu Changsheng felt the astonishing medicinal power of the profound rank elixir pill and quickly plugged the purple gold bagua gourd back up to prevent the power from leaking out. According to the system display, the Red Emperor Dragon Strength Pill, a profound rank elixir pill, refined from a drop of the Red Emperor's imperial blood and a drop of a true dragon's blood, could grant the user an unprecedented immense strength, but if the user's cultivation and physique weren't strong enough, they would undoubtedly be burst by this power. Lu Changsheng knew that this was a divine-level elixir pill used for saving one's life in the face of a powerful enemy. If facing a foe of a higher realm, he could completely fight beyond his own level by consuming the pill. Lu Changsheng placed the purple gold bagua gourd into the Deo Palace minor realm, together with the 9 heavens imperial thunder sword. I can break through to the 5th level of the Deo Palace realm at any time now. Lu Changsheng had accumulated a huge reserve of power, and besides cultivating, he was also refining his body. Otherwise, after numerous power-infusing initiations and returning cultivation, Lu Changshen's realm would have already reached the 6th level of the Deo Palace realm. However, the benefits of his thorough accumulation were quite clear. Lu Changshen's physique was not inferior to the martial masters of the Martial Alliance, and it was hard to find an equal within the same realm. Moreover, Lu Changsheng would not easily suffer from qi deviation when breaking through because every realm of his was extremely solid. In the span of 4 years, from the 9th level of the nascent soul realm to the 5th level of the Deo Palace realm, and concurrently refining his body, such progress was shocking and astonishing. I'll be entering seclusion for some time, you should cultivate on your own during this period. Lu Changsheng transmitted his voice to his 2 disciples. In a year there will be the 6th Deo Conference, and it's very likely that I'll have to spar with elders from other sects. Who would think that by that time, I'll be at the 5th level of the Deo Palace realm and have also cultivated the 9 Dragons refinement technique. However, unless it's absolutely necessary, I cannot easily reveal my true cultivation, as my goal is to survive until I become an immortal. When Lu Changsheng entered into closed-door cultivation, Lin King Z and Lian were not surprised. In the past 4 years, their master would enter seclusion every now and then, and what realm the master had reached was unknown to them. What amazed Lin King Z was that, despite bestowing power-infusing initiations frequently, the master's cultivation not only didn't decline but improved day by day. Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, misty peak, clouds and mists swirling around, the mountain breeze coming forth, the white clouds moving like soft and delicate silk. A flock of immortal cranes flew by, the mountains had running streams and hanging waterfalls, craggy rocks abounded, looking like a fairyland. An ethereally beautiful fairy with ice-clear skin and a jade-like body, dressed in floating garments, stepped barefoot onto the lake surface, which quickly froze over. The entire surface of the lake became like a shiny mirror, and even time seemed to freeze. Disciple, you're the most talented one I have seen, and only the immortal who founded our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion 20,000 years ago can compare with you. However, you are cultivating the supreme forgetting emotion art and walking the Dao of longevity. All other cultivators, including me, are just passing clouds to you, and you must not develop feelings. During the 6th Dao conference a year from now, you will teach the juniors of Mount Shu a lesson for me. I want to see the embarrassed look on that Mount Shu Taiyuan old man's face. A beautiful yet icy voice rang out, belonging to the fairy pavilion master. Not to develop feelings. Disciple understands. I have a question to ask. Xiaoningsu's mind wavered, and the lake rapidly thawed, the waterfall restored its flow, leaving only the ice under Xiaoningsu's jade-white feet. Speak. If Master is also cultivating the supreme forgetting emotion art and should sever all worldly greed, hatred, delusion, arrogance, and doubt, why are you so fixated on the victory or defeat with the Taiyuan real man from Mount Shu? Chapter 37, Six Paths Conference. Above King Yun Peak, purple clouds lingered, yet the menial workers had long since grown accustomed to the sight. In the past few years, King Yun Peak had witnessed several natural wonders, and the person behind these phenomena was none other than the elder of King Yun Peak, Lu Changsheng. 5th level of the Dao Palace realm. Inside the cave dwelling, Lu Changsheng was sitting cross-legged on a meditation cushion, with a stream of white vapor rising from the top of his head, constantly expanding the Dao Palace minor realm within him, making a breakthrough to the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm in one breath. Due to his solid foundation, Lu Changsheng encountered no obstacles, advancing as naturally as water flows into channels. I have also thoroughly understood the 5th level of the Taking Wuji technique. After Lu Changsheng stepped into the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm, he had fully comprehended the 5th level of the Taking Wuji technique. Lu Changsheng calculated with his fingers and realized that his seclusion had unexpectedly lasted 2 months. The first thing Lu Changsheng did after coming out of seclusion was to summon his 2 disciples, continuing the power-infusing initiation. Having entered the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm, Lu Changshen's Danshan and Qi Si, along with his Dao Palace minor realm, had expanded enormously, allowing him to hold more spiritual energy. Ding! You have transferred 200 days of heavenly cultivation to your disciple Lin, who has actually received 40 days of heavenly cultivation. You have received a reward of 110-fold return for teaching your disciple, 4,400 days of heavenly cultivation. Having just transferred a small amount of cultivation, Lian's little face was already beet red. Ding! You have transferred 180 days of heavenly cultivation to your disciple Lin King Z, who has actually received 36 days of heavenly cultivation. You have received a reward of 150-fold return for teaching your disciple, 5,400 days of heavenly cultivation. Lu Changsheng received a total of 9,800 days of heavenly cultivation from 2 instances of imparting his power. The recently advanced Lu Changshen's Danshan and Qi Si once again swelled with copious spiritual energy, and his Dao Palace minor realm grew. Junior brother. Senior brother. Lu Changsheng was teaching his disciples as usual when his senior brother, Li Changjai, suddenly came to visit. The sect leader commands, at the 6 Paths Conference, you are to bring Lien with you. Understood. Lien, follow your master to the 6 Paths Conference. As for King Z, you stay behind to guard King Yun Peak. Disciple obeys the order. Great, Lien finally gets to leave the mountain. Lien punched the air excitedly. She had stayed on Mount Shu for 4 years and was at last allowed to leave. With Mount Shu's sect leader and senior brother leading, there probably won't be any danger at this 6 Paths Conference. The 4 demon sects and the demon race of Huang State already knew of Lien's presence on Mount Shu, but because Mount Shu had such a profound foundation, neither the demon sects nor the demon race of Huang State dared to act rashly. Li Changjai's decision to bring Lien to the 6 Paths Conference, could it be Lu Changsheng pondered silently, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He had guessed Li Changjai's intention. Before the Six Paths Conference begins, let's see if I can comprehend the sixth level of the Taking Wuji technique. Lu Changsheng continued his cultivation. Each seclusion, whether short as a few days or as long as several months, Lu Changsheng remained committed to accumulating gains, and soon it was time for the Six Paths Conference. The Six Paths Conference was the premier event for the cultivation world of Xia State, with all 6 righteous sect leaders and famed elders in attendance to address the major issues occurring in Xia State. At the same time, the 6 righteous sects would use this opportunity to decide the ranking of the sects. Although the 6 righteous sects still had some powerful elders anchoring them, the younger generation of elders represented the future of the sects. Therefore, the potential of the young generation of elders could generally stand for the strength of a sect. Of the Mount Shu sect, elders in the Dao Palace realm like Li Changjai, Zhao Huiyan, and Lu Changsheng were direct disciples taken by Supreme Elder Taiyuan in the past 500 years and were considered part of the younger generation. Master, we should set off now. Lin, unable to wait any longer, rushed to Lu Changshen's cave dwelling to urge him on. Lu Changsheng awoke from his meditation, shook his head, and chuckled bitterly. The Taking Wuji technique is divided into 9 levels, each level more profound and difficult to comprehend than the last. Lu Changsheng broke through to the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm and it took him several months, yet he had not fully comprehended the 6th level of the Taking Wuji technique. If Taiyuan Zhenren knew that Lu Changsheng wanted to master the 6th level of the Taking Wuji technique in just a few months, he would definitely think Lu Changsheng had gone mad. This is a top-tier heaven rank technique after all. Let's go. Lu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze arose, wrapping around the two of them as they headed to the Mount Shu Great Hall for the assembly. This time, there were 72 elders from Mount Shu participating in the 6th Dao Grand Assembly, with the highest cultivation among them belonging to the eldest senior brother, Li Changjai, at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Of course, the cultivation of Taiyuan Zhenren, who led the team, was unfathomable, having long since broken through the Dao Palace realm. With the sect leader and 72 elders, such a squad was powerful enough to easily annihilate any secular kingdom. Even the great Xia kingdom of Xia State, with its most populous nation, would not be able to withstand this force. One by one, flying swords broke through the sky. The people practicing sword flight were inhaling and exhaling nature's spiritual energy, like whales and dragons, all of them elders with profound levels of cultivation. Junior brother pays his respects to eldest senior brother. Zhao, it's been a long time. Qian junior brother, you've been in seclusion for quite a while, unexpected to see you're out for this occasion. The 6th Dao Grand Assembly is the premier event of Xia State, with the sect leader and eldest senior brother personally leading the team. How could I miss it? Lu junior brother? And Lu junior brother's little disciple. The elders present changed colors upon noticing Lu Changsheng and Lin arrive, with many elders turning pale and others hurriedly protecting their beards. Lu Changshen's little disciple was simply a little devil, causing chaos throughout Mount Shu. Yet neither the sect leader nor the eldest senior brother ever punished her, which led to many of the elders' beards being secretly burned by Lin. Aside from the supreme elders in the back mountains, other elders had more or less been plagued by this little ancestor, and they were quite afraid of her. Disciple, all the elders are present. As a junior, shouldn't you be paying your respects to the elders? Mount Shu disciple Lin pays respects to all the elders. Lin performed her salutations demurely, looking both charming and adorable, but the elders of Mount Shu all got goosebumps at the sight of this little devil. What scene that would be when Lin becomes a Mount Shu elder of the same status as them. Eldest senior brother. Zhao. Lu junior brother. Lu Changsheng greeted elders such as Li Changjai and Zhao Huiyan. Li Changjai, at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, and Zhao Huiyan, at the 5th level. These elders were all direct disciples of Taiyuan Zhenren and held esteemed statuses among the Mount Shu elders. Lu junior brother, your cultivation has improved again. It's unbelievable. Just 5 years ago, Lu junior brother had just stepped into the Dao Palace realm. And now, after 5 years, I can't even ascertain the extent of Lu junior brother's cultivation. Zhao Huiyan, as Lu Changshen's senior brother, although his own disciples were defeated by Lu Changshen's disciples at the Mount Shu assembly, losing all face, surprisingly, the relationship between the two was quite good. Besides senior brother Li Changjai, the elder from Mount Shu who got along best with Lu Changsheng was Zhao Huiyan. I've had some flashes of insight recently. Lu Changsheng also feared others would be amazed at how quickly his cultivation had advanced, so he attributed it to sudden enlightenment. Legend has it that those with heavenly fate could be mortals at dawn and ascend to the immortal realm by dusk. I truly envy you. Zhao Huiyan was sincerely envious of Lu Changsheng. Enlightenment was an opportunity that could only be encountered and not sought after. The sect leader has arrived. All the Mount Shu elders fell silent as they saw an old man dressed in a yin-yang Taiji Dao robe and an old woman leaning on a wooden cane, having appeared in the middle of the great hall without anyone noticing. Chapter 38, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Disciple pays respects to the sect leader. Disciple pays respects to the supreme elders. Once Taiyuan Zhenren and the unknown old crone appeared, a group of Mount Shu elders respectfully bowed. Senior sister, I'm leading a delegation to the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion to attend the Six Paths Assembly. Mount Shu will be in your care. Taiyuan Zhenren also spoke with great respect to the old crone. Senior sister. The Mount Shu elders present were astonished in their hearts. The unknown old crone was actually the sect leader's senior sister. If Taiyuan Zhenren had lived for over 3,000 years, then the old crone's lifespan must be no less than that of Taiyuan Zhenren. By the time the old crone had made a name for herself, the younger generation of Mount Shu elders had not even been born. During this period, Mount Shu will be entrusted to this old body. I have no hope for tribulation, and my lifespan is coming to an end. This is one of the few contributions I can make for Mount Shu. The old crone sighed. Taiyuan Zhenren, as well as all the Mount Shu elders, showed solemn respect. This supreme elder, knowing she had no hope of overcoming tribulation, still focused on Mount Shu's well-being at the verge of death. She ended her seclusion, accepted Chen Yao as an extraordinary talent into her disciple lineage, as her final disciple, to leave a legacy. What a noble character! Senior sister. This old body's cultivation is not refined, everything is fate, go ahead. Yes. Taiyuan Zhenren bowed to the old crone and then led the team away from Mount Shu. Flying swords broke through the sky, with colorful lights flowing, flying towards Misty Peak, where the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was located. The mortals below could only see streaks of light flying over their heads, mistaking them for signs of immortals. They all bowed in veneration and worship. Lu Changsheng, within the group of hurrying Mount Shu elders, covertly assessed the foundation of Mount Shu. The depth of Taiyuan Zhenren's cultivation was inscrutable, and not even Lu Changsheng could see through it. The person with the next highest cultivation was his senior brother, Li Changzhi, who was at the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm and possessed the eternal wilderness body. Lu Changsheng suspected that even if Li Changzhi were to encounter an early-stage opponent from the Void Refinement realm, he would be capable of fighting. After all, rumors in Mount Shu spoke of Li Changzhi once standing against 3 of the same realm from the demon sects, slaying 3 demon sects elders. Li Changzhi had some similarities with Lu Changsheng, as both of them were exceptionally firm in every realm they reached. Furthermore, with special physiques, they were even more formidable than the cultivators of the same realm. Apart from Li Changzhi, who was recognized as the foremost among the younger generation of Mount Shu elders, there were also 5 elders who had achieved great accomplishment in the Dao Palace realm. There were about a dozen elders, including Lu Changsheng and Zhao Huiyan, who were in the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. The rest were either in the early stage of the Dao Palace realm or at the culmination of the nascent soul realm. This was just a portion of Mount Shu's strength, indicating the fearsome depth of its foundation. Taiyuan Zhenren even felt assured to entrust Mount Shu to his senior sister for guardianship. The foundation of Mount Shu could not be so simple. Lu Changsheng learned from Lin that there were 4 Dao Palace realm elders secretly guarding the 5th level of the scripture pavilion in Mount Shu, and these 4 Dao Palace realm elders were not among those who descended from the mountain this time. Master, is the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion a lot of fun? Lin was brimming with excitement. I have heard that the Fairy Pavilion Master once had a dispute with our sect leader in their youth. You must not cause trouble in the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, otherwise even I won't be able to protect you. In Mount Shu, Taiyuan Zhenren, Li Changzhi and even Lu Changsheng would let Lin cause trouble wherever she wanted. But this time, in the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's domain, if the Fairy Pavilion Master were to catch a handle on her, the situation could either be trivial or severe. That the Fairy Pavilion Master had a past dispute with Taiyuan Zhenren when they were young indicated that the two were contemporaries. Lin understands. This little disciple also knew that the Fairy Pavilion Master was a significant figure not to be provoked, and she became much more restrained. The Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was located at Misty Peak in Yu Country, covering 10,000 miles, with countless mountains rising high, piercing the clouds, shrouded in mist. Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is one of the 6 righteous paths, currently ranked 5th, yet 200,000 years ago, at its founding, it once surpassed Mount Shu. Even if Inquiry Immortal Pavilion has fallen from grace, it still possesses the heritage of 200,000 years. This time, the sect meeting of the 6 paths is to be hosted by the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. To prepare for the event, all disciples of the sect have been mobilized, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. The last sect meeting was on Mount Shu, 1,500 years ago. The pavilion master contended with the sect leader of Mount Shu, and in 3 battles faced 3 defeats. Now that it's our turn to host, we must reclaim our honor, someone declared. Shush, have you forgotten? The elders forbid us disciples from mentioning this matter. If the pavilion master overhears us, we'll undoubtedly be punished, another cautioned. Disciples of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion whispered among themselves while preparing the venue for the sect meeting. The people from Mount Shu have arrived. Such formidable momentum. Worthy of being the current first among the 6 righteous paths. No one knew which disciple shouted first, but as all from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion looked towards the sky above Misty Peak, they saw a group of elders from Mount Shu approaching on their flying swords. Mount Shu. On the main seat of the sect meeting, the pavilion master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion whispered those 2 words. Beneath the pavilion master, a host of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion elders rose to their feet, greeting the arriving Mount Shu elders with equal ceremony. A group of Mount Shu elders descended, every one of them with the bearing of a sage and carrying a long sword on their backs. Taiyuan stood still, like an immeasurable mountain, causing most of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's elders to feel a sense of helplessness in their hearts. Taiyuan, a man who dominated an era. In the past, the pavilion master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, relying on her exceptional talents, challenged Taiyuan and was defeated in all 3 battles. Fairy Su, how have you been recently? Taiyuan took the initiative to speak. Humph, both of us are old folks who have lived for 3,000 years. I'm hardly any fairy, the pavilion master replied with a cold tone. Yet, Lu Changsheng faintly sensed that the pavilion master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion did not seem to dislike the title Taiyuan used for her. Lu Changsheng gazed at the main seat and saw an elegant fairy with the face of a goose egg, fine eyebrows, a delicate nose, and wearing a moon-colored daoist robe. The pavilion master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was actually a woman. Lu Changsheng's gaze shifted slightly downward. Near the closest seat to the pavilion master, he saw a figure of extraordinary grace and extreme beauty, carrying a long sword on her back. Their gazes met in midair, and they nodded to each other in acknowledgement. It was Xianingsu, the holy maiden of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Xianingsu's seat was only second to the pavilion master, which spoke volumes about her status. Lu, have you ever heard of a certain secret within our Mount Shu? Zhao Huiyan conveyed secretly to Lu Changsheng. I would like to hear the details, Lu responded. Could it be that the earnest elder Zhao also had a moment for gossip? Lu Changsheng's passion for gossip was thoroughly ignited. It is said that back when Fairy Su of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was not the pavilion master, she pursued our master but her love went unrequited. In a fit of pique, she cultivated Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's forbidden technique supreme forgetting love art, vowing to sever all romantic ties. Yet, for 3,000 years, she has remained entangled with our sect leader, Zhao revealed. Is that so? Lu Changsheng suddenly understood. No wonder the relationship between the pavilion master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion and Taiyuan was so complicated. The secret shared by Zhao Huiyan was likely true. Ahem, nonetheless, you must keep this matter a secret from others. Understood. Lu Changsheng conveyed his comprehension with a look. The temple master of Hidden Dragon Temple and a host of elders have arrived. Not long after the people from Mount Shu reached Misty Peak, the party from Hidden Dragon Temple, another one of the 6 righteous paths, also descended on Misty Peak. Chapter 39, The 6 Major Orthodox Sects. Hidden Dragon Temple's temple master Yu Suanji, and her premier head disciple, Zhuge Chongming. The Hidden Dragon Temple's temple master is also a great figure from the same era as our sect leader. It's said that the temple master of Hidden Dragon Temple can calculate a person's chi destiny, which is indeed incomparable in its power. Sometimes, even our sect leader seeks her out for predictions of the heavenly secrets. The elders of Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion all looked towards the descending Hidden Dragon Temple's temple master and elder. Lu Changsheng had never imagined that the Hidden Dragon Temple's temple master would be a woman veiled in a mask. Hidden Dragon Temple's premier head disciple Zhuge Chongming had represented Hidden Dragon Temple at Mount Shu's Disciples' Great Assembly, where Lu Changsheng had already met him once before. Yu Suanji was a renowned figure who had been famous for 3,000 years, while Zhuge Chongming was a peerless genius of the same level as the big senior brother Li Changzhai, each a prominent young representative of their respective sects. Hidden Dragon Temple emphasizes strategy, inference, and military tactics, which differ from the focus of our Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. In other words, these people have first-rate minds and must not be offended lightly. Zhao Huiyan and Lu Changsheng exchanged messages in secret. What does the Hidden Dragon Temple's temple master look like? There are very few who have seen the face under the temple master of Hidden Dragon Temple's veil. Zhao Huiyan shook his head, clearly he also knew nothing. Fellow deists, time flies, and glory fades, in the blink of an eye, it has been 200 years since we last met. Hidden Dragon Temple's temple master Yu Suanji spoke in a gentle tone, which felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. Only the true person of Taiyuan and the Fairy Pavilion Master were worthy of being addressed as fellow deists by Yu Suanji. The last time Master Yu made a prediction for me, to be precise, was 250 years ago. Yes, at that time based on my calculations, I said your disciple had great fortune. Yu Suanji looked towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng feigned composure. The original Lu Changsheng had gone mad from cultivation and died. Now, this Lu Changsheng, based on the memories of this body, knew that 200 years ago, Hidden Dragon Temple's temple master Yu Suanji had divined that Lu Changsheng was destined for an immortal fate with Mount Shu, hence recommended him to the true person of Taiyuan. Now it seemed that the original Lu Changsheng was just an unlucky fellow, while the one truly blessed with great fortune was himself. Master Yu, please take a seat. The Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was also very courteous to the arriving Yu Suanji. After all, Yu Suanji was famous for calculating the heavenly secrets, and such a person could not be offended, rather, one must seek good relations with them. As for the true person of Taiyuan, he was left aside by the Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. The true person of Taiyuan did not take offense and led the people of Mount Shu to their seats. Although the Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion did not speak, the true person of Taiyuan was well aware of the other's haughty nature. Now that a disaster looms over Xia State, it would be best for the two fellow deists to quickly put aside past grievances. The events of those years, nobody expected such outcomes. Yu Suanji's tone remained calm, showing not the slightest trace of emotion. Lu Changsheng quietly observed Yu Suanji's cultivation, completely unable to discern her true capabilities. The Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion snorted coldly, Master Yu need not worry about the grudges between him and me. Sect Master Su of the Refinement Sect and a group of elders have arrived. Another team descended from the sky, their long swords returning to their sheaths. The Refinement Sect, consistently the last among the 6 major orthodox sects, but no one dared underestimate them. The reason the Refinement Sect's cultivation was at the bottom was that they devoted a lot of their energy to the art of artifact forging, crafting various spiritual artifacts and spirit treasures. Since most of the spiritual artifacts and spirit treasures of other sects came from the Refinement Sect, no one dared to look down upon them, instead, they sought good relations with them. The Immeasurable Temple's Master Wuxiang and a contingent of great masters have arrived. Martial Alliance leader Master Chen and a group of elders have arrived. The two teams had arrived at Misty Peak almost simultaneously. When the Immeasurable Temple's members descended, chantings resonated powerfully, celestial maidens scatter flowers unfolded, and Buddha's light shone for miles. Amitabha Buddha, honored patrons, long time no see. Master Wuxiang bore a majestic and radiant expression, his voice pouring into their ears like sweet nectar, making their spirits feel ethereal. Immeasurable Temple, ranked second among the 6 orthodox sects. Master Wuxiang, profound in the Buddhist law. Taiyuan, Fairy Su, Yu Suanji and others nodded their heads towards Master Wuxiang as a greeting. The people from the Martial Alliance were of a different sort, each one tall and sturdy, with robust physiques. The Martial Alliance prioritized body refinement, although their overall cultivation levels might not be high, their formidable physical constitution gave them an advantage over others of the same realm, and they could even battle across different realms with ease. Martial Alliance, ranked third. The sect leader of the Martial Alliance looked at disciple Lian of Lu Changsheng with interest, seeming very taken with her martial king divine physique. Is this the descendant whom the Huang tribe warriors swore to protect with their lives? Her physique is one rarely seen in 100,000 years. If she were to take me as her master, her future would be boundless. This young friend from Mount Shu, would you be willing to part with your disciple and let her join my ranks? I'm willing to trade a lower grade innate spirit treasure for this disciple of yours. The Martial Alliance highly valued special physiques, and Lian's Martial King Divine physique was perfectly suited for the path of body refinement. Therefore, the alliance leader of the Martial Alliance was willing to trade a lower grade innate spirit treasure to make a deal with Lu Changsheng. An innate spirit treasure? Sect leader Chen of the Martial Alliance is indeed offering a generous deal. I wonder if Elder Lu from Mount Shu would be willing to part with his disciple? After all, that's an innate spirit treasure. Even the treasures used by most of the elders of the Dao Palace are only acquired spirit treasures. The elders of the various sects whispered among themselves, their gazes concentrated on Lu Changsheng. Disciple, would you like to go with them? No, disciple wants to stay by master's side forever and ever. Besides, they're not as handsome as master. Ha ha ha. The other elders couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Lian's unreserved childlike words. Elder Lu of Mount Shu indeed was quite a handsome man. Ahem, the mouths of babes, please do not take offense, sect leader Chen. Lu Changsheng was somewhat embarrassed, considering sect leader Chen of the Martial Alliance was an extraordinary master who had surpassed the realm of Dao Palace and had once fought hand-to-hand with a flood dragon. She is our disciple from Mount Shu, sect leader Chen should look elsewhere for disciples. Tai Yuan, protective of his own, supported his disciple and grand disciple even in the face of the alliance leader of the Martial Alliance himself. Haha, Chen, will not take to heart the words of a little girl. It's just a slight disappointment, that's all. Sect leader Chen waved his hand, showing no concern at all, as he and the numerous elders of the Martial Alliance took their seats. Sect leader Chen of the Martial Alliance, who detests evil and acts with chivalry, was a heroic figure in his youth, a grand master of his time. It's only in his older years, having spent most of his time in seclusion, that he has become as elusive as a dragon glimpsed but never caught. When he says he doesn't mind, you can truly be at ease, Zhao Huiyan remarked feelingly. It seems that the 6 orthodox sects indeed live up to the name of the righteous Dao. Lu Changsheng felt slightly relieved, his greatest fear being that the 6 orthodox sects would be engaged in endlessly scheming against each other. Now that all 6 orthodox sects have arrived, the 6 Paths Conference can officially begin. The topic of this conference is the handling of the potential calamity that may occur. Temple Master Yu has already calculated that, in over a decade, the 4 demon sects may join forces with the demon race from Huang State to attack the various sections. While the 6 orthodox sects usually compete with one another, with the great calamity imminent, we must unite as one to face our common enemy. Today we must decide which sect will lead the 6 orthodox sects to confront the 4 demon sects and the demon race from Huang State. Chapter 40, The Eldest Apprentice Brother is Invincible. Fairy Su, how do you plan to determine the rankings of the sects? Follow the usual practice. Among the younger generation of elders, select one who has less than 800, 500 and 300 years of cultivation respectively, for a best 2 out of 3 matches. Agreed. The sect leaders of the 6 major orthodox sects consented to the Fairy Pavilion Master's suggestion. The 6 sect leaders drew lots to decide their respective opponents. Mount Shu's opponent would be Hidden Dragon Temple, Immeasurable Temple would face Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, and Martial Alliance would go against the Refinement Sect. The luck of Martial Alliance is truly good. Those from the Refinement Sect are obsessed with refining tools, so their cultivation is inevitably lacking, consistently ranking last among the 6 major orthodox sects. Martial Alliance will surely advance. Our Mount Shu is also lucky, our opponent is only Hidden Dragon Temple, ranked 4th. Don't underestimate Hidden Dragon Temple. They are adept at strategies and Dao arrays, often turning decay into magic. Moreover, the rankings of the 6 major orthodox sects have been the same for 1,000 years now. Immeasurable Temple is ranked 2nd, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is in trouble. Once the results of the draw came out, many elders of Mount Shu discussed it privately. Every 6 Dao conference, the 6 major orthodox sects would be ranked anew. It had been 1500 years since the last ranking, and the strength of each sect had changed. Tai Yuan, which 3 disciples do you plan to send into battle? The Fairy Pavilion Master asked in a cool tone. Changzhai, Wuchuan, and Longevity, you 3 will represent our Mount Shu in the contest. Grand Master Tai Yuan selected from among the elders of Mount Shu Li Changzhai, who had 500 years of cultivation, Song Wuchuan with 450, and Lu Changsheng with 250. Li Changjai and Song Wuchuan, these two Mount Shu elders, were within my predictions, but what's the deal with this Lu Changsheng? The Fairy Pavilion Master frowned slightly, not understanding why Grandmaster Taiyuan would choose an elder in the first tier of the Dao Palace realm to fight. Mount Shu had elders with 300 years of cultivation who were in the second and third tiers of the Dao Palace realm. It wasn't as though there were none. Sect leader chose Lu. It has only been 5 years since Lu entered the Dao Palace realm. Isn't it a bit forced for him to represent Mount Shu in combat now? If this is the sect leader's intention, there must be a deeper meaning. It's a pity that I, Zhao Huiyan, having cultivated for 320 years at Mount Shu, fall between the ranks. If only I were 20 years younger, I could have taken Lu's place in combat. Lu, sect leader, and master see potential in you, so you must perform well. The elders of Mount Shu were in an uproar, clearly finding Grandmaster Taiyuan's third choice unbelievable. Li Changjai, the eldest disciple, with 500 years of cultivation, Dao Palace Realm level 9. Song Wuchuan, the second eldest disciple, with 450 years of cultivation, Dao Palace Realm level 8. Lu Changsheng, the youngest disciple, with 250 years of cultivation, Dao Palace Realm level 1. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Changsheng appeared to be the weakest link. Among the Mount Shu elders with Dao age within 300 years, besides the direct disciples of Grandmaster Taiyuan, there were also some disciples of the Supreme Elders. Their cultivation might not necessarily be lower than Lu Changshen's. Yet Grandmaster Taiyuan elected to have Lu Changsheng fight. Many Mount Shu elders were sweating bullets for Lu Changsheng. If the eldest and second eldest disciple failed to win, Lu Changsheng could very well become the scapegoat. Of course, if they knew that Lu Changshen's actual cultivation was already at the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm, they would have no need to worry. Lu Changsheng? So if we, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, face Mount Shu, he will be my opponent. Xianingsu's gaze fell on Lu Changsheng once more, also quite surprised that Mount Shu would let Lu Changsheng fight. 5 years ago, when the two first met, Lu Changshen's cultivation at the brink of life and death was the first layer of the Dao Palace realm, without any doubt. But now, Lu Changshen's aura seems somewhat elusive. Due to his innate Taoist body, no one present could see through Lu Changshen's true cultivation level. Our Hidden Dragon Temple will send out elders Zhuge Chongming, Zhang Feng, and Lu Sungzian to fight. Temple Master Yu Suanji of the Hidden Dragon Temple, following the rules, dispatched 3 elders. Zhuge Chongming, the foremost disciple of Hidden Dragon Temple, has cultivated for 700 years, his cultivation is on par with our eldest senior brother, both at the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, and even has more combat experience. It seems a fierce battle is inevitable. As long as our eldest senior brother and second senior brother win, Lu doesn't even need to make a move for Mount Shu to be victorious. That's right, I believe our eldest and second senior brothers can handle their opponents. Lu, you just relax. The sect leader's intention is most likely for our eldest and second senior brothers to defeat their opponents, and as for the third person, there's no need to fight, so it doesn't matter who it is. It must be so. Most of the Mount Shu elders deduced the intentions of the Taiyuan real person, believing that he had absolute confidence in the eldest and second senior brothers. In the competition among the 6 orthodox sects, victory in 3 out of 5 rounds is sufficient. If the eldest and second senior brothers win, Lu Changsheng doesn't need to fight. However, Li Changjai felt not as relaxed as the many elders of Mount Shu. He knew that the sect leader selecting Lu Changsheng as the third combatant wasn't because of the absolute certainty of victory from the first 2, but because amidst all the elders of Mount Shu, Lu Changsheng, with less than 300 years of cultivation, had the highest level of cultivation. Taiyuan, I have never seen this disciple of yours. I hear he is the last disciple you took on. I can't even discern his true level of cultivation. Grandmaster Chen, Master Wuxiang, and other sect leaders started to take Mount Shu's Lu Changsheng seriously. Based on what they knew about Taiyuan real person, he wouldn't send an insignificant elder to fight. The Taiyuan real person just smiled faintly, without offering further explanation. Regardless of who your disciple is, he will not be a match for mine. Taiyuan, my disciple's talent is even above yours. The Fairy Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, with a cold expression, had full confidence in her junior disciple Xianingsu. Xianingsu's speed of cultivation was astonishingly fast, shocking even the fairy pavilion master herself. Xianingshu was her trump card to humiliate Mount Shu. The martial arts platform for the great event of the Six Paths was maintained by the sect leaders of the six orthodox sects. Even prodigies of the Dao Palace realm fighting within could hardly damage the platform. The three pairs of elders from Mount Shu and Hidden Dragon Temple confronted each other first. The first to fight for Mount Shu was the eldest senior brother, Li Changzhai, and for Hidden Dragon Temple, Zhuge Chongming, the favored disciple of Yusuanji. Both were exceptional prodigies among the younger generation of elders in the six orthodox sects, the future pillars of their respective sects. Once the two stepped onto the martial arts platform, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zhuge Chongming, the foremost disciple of Hidden Dragon Temple, like the temple master, excels in divination and strategic calculation. He once lured and killed 5 demon sect elders of the Dao Palace realm in an unknown immortal ruins, thus becoming widely renowned overnight. With eldest senior brother facing Zhuge Chongming, I wonder what his chances of victory are. 10 parts. Second senior brother Song Huachuan suddenly spoke up, silencing the multitude of Mount Shu elders. Song Huachuan turned and smiled, I might lose, but in the Dao Palace realm, our eldest senior brother is invincible. Chapter 41, The Reason for Being Invincible. Li Changzhai, I know you are touted as unbeatable in your realm, but you may not be able to withstand my Dao array. Separating Fire Heaven Burning Formation, activate. Zhuge Chongming summoned 8 fire-colored banners, positioning them in the Qian, Zhen, Qin, Zhen, Kun, Sun, Li, and Dui directions, trapping Li Changzhai. With the Dao array, the banners blazed fiercely, with 8 pillars of fire soaring into the sky, creating a fiery array. The surrounding air twisted from the intense heat, causing many elders to sweat profusely. What a terrifying Dao array! Zhuge Chongming, truly worthy of being Hidden Dragon Temple's chief disciple, can lay down a Dao array in a mere moment. The magic treasure he's using is none other than the low-grade innate spirit treasure separating fire banner. Such an astonishing aura! Lu Changsheng felt the waves of heat coming at him and quickly circulated his energy to protect himself and Lian from the fire poison. Lu Changsheng, merely a spectator, already felt the boundless heat wave. One could only imagine what the scene was like for Big Brother at the center of the separating fire heaven burning formation. Through the pillars of fire, Lu Changshen's gaze found Li Changzhai standing tall on the martial arts platform. Li Changzhai, clad in his sword attire, stood still as surging energy surrounded him, shielding against the fire poison. No doubt this is Hidden Dragon Temple's renowned separating fire heaven burning formation, but its effect on me is limited. Li Changzhai moved so fast that he left only a shadow behind. Break! Without anyone noticing, his long sword was unsheathed, slicing through the fire pillars like a streak of white silk, shattering the formation. The next moment, Li Changzhai's sword was already in front of Zhuge Chongming. Zhuge Chongming, startled, moved his long sword forward to parry Li Changzhai's astonishing strike. Li Changzhai's swordplay was rapid and continuous, like drifting clouds and flowing water, without a single flaw. Zhuge Chongming could only defend passively, his wrist trembling violently. Big Brother's physique is the eternal wilderness body. Even if he's stabbed by Zhuge Chongming's longsword, it won't threaten his life. In contrast, Zhuge Chongming cannot afford a single mistake, otherwise, he would lose. Thus, Big Brother only needs to concentrate on his offense, while Zhuge Chongming has to defend and look for opportunities to counterattack. Merely defending, with Zhuge Chongming's stamina, he simply can't sustain a fight against Big Brother. This, with Zhuge Chongming's wisdom, is not hard to understand. But having to defend and counterattack at the same time makes it easier to reveal weaknesses. And each of Big Brother's levels is extremely solid, his spiritual energy inside his Qi is several times that of a cultivator of the same realm, plus Big Brother's firm Dao heart, he won't give his opponent any chance to exploit. For Zhuge Chongming, this is a checkmate. Second senior brother Song Huachuan analyzed the fight at the side, with precise reasoning. The exceptionally strong special physique, eternal wilderness body, incredibly solid levels, and the spiritual energy that is several times that of a cultivator of the same realm, these are the reasons why Big Brother Li Changzhai is invincible in the Dao Palace realm. Zhuge Chongming excelled in strategizing and deduction, but in a place like the martial arts platform, where there's little external force to borrow from, he was completely at a loss against Li Changzhai. What's going on? Li Changzhai is indeed as strong as the rumors say, now we're in trouble. The Martial Alliance's chief disciple, Elder Yat, muttered under his breath, looking quite troubled. If the Martial Alliance defeats the Refinement Sect, then he will have to face Li King Z. Alliance leader Master Chen patted his leading disciple on the shoulder, "Little yet, just do your best. With 2 out of 3 rounds, even if you lose, we still have a chance." Elder Ye gave a wry smile of helplessness. Even the alliance leader Master Chen didn't have confidence in him. "Master, to tell you the truth, I stand no chance against Li King Z." Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's chief disciple saw Li King Z's astounding performance and shook his head slightly. "Li King Z is invincible in the Dao Palace realm, how can anyone fight against him?" "You needn't worry, I have already calculated. You may lose to Li King Z, but as long as your 2 junior sisters win, following the best 2 out of 3 system, our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion can still stand above Mount Shu. The little disciple from Taiyuan is merely at the first layer of the Dao Palace realm, and definitely no match for Shue'er. Then, the victory or defeat will hinge on the match between Taiyuan's second disciple and my second disciple. My second disciple, Xiao Meng'er, has a talent akin to mine, slightly inferior to Li King Z but superior to Song Wuchuan. No matter how you calculate it, it's 2 wins and 1 loss, this time, we'll finally be able to thoroughly humiliate that old man from Taiyuan." Despite witnessing Li King Z's monstrous talent, the Fairy Pavilion Master of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion stayed confident in her plan. The fight continued on the martial arts platform, with Li King Z managing with ease, whereas Zhuge Chongming's sweat had already soaked his blue robe. "Stop, I admit defeat." Zhuge Chongming conceded voluntarily. Brother Zhuge excels at utilizing various external forces to defeat strong enemies. "There is nothing here, and no outsiders can intervene, which does not favor you. I have an advantage." Li King Z didn't gloat over defeating the chief disciple of Hidden Dragon Temple. "Defeated is defeated, I, Zhuge Chongming, am not someone who cannot accept a loss." Zhuge Chongming bowed and then returned to sit with the elders of Hidden Dragon Temple. He also bowed to the temple master Yu Suanji, "Master, your disciple lacks talent and could not win." Yu Suanji only nodded without saying much. As expected of the big brother, a man invincible at his level. No wonder the sect leader allowed Big Brother to act in place of him. With Big Brother's talent, in a few hundred years, he is certain to become our new sect leader of Mount Shu. Big Brother is just 1 step away from the Void Refinement realm. After Li King Z returned to his seat, the elders of Mount Shu praised him one after another. The Big Brother was indeed the foremost among the young elders. "Now, let's see how the second brother performs." "Second brother, you have to try hard, you can't let the little junior brother shoulder the blame." After Big Brother Li King Z defeated the chief disciple of Hidden Dragon Temple, Zhuge Chongming, it was the second brother, Song Wuchuan's turn to go up, and his opponent was Zhang Feng, a disciple at the 7th layer of the Dao Palace realm. The result was unsurprising, with Song Wuchuan of the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm defeating Zhang Feng of the 7th layer. Following the best 2 out of 3 system, Lu Changsheng no longer needed to fight, and Mount Shu claimed victory. Our Hidden Dragon Temple has indeed grown a bit complacent over the past few centuries. My little disciple Lu Sungzian does have quite good qualifications, it's a pity he didn't get to participate. Yu Suanji's tone remained unchanged, not considering this competition significant. "It's a pity we couldn't see what's so special about Taiyuan's little disciple." The Fairy Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion felt somewhat regretful. She had intended to see what exceptional methods Lu Changsheng possessed and whether he posed a threat to Xianingshu, but Li King Z and Song Wuchuan of Mount Shu were too extraordinary, achieving 2 victories without a need for Lu Changsheng to fight. Next up was the contest between Immeasurable Temple and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. The first to compete for Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is the chief disciple Zheng Yekyu, with the cultivation of the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm, not the match for Master Ming Z of Immeasurable Temple. However, the most talented in Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is not the chief disciple but rather the second disciple, Xiao Meng'er, who has cultivated for 370 years and is also at the 8th layer of the Dao Palace realm. But what truly draws attention is Xianingshu, who has only recently appeared before the public eye. Zhao Wian, who didn't need to participate in the fight, began to analyze on the sidelines, and the attentive elders of Mount Shu nodded along as they listened, wholly engrossed as if they were hearing a story. Chapter 42, Relying on Junior Brother Lu. Om, Ma, Ni, B, Me, Hum. The 6-syllable mantra, the heaven rank cultivation technique of the Immeasurable Temple. The attention of the elders present concentrated on Master Ming Z from the Immeasurable Temple. They saw Master Ming Z radiate golden light all over, emitting a Buddha's brilliance tens of thousands of feet high. The prayer beads, driven by the Buddhist force, transformed into the six-syllable mantra, suppressing the chief disciple of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. The chief disciple of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Zheng Yekyu, was defeated. The Immeasurable Temple, worthy of its second place ranking among the sects, with Master Ming Z's comprehension, won't be long before he steps into the void refinement realm, right? The Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is in danger. With the defeat of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's foremost disciple in battle, the pavilion had to play catch-up, looking to turn the tables. The second match is between Master Mingzhen of the Immeasurable Temple and Xiao Meng'er of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. This Xiao Meng'er possesses an exceptional talent. She had been previously groomed by the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion as the next pavilion master. Zhao Huiyan was endlessly knowledgeable about the secrets of various sects. Lady, please enlighten me. Master Mingzhen, please bestow your guidance. Xiao Meng'er, in a light blue dress, held a 3-foot-long sword, circulating the supreme forgetting emotion art. The aura of detachment that filled the air was like that of a heavenly immortal above, untouchable. Your supreme forgetting emotion art has reached the 6th layer. Master Mingzhen's face showed a slight change. The supreme forgetting emotion art was a forbidden technique of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Once cultivated to the 6th layer, it underwent a qualitative change compared to the 5th layer. The chief disciple of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, Zheng Yekyu, had only cultivated the supreme forgetting emotion art to the 5th layer. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea passed, Master Mingzhen's prayer beads fell to the ground, making a tick-tock sound, and Xiao Meng'er sheathed her long sword. In the second match, the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion won. The Immeasurable Temple and the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion each had a win, temporarily tied. The focus shifted to the third match, Master Ming Rang, an elder of the Immeasurable Temple, versus Xia Ningxiu of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Master Ming Rang is an elder of the Immeasurable Temple at the 3rd level of Dao Palace realm, while Xia Ningxiu is the most recent disciple recruited by the Fairy Pavilion Master, with shallow cultivation. It seems that Master Ming Rang will win no matter how you look at it. The foundation of the Immeasurable Temple is ultimately profound, worthy of the second largest sect just behind our Mount Shu. Lu, what do you think? A group of Mount Shu elders discussed animatedly, and Zhao Huiyan turned to Lu Changsheng. Among the elders of Mount Shu, only Lu Changsheng had some contact with Xia Ningxiu. I bet on Xia Ningxiu to win. Lu Changsheng said calmly, stating his opinion. 5 years ago, Xia Ningxiu was already at the 1st level of the Dao Palace realm. 5 years later, given Xia Ningxiu's astonishing rate of cultivation, her progress must have been substantial. Lu, you cannot judge by appearances. In a match, what matters is the cultivation levels and techniques of both sides. We should be realistic. That's right, Lu, you can't bet on her just because Fairy Xia is as beautiful as a heavenly immortal. We cultivators do not conduct ourselves in such a manner. I still favor Master Ming Rang more. Master Ming Rang is the foremost elder in the Immeasurable Temple for the last 300 years. The majority of Mount Shu elders disagreed, thinking Lu Changsheng was being flippant. Lu Changsheng did not reply, as the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator was going off incessantly at this moment. Ding, the system has searched for suitable disciple candidates for you. 6, 7, 8 candidates found. There were many elders with exceptional talents present, and the Disciple Apprenticeship Simulator found a large number of suitable disciples. But Lu Changsheng was also helpless. The system had found disciple candidates such as Li Changzhi, Xia Ningxiu, Xiao Meng'er, Master Ming Z, Zhuge Chongming, among others, all direct disciples of various sect leaders. How could Lu Changsheng force them to acknowledge him as their master? Master Ming Rang, please bestow your guidance. Xia Ningxiu, with bright eyes and white teeth, a face as beautiful as jade and brows like distant mountains, upon alighting on the martial arts platform, immediately captivated everyone's gaze. If not for Lu Changsheng, who had reincarnated through soul transmigration, then Xia Ningxiu would be the youngest elder present in terms of years of cultivation practice. As this concerns the ranking of the sect, please forgive this monk for not holding back. Master Ming Rang knew that the third match was critical for Immeasurable Temple and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's rankings, so he went all out. One thought, I seal. Xia Ningxiu circulated her energy, and the temperature around dropped abruptly. Frost spread rapidly in all directions, instantly sealing the entire martial arts platform in ice. The cold was suffocating. Immovable King Seal. Master Mingrang was greatly startled and hurriedly formed the Dharma Seal. A translucent image of the immovable king covered him, preventing the spreading ice. One sword brings cold frost. Dozens of sword chi, as long as tens of meters and cold as ice, slashed through the air, freezing it. Fourth layer of Dao Palace Realm. With her cultivation age, how is that possible? This woman is truly heaven's favored daughter. In the instant Xia Ningxiu's sword was drawn, her real cultivation was revealed, shocking the world. Even Master Mingrang, who had cultivated for over 200 years, was no match for Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's recently recruited direct disciple. The ice sword chi struck the immovable king image, which unexpectedly developed numerous cracks, coated with frost. Flowers chasing the moon. The long sword left her hand, and a flash of glacial light shot out at extreme speed, piercing the golden cracks, passing through the immovable king image, scratching a sword mark on Master Mingrang's Kazaya before flying back to Xia Ningxiu's hand. Hiss! The many elders present inhaled sharply. If Xia Ningxiu had not held back, the flying sword would have pierced not the Kazaya but Master Mingrang's chest. It is this monk who has lost. Master Mingrang shook his head repeatedly, a wave of fear washing over him. It wasn't that he had not cultivated diligently, but rather that the other party's talent was too monstrous. Immeasurable Temple, rank second, has actually lost. Could Inquiry Immortal Pavilion surpass Mount Shu in this Six Paths Great Conference to become the number one among the six orthodox sects? Inquiry Immortal Pavilion won 2 out of 3 rounds, defeating Immeasurable Temple, becoming Mount Shu's biggest rival. This is not good. Big Brother should be able to defeat Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's chief disciple, but the second brother might not be able to beat Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's Xiao Meng'er, which means it will come down to the third match. With Xia Ningxiu's heavenly endowment, RLU is likely to lose. According to the 2 out of 3 rule, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion will win. This is Fairy Pavilion Master's clever strategy, and under such rules, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion holds all the advantages. The complexions of the many elders of Mount Shu changed. After some simple calculations by Zhao Huiyan, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion would defeat Mount Shu in the same manner. Although Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's chief disciple is not as good as Mount Shu's Li Changjai, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion only needs 2 victories. Big Brother, facing Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's Xiao Meng'er, I have only a 20% chance of winning. After all, Xiao Meng'er is the successor trained by Fairy Pavilion Master. If she hasn't reached the 6th layer of the Supreme Forgetting Love Art, I still have a 70% chance, said the second brother, Song Wuchuan, with a wry smile. Do your best, we still have Lu as our backup. Li Changjai patted Song Wuchuan on the shoulder, his tone casual. Could it be that everything now relied on Lu Changsheng? Many of the Mount Shu elders looked unanimously towards Lu Changsheng, who was resting with his eyes closed. In the eyes of many Mount Shu elders, was this not Lu Changsheng giving up on himself? Poor Lu, he's going to end up taking the blame. Zhao Huiyan couldn't help but feel sympathy for Lu Changsheng. It was his first appearance in front of the 6 orthodox sects, and he was up against the illustrious heaven's favored daughter, Xia Ningxiu. Chapter 43, The Worst Has Happened. On the martial arts platform, 2 figures fought barehanded, each punch carried the force of a gale and landed with the sound of thunder. Mount Shu's leading disciple, Li Changjai, and the Martial Alliance's leading disciple, Ye Wen, were purely competing in martial prowess. Surprisingly, their battle lasted over 2 periods of tea before a winner could be determined. It is said that Martial Alliance's elder Yat, with his unique physique, fought alone and repelled 10 demon sect elders. I didn't believe it, but seeing him fight evenly with the senior brother who possesses the eternal wilderness body, it seems the rumors are true. Zhao Huiyan and a group of Mount Shu elders, as well as elders from other sects, watched the match in silent tension, focused on this pure display of martial technique. Grandmaster Chen, you have taken on a good disciple indeed. His physique is as strong as the eternal wilderness body. Taiyuan Zhenren said to the Martial Alliance leader Master Chen, leaning slightly towards him. Haha, this disciple of mine excels in character and bears quite a resemblance to my younger days, said Master Chen, stroking his beard in satisfaction after hearing Taiyuan Zhenren's praise. The other sect leaders were also slightly surprised, the Martial Alliance was indeed understated and profound. Ye Wen's talent was sufficient to take up the Alliance's banner in the future. LT Changjai, even though I can match you in martial arts, this is under the premise that you not using divine skills. It seems I still can't defeat you, you freak. I admit defeat. Ye Wen separated from Li Changjai and conceded voluntarily. Today's battle with you was intense, and I'm sweating profusely. Truly, the martial alliance deserves its reputation as the holy land of body refinement. Li Changjai himself was soaked with sweat, few could push him to this extent. The senior brother has won again. Next up is the second brother. Second brother, you must do your best. The numerous Mount Shu elders were anxiously concerned, if the second brother were defeated, how would the junior disciple Lu Changsheng be able to bear the burden? My physique isn't as strong as the senior brothers, I won't be comparing martial techniques with someone from the martial alliance. Song Huachuan took to the stage, wielding Mount Shu's swordsmanship and Daoist techniques. In the ranks of the disciples from the 6 orthodox sects, Song Huachuan's talent was enough to be placed at the forefront, second only to supreme geniuses like Li Changjai, Master Ming Zi, Ye Wen, Xiaoning Xu, and Zhuge Chongming. Within the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, Song Huachuan had already secured victory. Thank you for the match, said Song Huachuan, bowing slightly in respect. Mount Shu secured 2 victories first, defeating the martial alliance. Phew! The many Mount Shu elders breathed a sigh of relief. If Song Huachuan had been defeated, Lu Changsheng would have had to compete against the martial alliance's third elder. The final match was between Mount Shu and the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, and whichever sect won would lead the 6 orthodox sects for the next 1,000 years in their joint struggle against the 4 great demon sects. This was a great honor. I originally thought it would be a measurable temple facing Mount Shu, but unexpectedly it's Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Fairy Su of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion has good chi destiny, her newly accepted disciple is a once in 10,000 years prodigy. Fairy Su's disciple reminds me of someone. And who might that be? Temple Master Yu. The immortal who founded Inquiry Immortal Pavilion 20,000 years ago. She defeated the sect leader of Mount Shu at that time, suppressed Xia state by herself, and exterminated all the high-ranking members of the demon sects. That immortal could be considered the most exceptional genius since the ancestral master of Mount Shu. If Xiaoning Xu possesses a similar talent, then the landscape of Xia state could change significantly in a few hundred years. The leaders of the 6 orthodox sects had a longing discussion about this ancient legend. What will be, will be. For now, our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion will be the one to win against Mount Shu. The words of the Fairy Pavilion Master brought everyone's thoughts back to the martial arts platform. Mount Shu's leading disciple, Li Changjai, faced off against Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's leading disciple Zheng Yeqiu. I am not your match, I admit defeat. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yeqiu, who was at the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm, knew that he was not a match for Li Changjai and conceded directly. The elders of the various major sects were not surprised either. Li Changjai was invincible in the Dao Palace realm, Zhuge Chongming and Ye Wen were both defeated, let alone Zheng Yeqiu of the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm. The second match between Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was critical. If Song Huachuan won, then Mount Shu would claim the championship with 2 victories. If Xiao Meng'er won, then the third match would have to be held, which is to say, Lu Changsheng of Mount Shu would face Xiaoning Xu of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Given the terrifying talent Xiaoning Xu had shown, if a third match was to take place, it appeared that Inquiry Immortal Pavilion had a greater chance of winning. Brother Song must not lose, otherwise, Lu will have to carry the burden. However, Xiao Meng'er has already cultivated the supreme forgetting emotion art to the 6th level, Brother Song's chances of winning are not great. No matter what, it is still a better chance than if Lu were to face Xiaoning Xu. Both Brother Song and Xiao Meng'er are at the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm, Brother Song might have a chance. The people of Mount Shu were tense, the match between Song Huachuan and Xiao Meng'er was of utmost importance. My disciple has cultivated the supreme forgetting emotion art to the 6th level, Song Huachuan is destined not to be her opponent, said the Fairy Pavilion Master condescendingly as she watched the match with the other 5 sect leaders, her words brimming with confidence. Tai Yuan, the real person, frowned slightly. Fairy Su, although the supreme forgetting emotion art is one of the top cultivation techniques in the world, it may lead to endless troubles in the future. Inquiry Immortal Pavilion should avoid practicing it unless absolutely necessary. Mind your own business. The second match had already started. Song Huachuan channeled his earth rank heart method, his aura surging violently. With a gesture from his left hand, his long sword emitted a soft cry, soaring into the sky, radiating a brilliant azure light. Privately use it to the utmost, but use it for the public in the greatest extent. Life is controlled by qi. Death is the root of life, and life is the root of death. Benevolence is born from harm, and harm is born from benevolence. Xiao Meng'er from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion formed signs with her 10 fingers, and an invisible, ice-cold aura spread around her. Song Huachuan felt as if he was being watched by a pair of ice-cold eyes from the heavens, sending shivers down his spine. Humming. Xiao Meng'er's blue longsword was drawn from its sheath, bringing an unstoppable momentum as it slashed towards Song Huachuan. As the sword momentum approached, the martial arts platform could not withstand the mountain-like pressure and started to crack. The supreme forgetting emotion art is truly Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's sect defending skill. Xiao Meng'er has practiced it to the 6th level, it wouldn't be surprising if second brother lost. Xiao Meng'er was originally a genius that Inquiry Immortal Pavilion trained to compete with our big brother, second brother facing her is somewhat forced. The people of Mount Shu watched with trepidation. The fight between Song Huachuan and Xiao Meng'er was exceptionally intense, the sword chi crisscrossed, leaving the martial arts platform riddled with holes. Streams of invisible sword chi, like swimming dragons, collided violently and dissipated in the air. Dozens of feet of sword chi in mutual attack and defense, the halo of light extended for miles, and the air vibrated with a series of explosive forces raging. The fierce battle lasted for half an hour, and a figure fell from the martial arts platform, planting the long sword into the ground and carving out a sword mark to stabilize his figure. The one left on the martial arts platform was a woman in a light blue long dress. Song Huachuan of Mount Shu, defeated. The crowd was silent. Especially the majority of the Mount Shu elders, their faces turned pale. With Song Huachuan defeated, the third match was inevitable. The most feared situation had occurred. Chapter 44, Fairy Xia, please enlighten me. Disciple, with your talent, Mount Shu's Lu Changsheng will definitely not be your match. Xia, being so young with her cultivation having reached the 4th level of Dao Palace Realm, even Master Mingrang of the Immeasurable Temple is not her match, let alone someone like Lu Changsheng. How could he possibly be her opponent? It seems our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion will finally be able to hold our heads high with pride at this 6th Dao conference. Holy Maiden, please go easy on him. No need to wreck the harmony by causing an injury. The elders of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion already felt victory was in their grasp and were speaking in a relaxed tone. Xia Ningxiu had recently defeated Master Mingrang of the Immeasurable Temple, whereas Lu Changsheng was an obscure elder from Mount Shu. It appeared that Xia Ningxiu's chances of winning were much greater. Compared to the relaxed composure of the elders of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, the mood among the Mount Shu elders shifted dramatically. The Holy Maiden of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is too monstrously talented, even I, Brother Zhao, might not be her match, let alone Lu. There's no disgrace in Lu's loss. Indeed, if Brother Zhao, with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Dao Palace Realm, isn't confident about defeating the Holy Maiden of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, how could Lu possibly stand a chance? Alas, our Shu Mountain sect is going to decline to the 2nd rank of sections. Worst case, we'll just have to take back the 1st place at the next 6th Dao conference. Lu, you needn't carry a psychological burden, lest you develop a heart demon that hinders your future cultivation. A collection of Mount Shu elders comforted Lu Changsheng in advance to prevent the younger brother from developing a heart demon due to self-blame. In the path of cultivation, nothing was more feared than being unable to overcome a heart demon, which could halt one's progress or, even worse, lead to deviating from one's cultivation path. Lu Changsheng felt the pervasive air of pessimism among the people of Mount Shu and was left speechless. He had yet to make a move. Humph, my master will certainly win. Lian waved her fists, voicing her protest discontentedly. Both she and Lin King Z believed that their master, Lu Changsheng, who had been secretly cultivating in Mount Shu, was an immortal and would not lose to some holy maiden. Lian, you are still young and don't understand that the gap between some people is greater than the gap between people and dogs. Master Mingrang of the Immeasurable Temple is extraordinarily gifted and still lost to her opponent, which shows that her talent surpasses even that of a peerless genius. Your master has a fair talent within our Mount Shu, but once faced with a cultivation prodigy that appears once in 100,000 years. Victory or defeat is a common occurrence in wars, sometimes, losing can be a good thing. Lu, you don't have to force yourself. If the situation is unfavorable, it's better to just concede to avoid injury. That's right, gaining no benefit from a lopsided battle is not a disgrace. There's no harm in conceding. The most important thing in life is to be happy. Many Mount Shu elders comforted Lu Changsheng again following Lian's protest, advising him with all earnestness. Lu Changsheng was resigned, but he knew these Mount Shu elders meant well for him. Junior brother, do your best. Senior brother Li Changjai knew that Lu Changsheng was out of the ordinary, but he didn't have absolute confidence that Lu could win. He was merely encouraging Lu to give it his all in the battle. I understand. Lu Changsheng carried the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword and stepped up to the martial arts platform. The eyes of elders from the other sects fell on Lu Changsheng. Mount Shu's Lu Changsheng is truly commendable for his courage. Knowing full well he's outmatched, he still fights valiantly for the sake of his sect, a deed both moving and praiseworthy. This match has no suspense. Finally, Fairy Xia of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion will get the better of the Taiyuan real man. With such a monstrously talented disciple in Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, how can they fear not rising to prominence? With her bearing, she's likely to dominate an era. Poor Lu Changsheng, to have encountered an extraordinary woman destined to dominate an era. Mount Shu has been at the top for years, but there's nothing it can do when a generational talent is born. The elders from other major sects generally had low expectations for the little-known Lu Changsheng. Xianingshu had also been an obscure elder, but after defeating Master Ming Rang of the third level of Dao Palace Realm, she became a well-known figure. A graceful figure landed on the martial arts platform, carrying a long sword on her back, dressed in white surpassing the snow, with skin like ice and bones like jade. Elder Lu, we meet again. Xianingshu smoothed her hair and sized up Lu Changsheng. His innate Taoist body always made it difficult for her to see through his current level of cultivation. How have you been recently, Fairy Xia? Fine. And you? All is well without incident. I owed you a favor for saving my life last time, but I've repaid it by handing over the girl from the Huang tribe to you. After going back to the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, I was punished by the Pavilion Master. This time, the matter concerns the honor of our sect, and I won't make concessions. Neither will I. Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu stood on the martial arts platform, exchanging words telepathically, as if catching up on old times. The Holy Maiden is acquainted with this Lu Changsheng. It's said that 5 years ago, when the Holy Maiden went on a mission to the Huang state with elders Ku Mu and Luo Feng, the elder dispatched from the Shu Mountain sect was this very Lu Changsheng. Elders Ku Mu and Luo Feng, that's correct, isn't it? That's right. Elder Ku Mu nodded. Despite 800 years of cultivation, his ability was only at the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm. Among the elders of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, his talent was only average and insufficient to represent the pavilion in combat. Elder Luo Feng, with the cultivation of the 2nd layer of the Dao Palace realm, had also fled back from the Huang state. Seeing Lu Changsheng and Xianingshu reminiscing, his eyes hardened with ruthlessness, feeling somewhat displeased inside. He had pursued Xianingshu arduously for 10 years without success, yet she was casually chatting with Lu Changsheng, whom she'd hardly met a few times. What did that guy Lu Changsheng have, apart from his good looks? Elder Ku Mu, Elder Luo Feng, what exactly is Lu Changsheng's level of cultivation? Humph, he is nothing but at the 1st level of Dao Palace realm, often pretending to be an elder of the nascent soul realm and scheming against others. But in the face of absolute strength, these are merely insignificant tricks. Not to mention Fairy Xia taking action, even I could send him reeling. Luo Feng said disdainfully. With his 2nd level cultivation of the Dao Palace realm and on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level, he truly didn't regard the 1st level Lu Changsheng seriously. So, he's just at the 1st level of the Dao Palace realm. Holy Maiden is at the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm, and just the difference in realms alone is enough to crush this Lu Changsheng. It seems that our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is going to rank first in this 6 Paths Conference. When Luo Feng mentioned Lu Changsheng's level of cultivation, the other elders of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion completely relaxed. How could the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm lose to the 1st level? Even with Xianingshu's talent, when she was at the 1st level of the Dao Palace realm, she still had to flee in the face of the 4th level Black Tiger Daoist. Strange, why can't I discern Lu's cultivation level? Elder Ku Mu felt that something was slightly amiss. We may begin now. The cold voice of the Fairy Pavilion Master echoed in the venue. She was already eager to see the embarrassed expression of the real person of Taiyuan, urging the two who were still reminiscing to start. Master urges us on, so, I'm sorry, Elder Lu, Xianingshu said with an increasingly serious expression, her sword intent growing whilst an invisible maelstrom of air surged around her, making her skirt flutter. Lu Changsheng drew his sword, please enlighten me, Fairy Xia. Chapter 45, Lu turns out to be an expert. Taiyuan, there seems to be something off with your disciple. Alliance leader Master Chen had also assumed it would be a one-sided, suspenseless contest, but the moment Lu Changsheng drew his sword, his momentum began to rise, and gradually, Master Chen became moved. Lu Changsheng was not as simple as he had imagined. The abbot of Immeasurable Temple, Master Wuxiang, Refinement Sect's Master Lu, Hidden Dragon Temple's Yu Suanji, and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's Fairy Su, all of their expressions underwent subtle changes. Lu Changshen's aura was continuously climbing. Dao Palace Realm 2nd Layer. Dao Palace Realm 3rd Layer. Dao Palace Realm 4th Layer. Master Chen was thoroughly moved. Lu Changshen's cultivation level kept rising until it reached the 4th layer of the Dao Palace Realm, and then it abruptly stopped. What is going on? Lu's aura is rising so rapidly. Elder Kumyu, sensing the change in Lu Changshen's aura, was so astonished that he stood up. 5 years ago, when Elder Kumyu led a team on a mission to Huang State, Lu Changshen's cultivation was only at the 1st layer of the Dao Palace Realm. Had his cultivation progressed so rapidly in just 5 years? Could it be that he's an extraordinary genius like the Holy Maiden, a monstrous prodigy? A shock ran through Elder Kumyu's heart. Could it be that an Aram might witness the rise of 2 such unparalleled geniuses? Impossible, his cultivation was even lower than mine 5 years ago. Elder Luofeng was even more shocked. In just 5 years, Lu Changshen's cultivation had surpassed his own and left him far behind. His cultivation level is now the same as the Holy Maiden's. This is bad. Mount Shu has kept a card up their sleeve. Now, the outcome is uncertain. The previously confident elders of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion saw their smiles gradually solidifying. With the same level of cultivation at the 4th layer of the Dao Palace Realm, the outcome was unpredictable. In contrast to the gradually silencing members of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, the elders of Mount Shu were unexpectedly delighted. So, Lu has been hiding his true cultivation all along. Lu has secluded himself for a century. It seems he had already reached the Dao Palace Realm. Lu truly keeps a low profile. To be at such a realm and yet to have never spoken up, if it weren't for this duel, he might have continued to conceal it. If I had such cultivation, I would have wished for everyone in the streets to know. That is where you differ from Lu. Lu has been cultivating for over 250 years, almost catching up with me who has cultivated for 320 years. It is truly shameful. This time, our Mount Shu may not necessarily lose. I've said it before, my master won't lose. Little fellow, you win this time. The people of Mount Shu became excited, with Lu Changsheng showing the cultivation of the 4th layer of the Dao Palace Realm. They saw hope for Mount Shu. Taiyuan, you've played me. The face of the Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion did not look good. She had originally thought she held a winning hand, capable of embarrassing Taiyuan, but Taiyuan's little disciple had hidden his true cultivation level until the most critical moment, revealing his true power only then, leaving the Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion unable to predict further developments. This disciple of mine has cultivated so swiftly, it truly is beyond my expectations. Not even the Fairy Pavilion Master, let alone Daoist Master Taiyuan, could hide their surprise at the level of cultivation Lu Changsheng demonstrated. They had no idea when their disciple had reached the 4th layer of the Dao Palace Realm. On the martial arts platform, Xiaoningsu was slightly surprised by Lu Changshen's cultivation level, but she quickly regained her composure. I knew it, you're not that simple. However, I will not lose. What is ever so private in heaven, use it for the good of all. With life controlled by breath. Xiaoningsu silently recited the mnemonic verse of the Supreme Forgetting Love Art, and a cold aura spread rapidly, with the temperature plummeting as the entire martial arts platform swiftly became encased in ice. Her Supreme Forgetting Love Art has actually reached the 5th level. This woman is terrifying. Alliance leader Master Chen from the Martial Alliance was moved once again. Among the direct disciples of the Fairy Pavilion Master, only Xiao Meng'er, the 2nd disciple, had cultivated to the 6th level. Even the eldest disciple Zheng Yeqiu was only at the 5th level, yet Xiaoningsu's inner strength heart method had reached the same realm as the eldest sister. She is an unparalleled genius, following the Dao of longevity. Although this kid Lu Changsheng has concealed his cultivation, having cultivated for more than 200 years to reach the 4th layer of the Dao Palace, he is still worlds apart from my disciple, said the Fairy Pavilion Master, still believing that Xianingxiu would win as he watched the competition closely. Holding the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword in hand, Lu Changsheng had yet to use his full strength, merely using the fourth layer of the Dao Palace realm to test Xianingxiu's reality. The Taking Wuji technique circulated, and Lu Changsheng had fully comprehended the fifth level of the Taking Wuji technique, sufficient to contend with the supreme forgetting love art. Lu Changsheng's Daoist robe fluttered, his true chi forming a Taiji diagram, slowly spinning around him as the center, blocking the chill of the encroaching ice. Taking Wuji technique? Isn't that the sect defending skill of Mount Shu? After that incident all those years ago, the former sect leader of Mount Shu stipulated that only the supreme elders, sect leader, and the sect leader candidates could be taught the Taking Wuji technique. I didn't expect you would break your master's rule and pass the Taking Wuji technique to a junior disciple. The sect leaders of the Fairy Pavilion, Martial Alliance, Immeasurable Temple, and others simultaneously turned to look at Daoist Master Tai Yuan. Daoist Master Tai Yuan could only give a wry smile. He had not passed on the Taking Wuji technique and had no clue how Lu Changsheng managed to cultivate it to the fifth level. The Taking Wuji technique up against the supreme forgetting love art, with the two's cultivation levels being so close, this is going to be quite the show. The elders of the six orthodox sects were on edge as they watched the ultimate showdown. One bore the sect defending skills of Mount Shu, the other carried the forbidden ultimate technique of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Myriad swords returned to origin. Lu Changsheng wielded his sword, executing the earth rank superior. Cultivation technique myriad swords returned to origin, with tens of thousands of spirit swords formed from condensed spiritual energy appearing in the air, dense and innumerable. Each spirit sword exuded an astonishing pressure, cutting through the ice on the martial arts platform and creating ravines in all directions. Go! Lu Changsheng pointed with his long sword, and 10,000 spirit swords flew towards Xianingxiu as fast as lightning. Ice Sword Domain. Xianingxiu formed sword gestures with her left hand and brandished her sword with her right, crisscrossing cold ice sword chi filled the air, and the atmosphere condensed into ice, forming a thick layer. The 10,000 spirit swords bombarded the ice layer, shattering it into a spray of ice shards. Within reach, ends of the earth. Xianingxiu silently recited the mnemonic verse and in an instant, appeared before Lu Changsheng, her stunning visage emerging, followed by the chill of a 3-foot ice sword. Such a swift sword! Lu Changsheng immediately changed his sword technique, the blade reverses, blocking Xianingxiu's long sword. The Taking Wuji technique circulated rapidly, unaffected by the cold. The two contestants matched their sword skills, with sword chi soaring to the sky, a black and a white figure rapidly colliding on the martial arts platform. Xianingxiu was a formidable opponent, but Lu Changsheng urged the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword, causing thunder and lightning, with dark clouds covering the skies above Misty Peak and silver snakes dancing wildly. An innate spirit treasure. Little brother Lu actually possesses such a treasure. Little brother Lu turns out to be a master, and perhaps, not even I am a match for him. Zhao Huiyan, witnessing the sky darken, with the Taking Wuji technique, an innate spirit treasure, and Lu Changshen's ensemble, even Zhao Huiyan lacked the confidence to best this low-profile junior disciple. Chapter 46, The entire room is shocked. Lu Changsheng and Xianingxiu's competition continued through the time it took for 3 cups of tea to steep, and still, there was no winner. Now, even the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion Master couldn't stay calm. With Xianingxiu's talents, she ought to be unbeatable in her realm. But Xianingxiu met a formidable opponent in Lu Changsheng. Lu Changshen's Taking Wuji technique was on par with the supreme forgetting emotion art, and with his innate spirit treasure and innate Taoist body, plus his cross-training physique, even Xianingxiu found it exceedingly difficult to fight him. Lu Changsheng seemed to be gaining a subtle upper hand. The sect leaders and elders of the 6 orthodox sects were all shocked. Originally, the emergence of a monstrous genius like Xianingxiu who could suppress an era was enough, but then Lu Changsheng appeared, just as extraordinary. Was it reasonable for one era to produce 2 peerless geniuses among geniuses? If you include Li Changzhi, who is known to be invincible in his realm, that makes 3 people. Big brother, our junior brother's talent may be no less than yours. This generation of our 6 orthodox sects will be lively indeed, the second brother Song Wuchuan remarked with his hands behind his back, sincerely praising Lu Changsheng, who was still fighting Xianingxiu. When the junior brother broke through to the Dao Palace realm, the purple aura coming from the east phenomenon was triggered, and I knew then he was extraordinary. But I never expected that within a few years, he would achieve such an understanding. It's possible that in the future, Lu's achievements might even surpass yours and mine. Li Changzhi, you Mount Shu people are really not being fair, hiding such an unparalleled genius. If it weren't for Fairy Xiao of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion defeating Little Song, he wouldn't have had the chance to appear. Does Mount Shu intend to hide him forever? Ye Wen, the leading disciple of the Martial Alliance, came over and complained to Li Changzhi. Li Changzhi could only give a wry smile, he hadn't anticipated Lu Changsheng being so fierce. Continuing like this, I cannot win. It seems I have no choice but to forcibly use the 6th level of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art. The power of the 6th level of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art far surpasses the 5th level. Xiaoningsu knew that with normal methods, she would not be able to defeat Lu Changsheng, so she steeled her heart, distanced herself from Lu Changsheng, and murmured the mnemonic verse to delve deeper into the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art, forcibly using the 6th level's cultivation technique she had not yet fully comprehended. Fairy Xiao Meng'er of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was able to defeat both Master Mingzhen of the Immeasurable Temple and Mount Shu's second brother Song Huachuan by cultivating to the 6th level of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art. Disciple, no. The Inquiry Immortal Pavilion Master was more familiar with the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art than anyone, and he knew that with Xiaoningsu's 4th level Dao Palace realm, forcibly entering the mindset of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art's 6th level could result in death. Even if Xiaoningsu had the Lingwei holy body, she could not act recklessly like this. The Inquiry Immortal Pavilion Master naturally wanted to outdo the real person Tai Yuan, but not by sacrificing a disciple to win. Xiaoningsu's eyes were resolute, she had already taken half a step into the 6th level of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art. Xiaoningsu's momentum was rising sharply, and Lu Changsheng felt as if he were being watched by a pair of cold celestial eyes devoid of any emotion high above, eerily close to the Tao he saw within the chaos when cultivating the Taking Wuji technique. The wind howled and clouds surged around Misty Peak, nature's spiritual energy quickly gathered towards Xiaoningsu, like the eye of a vortex. Xiaoningsu's face was pale, sweat pouring down, and her delicate body trembled as if she could barely withstand the backlash from the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art was a forbidden cultivation technique of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, not to be practiced lightly, and in terms of power, it was even more potent than the Taking Wuji technique. But the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art had a deadly flaw, while the Taking Wuji technique was flawless. It looks like I can't hide my cultivation level any longer. Seeing Xiaoningsu about to forcibly use the 6th level of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art, with himself unlikely to withstand it, and Xiaoningsu also facing backlash, Lu Changsheng no longer concealed his real cultivation level. His aura surged, and his realm reached the 5th level of the Dao Palace. What? Most of the elders from the 6 orthodox sects rose from their seats, shocked to their core. Lu Changshen's true realm was not merely the 4th level of the Dao Palace but the 5th. To have reached the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm after just over 200 years of cultivation, there were few among the elders present who could achieve this. Lu's cultivation is actually at the same level as mine. Zhao Huiyan stood there, frozen like a wooden chicken. Lu Changshen's true realm had caught up to his. Interesting. Li Changzhi and Song Huachuan, 2 outstanding elders of the younger generation from Mount Shu, were also shocked. All 6 sect leaders were moved. They originally thought that Lu Changsheng had reached his limit, but to their surprise, Lu Changsheng still had an ace up his sleeve. My disciple is so steady it's maddening. Grandmaster Tai Yuan sighed deeply. Lu Changsheng would not easily reveal his true cultivation level unless it was his last resort, a temperament truly rare to find. However, with Grandmaster Tai Yuan's insight, the steadier one was, the easier it was for them to survive. Shrink the earth to inches. Since Lu Changshen's cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the Dao Palace realm, he took a step, closing the distance with Xiaoningsu. Spiritual energy condensed at his fingertips, and taking advantage of Xiaoningsu's moment of instability due to the backlash from the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art, Lu Changsheng pointed out with 2 fingers, striking right at Xiaoningsu's Qi Si A Cup Ointment. Tiangang A Cup Ointment Skills. Lu Changsheng used the Heaven Rank Minor Cultivation technique returned by the system to seal Xiaoningsu's Qi Si A Cup Ointment and then pointed out several times, sealing a few other acupoints to prevent Xiaoningsu from operating the 6th layer of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art. With her acupoints sealed, the vast spiritual energy gathered by Xiaoningsu coused, and the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art fell back to the 5th layer. In doing so, Xiaoningsu also avoided the terrible consequence of being completely backlashed by the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Art. Xianingsu's forced rise in realm was halted, and despite still being affected and looking lost and disoriented, before losing consciousness, the face imprinted in her vision was the handsome visage of Lu Changsheng. Xianingsu fainted, falling straight down, like a withering flower, and Lu Changsheng, being the closest, had no choice but to catch her. Embracing a beautiful woman, he felt a warmth and a faint fragrance. Fairy Xia has lost consciousness, this competition is won by Mount Shu. Grandmaster Chen knew the victory was decided and thus announced the final result. Wow! The entire orthodox sects were in an uproar. Who could have imagined such a result when Xianingsu, in her prideful stance as the favored daughter of heaven, was about to win? Lu Changsheng, in the end, demonstrated the cultivation of the fifth layer of the Dao Palace realm and with an unheard-of A-cup ointment technique, sealed Xianingsu's cultivation, foiling her final strategy. Junior sister. Many senior sisters from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion came crowding around, and Lu Changsheng handed Xianingsu back to them. Even though Xianingsu was defeated, she remained a rare cultivation genius unseen in 100,000 years and the future pillar of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Disciple has lived up to expectations. Lu Changsheng put away the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword and bowed to Grandmaster Taiyuan, who sat in the principal seat. All 6 sect leaders cast astonished glances, and the gaze of the Fairy Pavilion Master contained a trace of displeasure. Lu Changsheng had ruined her opportunity to finally humiliate Grandmaster Taiyuan. Not only that, the Fairy Pavilion Master's gaze was complex, as if she was also worried that Lu Changsheng might entice away the highest talent of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, the Holy Maiden. Surely the Fairy Pavilion Master wouldn't become furiously embarrassed and later unsheath her sword to pursue and kill him, right? Chapter 47, What to do when you're too popular. Lu, I didn't expect you to hide your cultivation level, making us worry needlessly. After Lu Changsheng stepped off the stage, Zhao Weian was the first to greet him. Lu Changsheng had won his approval. Haha, I thought for a moment that our Mount Shu was going to temporarily lose its top ranking. If it weren't for Lu, our Mount Shu would have dropped from first to chasing second, behind the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Lu will surely be given important responsibilities by the sect in the future. Congratulations, Lu. One after another, the elders of Mount Shu congratulated Lu Changsheng. A century of seclusion, and an epiphany in a single day, that's all. Lu Changsheng humbly returned the gesture. His rapid progress in cultivation was not without an excuse. For one thing, the former Lu Changsheng had been in seclusion for a century, and no one knew what had happened to the deeply hidden Lu during that time. Secondly, the possibility of sudden enlightenment exists in this world. Hearing the Dao in the morning and becoming an immortal by evening is not impossible. The swift advance in Lu Changsheng's cultivation could be fully explained as an epiphany. An epiphany is a chance that most people never encounter. Lu is indeed fortunate to have such an experience, Song Wuchuan remarked with emotion. All the elders nodded in agreement. Most of the elders present had never had an epiphany themselves, they could only rely on arduous cultivation to gradually increase their levels of cultivation. Big brother, I've offended the Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, you'll back me up, right? What Lu Changsheng feared the most was the possibility of the Pavilion Master seeking retribution. With Lu Changshen's current level of cultivation, it was naturally not possible for him to contend with the 6 great sect leaders who had lived for thousands of years. Li Changjai spoke with profound meaning, although the Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion does not get along with our sect leader, that is only superficial. In reality, the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is our closest collaborator, so you need not worry that the Pavilion Master will seek revenge. Lu Changsheng felt completely relieved. So, the Pavilion Master of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was just at Sundara. No wonder, during the last mission in Huang State, Inquiry Immortal Pavilion insisted that Mount Shu contribute manpower. The taking Wuji technique is the sect defending skill created by our Mount Shu's ancestor. Lu, when did you learn it? The voice of Daist taking rang in Lu Changshen's ear, startling him. The taking Wuji technique was actually a skill created by the Mount Shu ancestor. Lu Changsheng hesitated only slightly before replying, during my seclusion, the ancestral master came to me in a dream and imparted the taking Wuji technique to me. It seems you truly have a celestial fate with our Mount Shu. Daist taking did not doubt his words and asked no further. Lu Changsheng had been cultivating in Mount Shu all along. Apart from the ancestor coming to him in a dream, what other ways could he have learned the taking Wuji technique? Ancestor Daoist taking of Mount Shu is a legendary immortal who is said to have attained Dao and became an immortal tens of thousands of years ago, and he was also the first sect leader of Mount Shu. The ancestor appearing in a dream is recorded in the Mount Shu scriptures. Lu Changsheng had seen similar legends while perusing the Mount Shu scriptures, so he used one casually. You all go rest first. The other sect leaders and I need to discuss how to deal with the impending catastrophe. Yes. Li Changzhai, Song Wuchuan, Zhao Huiyan, Lu Changsheng, and the other elders of Mount Shu headed to the dwellings prepared for them by Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, leaving only the 6 great sect leaders. This catastrophe is not just a grudge between the Huang tribe and the demon race, it also involves old grievances that must be settled once and for all, Daoist Taiyuan slowly said after the elders had left. Accompanied by the elders of Mount Shu, Lu Changsheng arrived at their temporary residence. Misty Peak was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, shrouded in mist, like a paradise on earth, with spiritual energy as dense as that of Mount Shu. All 6 orthodox sects chose the earth spirit veins as the site for establishing their sects, a genuine cave heaven-blessed land. Lu Changsheng immediately began to meditate, digesting the enlightenment gained during his fight with Xianingshu. Having spent a long time in secluded cultivation on Mount Shu, Lu Changsheng had limited practical experience. Competing with a peerless genius like Xianingshu was a rare opportunity from which Lu Changsheng benefited greatly. Without realizing how the time had passed, when Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, it was already nighttime. But outside the house, it was far from peaceful. Lu Changsheng extended his divine sense to perceive the situation outside the house. He saw a group of elders and disciples from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion gathered outside the houses where the people of Mount Shu were staying, chattering ceaselessly. A few elders, including Zhao Huiyan, were holding them back. Could it be that they were looking for trouble with me, to support Xianingshu? Lu Changsheng used the technique of 10,000 li tracking to send out a wisp of spiritual energy and quietly listened to what the elders from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion were discussing. Ahem, even though I, Zhao Huiyan, am a renowned figure who has been famous for a long time, and the number of demon sect elders who have fallen to my chasing wind sword may not be in the double digits, there are at least 7 or 8. Therefore, I'm quite charming. But men and women should be cautious. If word gets out that you fairies from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion are visiting the dwellings of us Mount Shu elders at night, it might provoke some gossip, damaging the reputation of both Mount Shu and Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Zhao Huiyan faced a group of female elders and female disciples from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, talking non-stop. Zhao Huiyan had cultivated in Mount Shu for 320 years. He had left the mountain to gain experience many times and was one of Daoist Taiyuan's direct disciples. He had a bit of fame among the 6 orthodox sects. Most of these female elders and female disciples from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion must have been attracted by his charm. Elder Zhao, we're not here to find you. That's right, we've come to visit Elder Lu. It's the Elder Lu who had an exchange with our holy maiden during the day. A group of female elders and female disciples from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion spoke sweetly, like birds chirping and swallows twittering. Inquiry Immortal Pavilion had the highest number of female disciples among the 6 orthodox sects. There's no need to mention Immeasurable Temple, it's all monks and doesn't admit female disciples. The Martial Alliance is a group of body refinement fanatics. Although they also have female disciples, the number is ultimately not large. The Refinement sect is similar to the Martial Alliance. Mount Shu and Hidden Dragon Temple are non-discriminatory, with similar numbers of male and female disciples. Because all the past pavilion masters of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion were women, the sect has more women than men. So this group of female elders and female disciples from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion came for me? Could it be they were dissatisfied with the outcome from the daytime? Zhao Huiyan, upon hearing that these fairies weren't here to see him, suddenly felt his face flush with embarrassment, extremely awkward, since you are here to find Lu, I even more so cannot let you in. The competition during the day was fair and square. Our Lu excelled by a notch, and you cannot be unsatisfied and come here to trouble him again. Zhao Huiyan was truly a good senior brother. Lu Changsheng, observing in secret, was deeply touched. Elder Zhao, who said we came to trouble Elder Lu? We wish to discuss cultivation matters with Elder Lu. Please don't obstruct us, Elder Zhao. Elder Lu is really so handsome and with such high cultivation he surely can provide us with guidance. Pfft. Zhao Huiyan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Coming here to discuss cultivation in the middle of the night? Could it be that during the daytime competition, this group of female elders and female disciples from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion took a fancy to Lu? Lu, having cultivated for over 200 years, was indeed youthful and promising compared to Dao Palace practitioners whose lifespan stretched over a millennium, comparable to a mortal in their 20s. We have to see what our Lu wants. I'll go in and ask him. Zhao Huiyan had no choice but to go in and inform Lu Changsheng about the situation. Lu Changsheng, who had been observing secretly, already knew the ins and outs of the situation and indifferently said, "Please be the bad guy for me, brother Zhao, and turn these people away." Lu Changsheng was not interested in the group of female elders and female disciples outside the room, so he had Zhao Huiyan send them away. Lu is truly a man full. He doesn't know the hunger of the starving. The female elders from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, with their beauty that could topple cities and states, have always been considered prime candidates for Dao companions. Zhao Huiyan could not help but feel envious. Unfortunately, the many female elders and female disciples from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion had their hearts set on Lu Changsheng, who had made quite the impression at the Great Dao Conference, rather than on him, Zhao Huiyan. Junior brother Lu is currently in closed-door cultivation. Fairies, please leave. Elder Lu really is diligent, no wonder his cultivation is so high. Let's go back, sisters. We'll come again tomorrow. The group of fairy-like women from Inquiry Immortal Pavilion did not linger any longer and took their leave. It seems that being too popular isn't necessarily a good thing. Lu Changsheng shook his head helplessly. That said, I wonder how Xianingsu, who had suffered the backlash from the Supreme Forgetting Love art, is faring. With the fairy pavilion master around, Xianingsu shouldn't incur any hidden problems because of this. The night was deep, and Lian in the next room was fast asleep, snoring loudly, while the martial king divine physique continued to devour the nature's spiritual energy of Misty Peak even in sleep. Lu Changsheng, having some insights, left the room and walked to a nearby bamboo forest to stroll. The moonlight was frosty, and the bamboo shadows swayed. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng faintly heard the sound of reading coming from hundreds of steps away. Ding! The system has searched and found a suitable candidate for discipleship. One has been found. Chapter 48, Accepting Disciples, the Body of the Literary Sage. In the depths of the bamboo forest, there was a solitary bamboo house, the dwelling of a menial servant at Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, seemingly forgotten by the rest of the world. Lu Changsheng received a notification from the Disciple Apprenticeship system that there was a suitable candidate for discipleship nearby. Originally, Lu Changsheng assumed that it was yet another peerless genius from the great sects, but following the system's prompt to this place, he discovered that this was not the case. All the great sects employed a group of menial servants, who took care of various trivial matters, and at the end of the month, they could collect a salary to support their families. How could there be a peerless genius living as a menial servant in the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion? Arriving at the bamboo house as well, Lu Changsheng saw a girl in plain clothes sitting at the edge of the well, holding a yellowed scroll, softly reciting in the moonlight. Her eyebrows were like willows, her shoulders carved with precision, her waist tied with elegance, her spirit serene as an orchid even in plain clothes. She could not hide the temperament of a lady from a prestigious family. Reading under the moonlight, the years were peacefully quiet. Could it be that the disciple the system found was this person? From her clothing, she was undoubtedly one of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's menial servants. The information about this girl appeared in Lu Changsheng's mind. Name, Emma Huaji. Talent, body of the literary sage, book addict, water spirit root, plagued by misfortune. Cultivation, first level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Dao Bone, 17 years. Body of the literary sage. Lu Changsheng was secretly astonished. He had seen records about the body of the literary sage in the annals records of special physiques through the ages at Mount Shu. The body of the literary sage had appeared 3 times, all at Hidden Dragon Temple. According to the records, the current temple master of Hidden Dragon Temple, Yu Suanji, was indeed endowed with the body of the literary sage. When the literary sage cultivated to a profound realm, they could deduce the secrets of heaven, craft Dao talismans, and it was said that at the peak, mere words could follow the law, allowing them to prove the Dao through literature. Who could have imagined that among the menial servants of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, there would be such a peerless talent? However, this girl's fate was poor, afflicted with the calamity body. Otherwise, with her talents, she would not have fallen to the point of being a menial servant on Misty Peak. If Yu Suanji, the temple master of Hidden Dragon Temple, knew that this girl also had the body of the literary sage, he would certainly try to take her as a disciple. You, who are you? Mo Huaji was immersed in reading under the moon, until Lu Changsheng came beside her, only then did she notice, looking like a startled rabbit, she quickly put away the book behind her. Truly a book addict. Lu Changsheng thought back to his previous life, when he couldn't be as absorbed in reading as she was. Don't be afraid, I am a good person. Even though Lu Changsheng said this, Mo Huaji's eyes were still full of suspicion. Many bad people say they are good people. Lam Elder Lu Changsheng from Mount Shu. In order to gain her trust, Lu Changsheng had no choice but to reveal his identity. Lu Changsheng. Mo Huaji thought for a moment, her expression gradually becoming delighted. I have heard of you. You defeated our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion's Holy Maiden in the daytime competition, the whole Misty Peak has been talking about it. Oh? Since she knew of his reputation, then earning her trust should be very simple. I see your root bone is exceptional, would you be willing to take me as your master, embarking on the path of immortal cultivation? We have many more books in Mount Shu than Inquiry Immortal Pavilion has. The sea of books is vast, even if I had 1,000 years of lifespan, I could hardly traverse all of it, and you, a mere mortal, the books you have read are but a drop in the ocean. Follow me in cultivation, and you can attain longevity. Lu Changsheng started to coax her into becoming his disciple. This girl was a book addict and was easily coaxed. Ah! Mo Huaji was indeed greatly moved. If she could cultivate the Dao of longevity, then she could read all the books in the world. But I have signed a contract with Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, I must be a menial servant on Misty Peak for life. Mo Huaji thought of her fate and sank into despondence. It seems this disciple has a story. If Mo Huaji were a female disciple of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, it would be rather tricky, but Mo Huaji was just a menial servant. Lu Changsheng had a bit of a relationship with Xianingsu, and when the time came, he could just shamelessly approach Xianingsu to request a menial servant, it wasn't a problem. As long as you become my disciple and my third disciple, I have ways to get Inquiry Immortal Pavilion to free you. From now on, you'll be a disciple of Mount Shu. Really? Mo Huaji's eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. Indeed. Lu Changsheng worried that this potential disciple might be discovered by Yu Suanji of Hidden Dragon Temple, so he was eager to coax her into apprenticeship as the proper course. Yu Suanji could divine the secrets of fate and would be very likely to discover the existence of Mo Huaji. Master above, please accept your disciple Mo Huaji's bow. Knowing this was a fateful encounter, Mo Huaji put away the books, straightened out her plain clothes, and respectfully performed the disciple's salute to Lu Changsheng. Very good. From now on, you are my disciple, Lu Changsheng. Tomorrow I will come for you, and you will accompany me to visit Fairy Xia of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion and retrieve your contract. To visit the Holy Maiden. Mo Huaji exhibited an incredulous expression. Her master was indeed a personage of Mount Shu, able to meet directly with the Holy Maiden of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. As someone in charge of managing this bamboo forest for the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, even meeting an inner sect disciple was difficult, let alone the revered Holy Maiden of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Why would such an important figure take her, a humble menial worker, as a disciple? Lu Changsheng sensed Mo Huaji's bewilderment and spoke deliberately, there are prancing horses after there's bowl. You are an unmatched genius, do not doubt your aptitude. Under my guidance, focus on your cultivation and studies. It's not impossible for you to become a saint one day. Become a saint? Mo Huaji had never dared to imagine that, she merely wished to study earnestly. I see your temperament is not that of an ordinary menial worker. Are you willing to tell me about your family? Yes, master. I am the daughter of a great Confucian from Yu country. My grandfather once served as the tutor to the crown prince. Later, due to false accusations, my family was dragged into a case of rebellion against the prime minister, which implicated our entire clan. To protect me, my father had his servants send me to the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Although I serve as a menial worker and am considered a servant, it is far better than being executed after the autumn harvest. I was only 5 years old at that time. Fortunately, the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion had many books, and even as a menial worker, I could peruse a few. I don't think managing the bamboo forest is a harsh task. As Mo Huaji recounted her past, a hint of pain crossed her eyes, which quickly dissipated into acceptance. This disciple was indeed plagued by misfortune, her family ruined and herself sold to the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion for refuge at the age of 5. Otherwise, with Mo Huaji's body of the literary sage and her upbringing in a prestigious family, she would have achieved some level of cultivation by now. She could have been a disciple or even an elder of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, not merely a menial worker. But it was precisely because of Emma Huaji's destiny as plagued by misfortune that she became a pearl cast into the ocean, which Lu Changsheng happened to pick up. Her mindset was also commendable. Even with her family destroyed, she did not wallow in self-pity. I have a system that can simulate a disciple's entire life, enough to reverse her fate and help her become a saint. And I, too, stand to benefit from this. Lu Changsheng was not concerned about Emma Huaji's calamity body destiny. After all, with the disciple apprenticeship system in hand, as long as it wasn't a heavenly tribulation level disaster, he had ways to turn peril into safety. Go back and rest now. I will come for you in the morning. Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry to impart power to his newly acquired disciple but decided to visit Xianingshu the next day. With a thought, Lu Changsheng employed Shrink the Earth to inches and vanished on the spot. Master! Before Emma Huaji could even bid farewell, Lu Changsheng had already left. Am I dreaming? Emma Huaji pinched her cheek, suspecting it was all a dream. To the menial workers like her, an elder of Mount Shu was undoubtedly an immortal. And an immortal had taken her as a disciple. Did she possess some unique traits? Maybe I should go to sleep. Emma Huaji looked out over the empty bamboo forest, where other than a touch of moonlight, no one else was present, and felt like she was still dreaming. The next morning, Emma Huaji woke up to another ordinary day. It seems I really was dreaming last night. I mustn't study into the night anymore, it's causing hallucinations. Shaking her head, Emma Huaji picked up a wooden bucket to go fetch water from the well, starting another day of menial work. Suddenly, a sword appeared from the west, landing in the middle of the bamboo forest. There were two visitors. One was a man with long hair, a celestial appearance, and handsome features. The other was a girl around 12 or 13 years old, curiously staring at her, sizing her up. Elder Lu, no, master. Emma Huaji, fetching water by the well, was taken aback. Lu Changsheng had really come. Last night hadn't been a dream after all. Follow me to the Cloud Dream Pavilion of Misty Peak. Lu Changsheng smiled slightly, increasingly pleased with his easy recruitment of a disciple with the body of the literary sage. The Cloud Dream Pavilion, one of the 480 pavilions of Misty Peak, was also the cultivation dwelling of the holy maiden Xianingshu. Lu Changsheng took his two disciples to visit and to buy the new little disciple's freedom. Holy maiden, Lu Changsheng of Mount Shu requests an audience. In the clear pond of the Cloud Dream Pavilion, Xianingshu, with her long black hair cascading down, soaked in the pond water, her skin fair as curd, shrouded in mists. After the recent trial, Xianingshu had quickly recovered thanks to her constitution. What does he want here? Xianingshu seemed somewhat surprised. What did Lu Changsheng want by visiting her at this time? Holy maiden, will you meet with him? Bring him to see me. Xianingshu sank deeper into the water, her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the pool. But, after all, what did Lu Changsheng want with her? Chapter 49, Ask You for a Person. Elder Lu, may I ask what brings you to my Cloud Dream Pavilion today? Yesterday at the event, I regrettably won against Fairy Xia. I hope Fairy Xia will forgive me. Since it was a competition, there naturally exists a distinction between victory and defeat. Elder Lu was superior in skill, and I feel utterly convinced by my loss. Why then would Elder Lu feel the need to apologize? More than that, Xianingshu was more concerned about the person Lu Changsheng had brought with him. Although Emma Huaji did not possess the ethereal immortal qi of Xianingshu, she was gentle and elegant, with a scholarly air that gave her a unique charm. The question was, why had Lu Changsheng brought her here? This person is a servant from your Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, responsible for overseeing a small bamboo forest. With her temperament, it's a pity for her to serve as a servant. Therefore, I would ask Fairy Xia to retrieve her contract and restore her freedom. Of course, I am not unreasonable. I am willing to exchange a 5th-grade elixir pill for a servant from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Lu Changsheng took out a small jade bottle containing a 5th-grade elixir pill. A 5th-grade elixir pill, let alone exchanging it for one servant, would be more than enough for 10. Elder Lu, although a 5th-grade elixir pill is precious, our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion would not casually exchange our servants or disciples. If you have come only to satisfy a selfish desire, then please leave. Xianingshu's tone turned progressively colder. Please don't misunderstand, Fairy Xia. I saw that her root bone was quite good, so I intend to take her as my disciple, that's all. Seeing that Xia Ningxiu had misunderstood, Lu Changsheng hastened to explain the reason. Is that all? Xia Ningxiu's tone softened. Then, Xia Ningxiu worried inwardly. Alas, what am I fussing about? If Elder Lu wants to take a servant away, that's the servant's fortune. What has it to do with me? If Fairy Xia feels a 5th grade elixir pill is insufficient to exchange for a servant, then a 6th grade pill should surely suffice. Lu Changsheng, thinking Xia Ningxiu wouldn't be so easily persuaded, increased his offer. Unexpectedly, Xia Ningxiu pushed both the 5th and 6th grade elixir pills back. It's her opportunity to become your disciple, which is a delightful tale in itself. As long as she agrees, I can retrieve her contract. Our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion is not short of servants. Beneath Misty Peak, numerous people wish to serve our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion as servants. It was my vulgarity showing. Lu Changsheng had not expected Xia Ningxiu to be so amenable, not even tempted by a 6th grade elixir pill. Xia Ningxiu's character was indeed rare in this world. Would you like to? Xia Ningxiu looked towards Mo Huaji. Mo Huaji nodded earnestly. I wish to follow master and cultivate. Since it is your own wish, then go with him. I will have someone fetch your contract. Many thanks, holy maiden. Mo Huaji had not expected to escape the fate of a servant one day and was overwhelmed with joy. So, does this mean that I am now a senior sister? Lian also appeared exceedingly excited. Although she was younger than Mo Huaji, having entered the sect 5 years earlier, that made her the senior sister. Disciple, do not be rude. As a senior sister, you must take care of your junior sister in the future, Lu Changsheng exhorted. Lian understands. Lian stuck out her tongue, wondering why she now, as a senior sister, didn't seem to have it better than when she was a junior sister. Her second and third disciples respectively, the martial god and the literary sage, would make King Yun Peak livelier than ever. Elder Lu, now that the matter you beseeched has been handled, you may leave. Someone, show him out. Hold on, in addition to requesting Fairy Xia for her disciple, I have something else. Fairy Xia has suffered a backlash from her cultivation technique, and her soul may be damaged. Here is a 6th rank soul supplement pill that can eliminate any future problems. Please, do not refuse it. Having taken on a disciple, Lu Changsheng felt he owed a favor. Lu Changsheng hadn't given up on the idea of taking Xia Ningxiu as his own disciple. Xia Ningxiu's talent was terrifyingly immense, even without a system, her cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds, truly the son of fortune of this world. Since it's a kind gesture from Elder Lu, and I do indeed need this elixir, then I shall accept it and will surely repay you in the future. Xia Ningxiu saw that Lu Changsheng was sincere and found it hard to refuse, especially since her injury had not fully healed, and a soul supplement pill was a rare 6th rank elixir. However, if Xia Ningxiu knew that Lu Changsheng was trying to improve her opinion of him just to make her his disciple, she would surely be full of question marks. Lu Changsheng exchanged a few more pleasantries with Xia Ningxiu, sharing insights from their recent sparring. Lu Changsheng realized that although Xia Ningxiu's cultivation was exceptional, she was ultimately a young girl who had focused solely on cultivating and had little experience with the world. Thus, he spoke more freely, squeezing in a few jokes. Xia Ningxiu couldn't help but smile and cover her mouth to suppress her laughter. As it is getting late, I will not delay Fairy Xia's cultivation any longer. Lu Changsheng realized that, unbeknownst to him, it was already noon, and so he rose to take his leave. Xia Ningxiu nodded, her conversation having reached a peak, and suddenly came to an abrupt stop, feeling an unexpected hint of reluctance to part. At the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion, no one would engage in banter with her. Lu Changsheng summoned his flying sword, waved his right sleeve, and a gentle breeze enveloped his 2 disciples, Lian and Mo Huaji, carrying them towards their lodging at Mount Shu. What's wrong with me? Master once said, from ancient times emotional barriers are hard to overcome. Cultivating the supreme forgetting love art should sever emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, and hatred. Xia Ningxiu activated the supreme forgetting love art, suppressing the turmoil in her mind. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended, the entire Cloud Dream Pavilion trembling. Master! Xia Ningxiu opened her eyes, the person who arrived was the Fairy Pavilion Master. Did that youngster Lu Changsheng come by? Yes. What did he say? He only took a servant from our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion and gave your disciple a soul supplement pill. A 6th rank elixir? I didn't expect that lad to be so lavish. The pavilion master of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion was quite surprised. It was rare for an elder from an ordinary Dao palace to possess a 6th rank elixir, and for Lu Changsheng to give such a gift was astonishing, even to the pavilion master. However, you must not develop feelings for that lad Lu Changsheng. Although Lu Changsheng has cultivated for over 200 years and is now at the 5th layer of Dao Palace, compared with your talent, he is still worlds apart. To you, he is but a passerby. If you fall into an emotional tribulation because of this, you might suffer just like your master, unable to attain immortality. Alas, I oriented my heart towards the bright moon, but how could the bright moon illuminate the gutter? The pavilion master of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion let out a long, melancholy sigh. Master, what actually happened back in those days? Xiaoningsu knew that her master had a past with the sect leader of Mount Shu, but no one among the younger generation of Inquiry Immortal Pavilion elders knew the exact details. That matter, you don't need to know. I have come here on another matter. There's a supreme elder in our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion who, knowing that she has no hope of surviving her tribulation and that her lifespan is nearing its end, has decided to end her seclusion early. She heard that your talent is no less than that of the immortal who founded our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion 20,000 years ago and plans to sacrifice her own cultivation to bestow upon you the power-infusing initiation. Chapter 50, Master infuses you with power. Xiaoningsu was very trustworthy, and the next day she had an inner sect disciple deliver Mo Huaji's contract of servitude. Mo Huaji formally left her status as a menial worker at the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion and became a disciple of Mount Shu. The news spread, and all the menial workers of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion couldn't help but be filled with envy. No one thought that a lowly servant could have the chance to be accepted as a disciple by an elder of Mount Shu. It was indeed a leap to the heavens. Lu, is this the new disciple you've taken in? She seems to have average aptitude and no cultivation to speak of. However, Lu is a great teacher. The last disciple with average aptitude, Lin King Z, was still taught by Lu to reach the Golden Core realm. That's right, Lu has a discerning eye, something we cannot fully understand. Lu Changsheng brought Mo Huaji back to where the people of Mount Shu were staying, attracting many elders of Mount Shu to gather around. Mo Huaji was surprised and flattered, hiding timidly behind Lu Changsheng. This was the first time she had seen so many important figures. Everyone stop making a fuss, we will commence our return journey to Mount Shu in 2 days. The journey back may be dangerous, so all junior brothers must be careful and cautious. Senior brother Li Changjai appeared, and the crowd gradually quieted down. The return journey is dangerous? The crowd's expressions grew slightly solemn. It seemed that the senior brother had received some information. I will go to Mount Shu with Master tomorrow? There must be many books in Mount Shu. Mo Huaji was full of anticipation. If she became a disciple, naturally she could access far more classics than a menial worker. Her master had mentioned that the various classics of Mount Shu were as vast as the smoke, and that it would be difficult to go through them all even if she spent her whole life in the Dao Palace. The Great Alliance of the 6 Paths, aside from deciding the rankings of the 6 major clans and the discussions among the 6 sect leaders, also allowed the younger generation of elders from the 6 clans to get to know each other, as they may fight side by side in the future. Li Changjai, the chief disciple of Mount Shu, and Ye Wen, the chief disciple of the Martial Alliance, had a mutual respect for each other. Lu Changsheng, on the other hand, had visited Xiaoningsu, the most talented elder of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. Song Huachuan had gotten to know Xiao Meng Er, the second disciple of the Fairy Pavilion Master. Zhao Huiyan was rather depressed, as no fairy-like disciples from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion came to visit him, only a group of monks from the Immeasurable Temple showed up to discuss the Dao with him. Meanwhile, a group of fairies from the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion sought to meet with Lu Changsheng but were all turned away by him. If Lu Changsheng wanted to tease the fairies of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion to pass the time, he would rather spend time with Xiaoningsu, whose temperament was superior by a notch. Subsequently, Elder Ku Mu of the Inquiry Immortal Pavilion came to visit, and Lu Changsheng agreed to see him. Elder Ku Mu had once led a team to Huang State on a mission, and the two were old acquaintances. Lu, you had an epiphany one day and your cultivation has soared. Just as the old saying goes, one should view another with new eyes after a mere 3 days apart, said Elder Ku Mu as he picked up his teacup and took a sip, exchanging pleasantries with Lu Changsheng. I may have cultivated a decent level of power, but my experience is shallow compared to Elder Kumyu. Haha, Lu, you are so modest, your temperament truly exceeds your cultivation. That day in Huang State, when we encountered Evil Sword and the Black Tiger Daoist, Xianingsu and I managed to escape, but I'm unsure of the aftermath. How did it unfold? Although Evil Sword is a 4th layer elder of the Dao Palace's reincarnation hall, I am as well, and he couldn't kill me. I used Earth Escape divine skills to evade death. If the reincarnation hall had sent an elder with higher cultivation, perhaps I would not have been able to escape. Does Elder Kumyu know about the strength of the reincarnation hall? The strength of the reincarnation hall is not inferior to our Inquiry Immortal Pavilion. The 4 demon sects may not have as many disciples as the 6 orthodox sects, but they have always been able to stand firm because each of them has an impressive foundation. Some disciples of these demon sects even hail from the 6 orthodox sects. Oh! The heart's inclination towards good or evil is but a thought away. Sometimes, a mere stray thought can lead to falling into the demonic Dao. Although my cultivation is not as high as Lu's, I have cultivated for 800 years and have seen much of the world's warmth and cold. Even among the peers of the Pavilion Master, there have been some who lost their way. Alas, this matter is taboo, so it is not proper to discuss it in detail. Elder Kumyu mentioned the sect secrets of the 6 orthodox sects, and Lu Changsheng was greatly shocked. It turned out that many of the elders and disciples of the 4 demon sects came from the 6 orthodox sects. The difference between good and evil was only a thought away. No wonder the 4 demon sects could never be completely eradicated. Lu Changsheng lamented, the human heart is precarious, the Dao heart is minute. Lu, your words are very true. There are less than 200 years left in my lifespan. It has been a great fortune to make your acquaintance, truly a blessing in 3 lifetimes. In the future, we may even fight side by side. If fate allows, we shall meet again. After chatting with Lu Changsheng for a while, Elder Kumyu took his leave. Lu Changsheng called over his new little disciple, Mo Huaji, and began to exploit the system's loopholes. With the disaster looming just a decade and some years away, Lu Changsheng felt that his current cultivation level was not yet sufficient to ensure his safety. Sit still, I am going to initiate a power-infusing initiation for you. If you feel unwell, speak out immediately. Lu Changsheng started with initiating a power-infusing initiation for his little disciple right away, directly boosting her cultivation level. Master, you must not. Disciple has read the relevant texts, power-infusing initiation will harm the master's cultivation level, only those whose time is nearly up would do such a thing. Even though Mo Huaji was a menial worker, she had read widely and knew the price that had to be paid by the one who initiated the power-infusing initiation. The efficiency of power-infusing initiation was too low, and not worth the loss, as the person initiating it could even drop in cultivation level as a result. I know what I am doing. Are you going to defy your master's orders? Disciple obeys. Mo Huaji had no choice but to sit on the cushion, waiting for Lu Changsheng to initiate the power-infusing initiation. Mo Huaji's heart was already moved beyond measure. Not only had her master helped her redeem her servant contract, but he was also initiating power-infusing initiation for her. Could this be nothing but a dream within a dream? Having had the experience of initiating power-infusing initiation for 2 disciples, Lu Changsheng was well practiced in the process. He transferred only a thread of faint spiritual energy from the palm of his hand into the heavenly spirit cover of Mo Huaji. With the 5th layer of Lu Changsheng's Dao Palace cultivation, just the transfer of a thread of spiritual energy made Mo Huaji's body suffer greatly. Master, it's so hot, my body feels so hot. Mo Huaji, with only the 1st layer of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation level, broke into a sweat after enduring Lu Changsheng's cultivation for just half a day. Her zodiac meridians became burning hot. Stay calm. Follow my guidance, open your Denshin, and you will have set foot on the path of immortality. Lu Changsheng guided the spiritual energy inside Mo Huaji's body, slowly circulating it, letting her sense how to refine and utilize the spiritual energy for herself. Mo Huaji struggled to refine this thread of spiritual energy, occasionally letting out pained gasps. Undertaking her first Qi training and opening the Danshan was naturally not easy. Outside the house, a graceful figure appeared silently. He gave me a 6th grade elixir pill, coming to see him off is the least I can do, Xianingsu muttered to herself. As the people from Mount Shu were about to leave Misty Peak, Xianingsu talked to herself. Suddenly, Xianingsu heard noises coming from inside the house and hesitated, taking a step back. Ding, you have transferred 3 days worth of cultivation to your disciple Mo Huaji. Mo Huaji actually received 0.5 days of cultivation. Ding, you have received a 200-fold return reward for teaching your disciple, 100 days of cultivation. Ding, number of power infusing initiations for today 1. Lu Changshen's cultivation level was too high. Mo Huaji only needed to assimilate half a day of Lu Changshen's cultivation and it would already take her quite a while. Mo Huaji looked gratefully at her handsome master, never expecting that her master, to help her get started, would be willing to sacrifice his own cultivation level. You should quickly refine this thread of spiritual energy. Later on, I will continue to initiate power-infusing initiation for you. Mo Huaji's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't misheard, had she? Was her master not afraid of depleting his own resources? Who's there outside? Lu Changsheng, with sharp senses, noticed someone lingering outside the house and spoke out.